The man Zhao Yuan, after the recent incident, seemed agitated and exchanged words with the group of Lin Yu. He stepped closer with an angry face under Zhao Yuan's words. The Lin Yu group remained silent at this moment. Lin Yu looked up at Zhao Yuan, smiled, and replied, "Great Demon Marshal, what you said is not correct. How can you call it shielding us?" Zhao Yuan, looking confused, showed a hint of annoyance and incomprehension. The No. 7 manager of the Iris Parliamentary quickly intervened to stop Lin Yu from speaking further, grabbing his sleeve to prevent him, anxiously reminding, "Hey, what are you talking about? Be careful not to provoke Zhao Yuan." The No. 7 manager, fearful, stepped forward to Zhao Yuan and bowed to apologize. His forehead sweating profusely, he said, "Zhao Yuan, it's all my fault. Blame me for not detecting the plot of the Flaming War Tiger beforehand. Just becoming the captain of the circus troupe. Everything has nothing to do with him. Please be forgiving." But the surprising thing is that Lin Yu did not listen to that restraint and still calmly moved forward, facing the demonic cultivator Zhao Yuan, despite little Xiao Wu still holding onto Lin Yu's hand. At this moment, Lin Yu bluntly said, "Clearly, we have done our best to help you resolve an assassination attempt. Why would you go against us?" This shocked Xiao Wu and No. 7 manager. He sighed and rubbed his chin, continuing, "First, I destroyed the 2 bodies of the Flaming War Tiger, the former captain and a famous circus performer. I also arranged a mirage beforehand, which just caused him to slip in the attack. If not, this battle would not have been as easy as it was just now." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuan became even angrier. He shouted, "Do you think I will appreciate you for this? Don't joke around. Clearly, you are also using me to help you eliminate the body of the Flaming War Tiger." The Devil Marshal grew more furious as he spoke, pointing and scolding loudly. "No matter what, your party's banquet put my son and me in a dangerous situation. Although we were not truly harmed, my mood is extremely bad. It truly disappoints me." Iris Parliamentary's face turned pale, sweating profusely, clutching her stomach, failed, cool when his heart instead offended him. He trembled, his voice filled with concern. "Please punish me, Great Demon Marshal." Lin Yu remained calm, lifting his hat, and said, "It's too early to discuss feelings now." Zhao Yuan, confused, turned to him and asked, "Huh?" Putting on his hat, Lin Yu smirked and continued, "My act has not been performed yet." Iris Parliamentary exclaimed in shock, "You still want to perform?" Zhao Yuan looked puzzled, while the girl in the red scarf also looked worried. Lin Yu ignored their reactions and replied, "Of course." Then, he clapped his hands, and immediately, a tall, muscular man pushed a trolley towards them. On the trolley was a huge 3-tiered birthday cake. When Alani saw it, she turned to her mother and said, "Mom, I haven't eaten my birthday cake yet." Alani's mother immediately took Alani and the boys' hands, leading them towards the dining table. "Let's go have some cake." In her heart, she thought to herself, "In this foreign land, I can only believe that great Emperor Fengdu can change the situation." The boy looked at Zhao Yuan and called out, "Dad." He sighed and responded to his son, "All right, let's have cake together." As everyone sat down at the table, Lin Yu began to speak. "Greetings to our esteemed guests, and to the lovely children. I wish you all a good evening." He smiled warmly, spreading his arms and introducing himself. "I am Great Emperor Fengdu, the ringmaster of the circus, and the honor management of the Iris Parliamentary." Zhao Yuan suddenly realized, Great Emperor Fengdu, isn't he the one wanted by the demon country? Truly a troublemaker. The demon marshal stared at Lin Yu, thinking to himself, but with 3 ultimate yin-chi items, he may not just be a member of the Iris Parliamentary. If not, I would have dealt with him from the start. Lin Yu paid little attention, continuing nonchalantly, "Although there was a brief interruption just now, our main performance has only just begun." He chuckled, looking at Alani and calling her name. "Alani, since you have seen my act before, you must already know what my magic is, right?" The girl laughed excitedly, raising her hand to answer eagerly, "It's the magic of making money rain." This enthusiastic response made Lin Yu swell a little. He laughed a few times, then corrected her, "It's the magic of turning dreams into reality." Bowing down to meet the girl's gaze, Lin Yu extended a finger and said, "Before the show begins, I want to give you a birthday gift. Think silently 3 times about what you desire." Alani obediently complied, Clasping her hands, she whispered, "I want to become beautiful and adorable, to make Juju like me." Lin Yu conjured a neatly wrapped cute box and told the girl, "Open this box, and you will receive what you desire." Alani let out a surprised cry and opened the box. Later, immediately, the girl hurriedly went to receive her gift. She opened the gift, took out the item inside, held it up high to admire, and exclaimed, "Wow!" The item inside the box was a substandard yin key, Yu butterfly clothes. Alani quickly put on the clothes, happily laughing out loud, "Haha." The boy beside her blushed as he looked at Alani and murmured, "So beautiful." With a smile, Lin Yu asked, "Is this what you wanted?" Excitedly, Alani nodded, "Yes, your magic powers are amazing." Lin Yu glanced at the fortune teller and Ning, who was hiding behind a red curtain, and winked as a sign of approval. He thought to himself, "And Ning's spiritual aura truly is useful. I received this yin chi item from the pawn shop, but I can't use it, so it's perfect to give it to the right person." Then, Lin Yu turned his gaze to the boy behind him and asked, "What is your dream?" Startled, the boy then clasped his hands and made a wish. Zhao Yuan, sitting beside him, thought to himself, "If he can make our son happy, maybe forgiving him isn't such a bad idea." The young girl and Ning hid behind the curtain, quickly reaching out her hand to signal. Lin Yu sighed, thinking to himself, "So young yet already thinking about these things. So I'll give her the mediocre yin key to practice necromancy." He handed the gift to the boy and asked, "Look, is this what you wanted?" The boy immediately replied happily, "Yes, yes." Alani stood behind Lin Yu, leaning forward curiously and asking, "What is it?" The boy quickly hid the gift behind his back and shouted, "No, not yet ready to show you." The child thought to himself, "Wait until I grow a little older, then I'll give it to Alani." Bending down, the boy politely said, "Thank you, magician." Lin Yu confidently shrugged, laughing, "Just trust me. I will make everyone's dreams come true." Zhao Yuan still had doubts, stroking his chin and thinking, "What is this guy up to?" Zhao Yuan secretly calculated, "Although mediocre Yin Kai is very sincere in giving to Xiao Ju, we are not children. A mature demon marshal is not easily fooled like this." Iris Parliamentary was shocked, sweating profusely, and awkwardly chuckled. "Haha, please continue to enjoy, Mr. Zhou Yuan." He reminded himself, "Whether I can change the attitude of the demon marshal or not, it all depends on this." At that moment, Lin Yu suddenly raised his hand and spoke, "Now let's count down 5 numbers in our hearts." Then, he began counting down, 5, 4, 3, 2, and then pointed to the sky, shouting, "Come on, let's witness the magical moment together." In the sky, bright streaks appeared like fireworks, and then money fell like a waterfall, astonishing everyone. Zhao Yuan was stunned and asked, "Is this also considered magic, turning dreams into reality?" Lin Yu pulled his hat down and thought to himself, "Why not? The dreams of adults are much more realistic than those of children. You say you have money, can dreams become reality?" Iris Parliamentary stuttered in a small voice, 3 billion that we are preparing, must hand over to Demon Marshal Zhou Yuan like that. Do we have to spread it out one by one?" The girl with the red scarf next to him also stammered, "It's impossible, it's impossible." Lin Yu silently called out in his mind, "System, exchange for me ghost coins, with a value of 1 billion. From above, several bills with a huge value, up to 8 figures, slowly fell down. They landed in the outstretched hand of Demon General Zhu Yuan. Iris Parliamentary immediately broke out in a sweat, amazed and muttered to herself, "There are only 8 bills. Could it be that great Emperor Fang Nu personally exchanged for ghost coins of a large denomination, accumulating small into large? 8 bills and there's 3 billion. Alani's sister Xiao Wu also looked over in amazement, displaying a shocked expression, pondering to herself, "This denomination of money is not right." At this moment, Lin Yu was pushing the hat on his head confidently, smirking to himself, "Haha, adding a little of my own benefit, that's 8 billion flat." Those 8 bills fell neatly into Zhu Yuan's palm. He looked closely at the stack of money for a long time, pondering to himself, how could ghost coins with a denomination of 1 billion appear? Then, he glanced towards Iris Parliamentary, who was also sweating and extremely flustered. Then he thought to himself, Ignorant demons may not be too shocked. But those at higher levels know that even the Demon King may not be able to produce a 1 billion bill. Iris Parliamentary definitely can't. Finally, Zhou Yuan turned back to face Lin Yu and asked directly, "Is this Iris's idea or yours?" Lin Yu smiled brightly. He waved his hand casually, saying, "It's a bit of both." Zhou Yuan's frown deepened as he listened. He calculated silently. 3 billion is probably the limit that Iris Parliamentary wants to show goodwill towards me. The extra 5 billion is probably because Wang Du is trying to assert his dominance over me. He became more panicked as he thought more, his imagination drifting further away. He is telling me that he has a big backing, at least at Demon King level. 5 billion thrown around casually by him is nothing, so I need to bow down to him. Zhao Yuan, who had just understood the situation, immediately changed his attitude, smiling and applauding enthusiastically, not forgetting to praise, "Haha, Captain Wang Du's performance is truly excellent." At this moment, the system issued a notification. "Congratulations on completing task No. 9, spending 5 billion ghost coins, causing the demon martial level power to change their attitude towards you. The reward for the intermediate task is a copy card item multiplied by 10. Lin Yu, after reading it, immediately felt happy, a smile hanging on his lips. He thought to himself, "Success." Zhao Yuan not only changed his attitude towards Lin Yu, but also turned to speak a few polite words to Iris Parliamentary. "Congratulations, Iris Parliamentary, for having such a brave and wise person." Iris Parliamentary could only follow the other person's attitude, smiling and agreeing. That's right. In his mind, he also considered this to be true. Zhou Yuan continued to approach, showing a friendly attitude. He smiled, reached out and shook hands with Lin Yu. "Thanks to you for discovering the plot of Flaming War Tiger, helping us avert danger. Thank you for saving us. I really don't know how to express my gratitude. My words may have been a bit presumptuous just now. I hope you don't mind." Lin Yu also looked at him, then smiled back. "How could I? I just met you, and I already feel a sense of familiarity, like an old friend. If you don't mind, I'll call you Brother Zhou Yuan." Immediately, Zhou Yuan extended his hand, inviting Lin Yu to sit together with great sincerity. "Brother Wang Du, please have a seat." As Zhou Yuan's wife, the girl in the red scarf named Iris Parliamentary, was shocked and amazed. All three of them wondered together. Oh my, they've already started calling each other brothers. What's next? Demon General Zhou Yuan performed a captivating display of affection. He raised his glass, smiling and saying, "Don't worry, I will take care of Iris Parliamentary and the Chen Yu circus troupe of the Wild Wave Ghost Kingdom. I will also help you pay attention." Lin Yu's attitude towards him was clearly very respectful. He raised his glass of wine and said, "Thank you, Zhou Yuan. The mission of the Iris Parliamentary has also been completed." An arm reached out and grabbed a knife, decisively cutting into the brightly colored pink cake, placing it neatly on the table. Everyone gathered around the table, holding a piece of cake in their hands, the atmosphere joyful and harmonious. Demon General Zhou Yuan, in particular, looked at the small piece of cake in his hand with delight, saying, "This is truly a joyful party." It was late at night, with thousands of stars in the sky competing to shine brightly. The moon also hung round and full in the sky. The group, including Lin Yu, rode back on horseback, with Hai Long looking over at the person next to him and exclaiming, "This instance was full of changes." Da Fa, walking beside him, immediately responded, "The mission was smooth thanks to Great Emperor Fengdu's leadership." At that moment, the little girl Lu Ling turned back to look at Lin Yu and said, "Great Emperor Fengdu, during these days, thank you for taking care of us. The Lu family will provide additional yin qi support for you." Lin Yu smiled happily and replied to her, "Okay, I will contact you after returning in space horror." Suddenly, a hesitant, soft voice called out, "Captain." When Lin Yu turned back, he realized that the person who called him was none other than Zhu Kai-yi. Lin Yu looked at her, then asked, "Zhu Kai-yi, what have you decided?" Zhou Kai-yi quickly stepped forward, walking alongside Lin Yu, and then calmly expressed all her inner thoughts. "I have thought carefully. After my father passed away, the circus seems to be the only place I still have ties to in the demon world. I am willing to inherit the role of clown, and also want to take on the role of captain." The girl placed her hand on her chest, blushing as she looked at Lin Yu, gazing into his eyes and firmly affirming, I have made my decision. I will sign the control pact with you. Lin Yu smiled brightly, spiritual power emanating strongly at the same time, converging into a small orb at the tip of his finger. A piece of paper appeared with a short message. Voluntarily becoming a subordinate of Lin Yu. He looked satisfied at the girl, evaluating her with just one word. Zhou Kai-yi raised a finger to her mouth, biting down hard until a small amount of blood seeped out. The girl immediately pressed the finger with the blood stain onto the paper as a substitute for signing her name. Above it read, voluntarily becoming a subordinate of Lin Yu, Zhou Kai-yi. Below was a fresh red blood stain, and in that moment, a thin mist seemed to envelop her body, like an endless source of power surrounding her. This strange sensation made her exclaim in astonishment. Is this the feeling of a control pact? Even Zhou Kai-yi felt as though her life had suddenly gained an added concern. As the powerful spiritual power withdrew, she placed a hand on her chest, bowing respectfully as she uttered, Master. The system immediately displayed a control pact notification. Zhou Kai-yi, at the peak level of powerful demon, possessing innate skills to control the body, manipulate emotions, and the light-picking ball of yin qi. Lin Yu approached, helping her up while saying to Zhou Kai-yi, from now on, we can completely trust each other. After that, Lin Yu waved his hand, releasing spiritual power with overwhelming force. He introduced himself to her. My real name is Lin Yu. The title is Great Emperor Fengdu, also the honorary director of the Iris Conference, the principal of the Ming Yu Ghost School, and the owner of the Fengdu Pawn Shop, the chef Zhu Qiang, secretary Bai Runi, craftsman Ding Lian, and Al Meng, all based at Ming Yu Ghost School, are my subordinates. Zhou Kai-yi's eyes looked more and more impressed, even secretly praised. You are really amazing. Without letting the girl think more, Lin Yu continued to reveal the truth to her. Actually, I am not from the demon world. I will leave here soon. In the future, you will continue to lead the circus in the demon world. I will provide financial and resource support. Zhou Kai-yi quickly asked after hearing, what do I need to do for the master? Lin Yu heard, quickly replied, you can freely travel and also collect intelligence in the demon world for me. After assigning tasks to Zhou Kai-yi, Lin Yu looked over at the circus staff carrying large wooden barrels. He then said to the girl, Xiang Hu, Zuan Shai, a Meng, a Piao. These 4 individuals have been appointed by me as demonic. They can serve as key personnel under your leadership, helping the circus grow stronger. He then turned to Zhou Kai-yi and said, I will visit you periodically. In case of any special situations, you can contact me through the Control Pact and Demon Controller Space. Zhou Kai-yi clenched his fist and promised, I will not disappoint you, Master. As she walked away, Zhou Kai-yi unexpectedly ran into Fortune Teller and Ning. She glanced at her and asked, have you signed a Control Pact with Fengdu? The girl, startled, looked at Ning and exposed her. You can see through me again. And Ning shrugged and interrupted Zhou Kai-yi. No, on the contrary, I suddenly can't see through you anymore. From a distance, Lin Yu observed this dialogue without a clear beginning or end. He silently pondered, and Ning is too clever, understanding the human heart well but also mysterious and unpredictable. I wonder if Zhou Kai-yi can get along with her after I leave. He began to consider, weighing the feasibility of each option. Should he spend some money to bribe her? And Ning suddenly stood in front of Lin Yu, surprising him, and said, actually, you don't need to worry about me. Confused by her words, Lin Yu asked, what do you mean? Just tell me straight. And Ning bent down, glanced sideways at him, and then earnestly invited, if Zhou Kai-yi can become your subordinate, why don't you give me a similar opportunity? Startled, Lin Yu looked at her and asked again, do you also want to sign a contract with me? With arms crossed, and Ning raised her eyebrows and provocatively questioned, what's wrong? Doesn't the captain value me? Perplexed, Lin Yu scratched his head, his face grim, and explained softly, how could that be? I was just a little surprised. What is your purpose? The girl answered without hesitation, my realm level requires me to cultivate while studying human psychology. The circus before was complex, with all kinds of people suitable for my self-cultivation. But now, the water is clear. I have no reason to stay here anymore. She looked at him intently, then firmly said, I find your journey more interesting than wandering on my own. This surprised Lin Yu, but Ning paid no attention to his reaction. She continued, "How did a magnificent great Emperor Fengdu come from the weakest person and mature to this extent? What storms will the future bring? I am truly curious." After listening, Lin Yu hesitated for a long time before turning and walking away, but he still explained a few things to her. "As you said, I have many secrets that I will never reveal to outsiders. That's why I do not accept contracts with a deadline. If you truly wish to remain loyal to me forever, are you willing?" And Ning Ho was determined. She took a few steps forward, standing parallel to Lin Yu, and declared her decision. "The life of a demon is short. What I pursue is to do as I please, to gaze upon the scenery I desire, to experience the realm levels I encounter. I am in Ning, and I choose to follow great Emperor Fengdu." Lin Yu turned to look at her, impressed by her determination. He thought to himself, truly a woman with courage. In the end, Lin Yu, with a grim expression on his face, reluctantly thought about the dire situation. Unfortunately, he didn't have any control-packed perfect demonic mastery. Could he really only refuse? Just as he was about to give up, Lin Yu remembered, "Wait, I still have the copy card." Instantly, a small frame appeared in Lin Yu's hand, surrounded by a powerful yin kai. He calculated, "I have received 10 intermediate item copy card primary before. Just completed mission 9 and received 10 intermediate item copy card. Control-packed perfect demonic mastery must also be a type of primary tool." Just finished thinking clearly, Lin Yu immediately made a request. "System, copy a control-packed perfect demonic mastery." The system almost instantly responded. A notification appeared with a message. "Use item card primary 1. Copying control-packed perfect demonic mastery from the void." A sheet of control-packed perfect demonic mastery suddenly appeared in Lin Yu's palm. He brought it in front of An Ning and gently said, "An Ning, if you are willing to follow me, I will not let you down." As he spoke, his determination grew. At this moment, Lin Yu spread his arms, promising to An Ning, "I will do my utmost to explore higher realm levels. I will step into the main area and converse with the Demon King. There will be a day when I will traverse both the human world and the demon world." And Ning pressed her hand on the floating control pact in front of her and exclaimed, and Ning willingly obeyed Lin Yu's command. Immediately, the demon control pact emitted light along with powerful spiritual power. As Ning signed the control pact, red lines appeared in the air. Instant's death circus ends. The current number of survivors is 7. Lin Yu finished reading, then said, "It's time." The scenery suddenly changed. It was now nighttime, inside a large white house. Lin Yu stood tall, exclaiming, "Finally, it's over." He then punched himself on the back, took a deep breath, and sighed. "This is the most exhausting instance I've ever been through. But luckily, the harvest is not bad." Completing the system task, keeping the circus as a source of information. Then, he glanced at An Ning, who looked surprised and bewildered. Lin Yu hesitated a bit, silently thinking to himself, "And brought back a demon." And Ning, after hesitating for a while, uncertainly asked, "Is this the original world of the master?" Lin Yu snapped his fingers. Next to An Ning appeared a blonde girl. He replied, "Yes." Runa introduced An Ning to the human world situation. Lin Yu also reminded, "As long as you don't leave the villa area, you can act freely." After giving instructions, Lin Yu immediately ran away from the 2 demon girls, rushing to the stairs, pointing upwards before informing the 2 girls, "I need to rest for a bit." And Ning watched him run like the wind just to smile. No wonder he chose Zhou Kai Yi first. Turns out, the demon controller can simply point and assign tasks. Meanwhile, Lin Yu sat comfortably on the chair reading notifications from the system. Strongest richest system has been activated. Today's random reward has arrived. Congratulations to the owner for receiving 1 million ghost coins, with a balance of nearly 10 trillion. Another notification popped up. A new task has been assigned to the owner. Task No. 10. The person may be gone, but the money remains. Status is still incomplete. The task is to spend 8 billion through someone else within 2 months. Direct intervention in their choice of goods is not allowed. Current task progress is below 8 billion, and the reward for completing the task is a 5-star returning yin pill and a 5-star explosive key pill. After reading the new task, Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, I have already made arrangements. There are 3 places to spend money: the mine, Ming Yu Go School, and the circus. Completing this task should not be difficult. He looked at the notification showing the task progress at 4.5 out of 8 billion and sighed. I can't intervene directly in the task, so now I can only wait. Lin Yu looked at another piece of information above, with the content. Current level is Demon Controller level 5. Spirit 720. Spiritual power 7800. Spirit reaches 1000. Spiritual power reaches 10,000 will level up to Demon Controller level 6. He rubbed his chin and began to calculate. Currently, I still have a little way to go to reach level 6. Want to ascend quickly? Not easy. This trip to the demon world killed a group of demon beasts. If I consume all of them, maybe I can take another step. Suddenly, Lin Yu remembered. Almost forgot about that guy. Immediately, a long bone appeared in Lin Yu's hand, with a brain impaled on top of it. When he brought the brain close to his face, it trembled and cried out meow. Meow, meow, full of fear. He looked at it, thinking to himself, clearly beaten to the point of having only one head left. Even the demon marshal is still alive, still helpless. If I hadn't coincidentally received this piece of the Demon King's bone, he would have escaped. He looked at the brain for a really long time, then solemnly asked, "Your name is Flaming War Tiger, right? What psychic powers of the Demon King did you use at that time? Why do you have it?" Flaming War Tiger remained stubborn and shouted, "I won't say anything." Lin Yu smirked and taunted. "Oh really? I think you don't have the right to decide here." With a flick of her hand, a loud snap echoed. The girl and Ning slowly appeared, confidently accepting orders. "Assign it to me, Master." On one side, the system displayed information. Control Pact and Ning, Demon General Primary Level. Expertise in Spiritual Analysis. Yin Qi, Psychic Projection Command. And Ning reached out, releasing a stream of spiritual power from her hand. Whoosh! A sound shot straight into the mind of the Flaming War Tiger. She continued to release spiritual power to converge on the fortune-telling sphere. Each moment, a frame appeared in the air, originating from the fortune-telling sphere. It acted as a projector. Initially blurry, a village scene slowly came into view. The image becomes clearer and clearer. Inside is a yellow cat, carefully taking each step on the ground, surrounded by nothing but bones. The story continues. I was once a nameless demon beast, with ordinary talents in the center district, living day by day, without food, until I was tamed by a master. He was a man with long hair. The man lifts the cat to his face and says, "I shall call you Flaming War Tiger. I hope your brain can bring me surprises." It turns out the man brings Flaming War Tiger back, placing it in a cold and sterile laboratory and turning it into an experiment. In the master's laboratory, there were many of the same kind. But in the end, I was the only one surviving, completing the master's project and becoming the master's only pet. In the end, the master achieved the results of the experiment, ascended to become the Demon King, and created psychic powers with brain-eating ripples. I followed the master outside on those days, wild and unrestrained. Here, the image of a madman in a blue and white coat appears. He rode a large beast that looked like a tiger. However, in reality, it was just a small cat that had been transformed through crazy experiments. As the next scene unfolded, a small cat was falling from the sky. The story continued, until the master's slaughter violated the rules of the demon world and was severely injured by the power of the rules. The realm level decreased. Thanks to the cracked brain given by the master, I escaped, while the master was trapped there, waiting for me to come and save him. At this point, the image of the other master suddenly grew larger. The crystal ball of the girl also suddenly flew up high, revealing countless cracks spreading wide. And Ning was startled and looked after it, then staggered and fell into Lin Yu's arms. And Ning held her head and told him, "Her spiritual power has been drained, so please hold her." Lin Yu, surprised, asked, "What?" The master of the Flaming War Tiger looked at Lin Yu and said, "You can see my existence. It seems you have killed it." Lin Yu broke out in a cold sweat, silently thinking, is this really the Demon King? Just by casually peeking at someone, he can detect it. The man suddenly burst into laughter, excitedly reaching out his hand, piercing through the screen, entering Lin Yu's world. He arrogantly exclaimed, "Human, you have a special fragrance on you. Your brain is definitely a good research material." From the void, the hand with black, sharp claws of the Demon King approached closer, advancing towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu stepped forward, Xiuling and Ning. He turned to her and said, "Quick, cut off the projection." She helplessly grasped her own hand, replying, "I can't. My innate yin energy is out of control." Finally, Lin Yu chose to throw the brain of the flaming war tiger forward. He shouted loudly, "Then destroy this projection." The brain was thrown and exploded in midair, creating a loud bang. The hand of the Demon King slowly blurred. He looked around in confusion, asking, "What?" The fortune-telling ball of Ning also gradually fell, spinning a few rounds before coming to a stop, and Ning also weakened to the point of falling down. Luckily, Lin Yu caught her before she hit the floor. She took a deep breath. He gently asked, "Are you okay?" A sphere flew in front of her, and Ning caught it, stroked it with her hand, and told Lin Yu, "This is my limit of abilities. I cannot use it against someone with a much higher level than me, or it could backfire. Thanks to the light of the owner, I was able to surpass the spiritual understanding level of the Demon King. Soon, I will ascend to become a Demon General Intermediate." He used spiritual power to examine the flaming war tiger's brain on his hand and frowned, saying, "The flaming war tiger's brain is completely dead, but I have a bad feeling that someone has noticed us." Lin Yu stared at the brain in his hand, then smirked disdainfully. "But if your realm level has fallen, and you are trapped, trying to eat me won't be something you can do overnight. If you are not afraid, then let me eat you first, to strengthen myself," Lin Yu said. Suddenly, Lin Yu changed the topic, sharing about Zhu Xiang and suggesting to make spicy brain stew for dinner. Zhu Xiang solemnly replied, "Agreed." At Haisun Psychiatric Hospital, Demon King sat on the hospital bed, trembling and shaking violently. He muttered to himself, "That person truly ate my brain." He then grimaced, laughing like a madman, and schemed, "But it's okay. I have remembered your energy well. Next time when the psychiatric hospital recruits new people, I will summon you." In another scene, a piece of paper appeared in the hands of a long-haired man. The title read "Statistics after recruiting new personnel, showing a mortality rate exceeding 70%. Below were photos of many individuals with their status, some vacant, some deceased. The man was the Director General. He read the paper intently for a while before sighing, "The situation is getting worse." A woman named Hai Yu stood before the desk, arms crossed, looking at him and saying, "What's more annoying is, when humanity is facing an enemy, they are still struggling against each other. Those blinded individuals completely fail to grasp the bigger picture." Bai Yi, who had been silent until now, spoke up and asked the Director General, "What do you think of the International Demon Controller's proposal?" The Director General smiled and replied, "I agree with their plan. We need to stabilize our internal situation before we can fight. If we can eliminate the troublemakers in humanity, it's not a bad thing either." The Director General then began delegating tasks, saying, "Bai Yi, you will post an announcement on the forum. This time, we will organize a demon controller competition. We will search for contestants from all walks of life." Bai Yi immediately responded, "Yes." The Director General, leaning on his hand lazily, continued, "Also, we need to assess the abilities of the demon controllers in our country. The first round of selection will be held at the Mingling Tower in the city." Next to Lin Yu, Lu Ling's uncle handed him a yellow card, saying, "Great Emperor Fengdu, this is your reward for this instance. Thank you for leading everyone and helping them progress." Lin Yu accepted the card. The kiddo, who had been enthusiastic the day before, clenched his fist, confidently saying, "I also want to become as strong as Great Emperor Fengdu." Mr. Chu remembered, then smiled and told Lin Yu about Xiao Fei. Now Xiao Fei can also overcome his own fear. After inheriting the Yin Key of La family, it won't be long before he can become a Demon Controller level 3. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu also felt satisfied, smiling to himself and thinking, after killing the flaming war tiger, Wenxie also signed a control pact with a ghost beast monkey. This time, everyone's strength has improved. Although I am the one who benefited the most, it can also be considered a contribution to the development of mankind. Suddenly, Lu Ling's uncle released his spiritual power. Lin Yu, with his hand in his pocket, was still pondering. Now I have another friend. This small personal space needs to be upgraded. The uncle's spiritual power shot right next to Lin Yu, who was still focused on the notification from the system. "Do you want to use 50,000 points to build a training room? Below are two choices, yes or no." Next came the same message. Do you want to use 50,000 points to build a training room? Below are two choices, yes or no. And again, do you want to use 50,000 points to build a training room? Below are two choices, yes or no. They repeated 3 times. He looked at the notification and thought to himself, now I have 500,000 accumulated points, and saving is not my style. Lin Yu waved his hand, releasing a powerful spiritual power that spread throughout the space. Suddenly, it transformed into a large room, fully equipped with furniture, shelves, tables, and neatly arranged cushions. There was even a fully equipped gym. In addition, there was a spacious and modern bedroom. As he walked around to explore, Lin Yu evaluated with satisfaction. This space is suitable for cultivation. No wonder accumulated points can be exchanged for specific items. Some even use them for decoration. Lying back on the long sofa, Lin Yu sighed. It's a pity that this space is limited and cannot compare to the real world. There, you can also enjoy the scenery right. Immediately, the system popped up a notification. Do you want to use 20,000 accumulated points to install a screen window? Below were the two options, yes or no. Lin Yu thought to himself, there's even this option. Immediately, a window popped up above, showing a crowd walking on the street. Lin Yu was slightly startled, confused, and asked, why are there so many people here today? Immediately, Lin Yu had an answer, because a tall and thin man in the window had just asked someone on the street, are you here to participate in the demon controller competition? The person asked sincerely replied, yes. This time it's an official announcement from the government. The forum will remind you when it's time. Haven't you seen it yet? He immediately pointed to his face and muttered, I haven't seen it yet. Anyway, if it's something serious, Bai Yi and Hai Yu will tell me. The man in the window continued to talk to the person next to him. Each country has 5 people participating in the competition. Players from the 3rd round onwards are required to join. The other person quickly asked, then surely the players from the first 2 rounds who are still alive must be experienced characters. How can they be revealed? Suddenly, the tall, skinny man pointed to a strangely shaped building. He shouted, just remembered, we are a vast country. The competition venue was chosen through the Mingling Tower. Furthermore, to cheer on everyone participating in the Demon Controller, even if they don't meet the criteria, as long as they achieve a certain ranking, they will likely be rewarded. The person beside him tightly grasped his hand, saying with determination, the rewards don't matter, what's important is to bring glory to the country. The tall, skinny man chuckled at this, haha, what can small people like us do for the country? The true warriors fighting for the motherland must be like great Emperor Fengdu over there. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Bai Yi requests to enter your personal space. Lin Yu immediately understood and smiled to himself. Ha, I knew it. Soon, Bai Yi appeared, sitting across from Lin Yu. She reached out and said, Great Emperor Fengdu, I tried calling you but couldn't reach you, so I had to enter your personal space to find you. Lin Yu handed her a cup of tea, calmly asking her about the Demon Controller competition. He had just heard people talking about it in the square. Bai Yi also did not rush to pick up the tea, then slowly said, we really hope you will participate. It's just that I have something to tell you. Someone from National M is offering a reward of $100 million to hunt down Fengdu. Great Emperor Fengdu was holding his tea, looking stunned. Only after a while, he regained his composure and raised his hand to his forehead. Unexpected, not only in the demon world, but even in reality, there are people hunting me down. Bai Yi remained calm, adding, we suspect the Kolom family wants to seek revenge on you for previous incidents. She looked at him with a hint of worry, quickly reminding him, Great Emperor Fengdu, do not underestimate the Kolom family. They hold the vampire inheritance secret, a power that can rival the demon controller families for many years in the country, or even the Taoist Holy Lands. Even this demon controller competition is sponsored by them. If you participate, they will seize the opportunity to harm you. Lin Yu did not relax his guard because of this. He glanced at her, his eyes deep and unpredictable, asking, but are you representing the government to invite me to participate? Right. Bai Yi also did not retreat despite seeing the difficulty. She seriously explained, Great Emperor Fengdu, the achievement in this competition means the right to speak in the future. We absolutely will not bow down to National M. Lin Yu smiled and raised his hand in agreement with her viewpoint. I agree with this perspective. Tell me, what benefits do I gain by participating? She immediately elaborated. First, the piece of land you desire will be approved and can be allocated to you after the demon controller competition. Second, if you rank first in the competition, the government will introduce you to a Taoist holy land to obtain a portion of inheritance. Seemingly satisfied, he nodded, silently thinking. The power of inheritance has its own characteristics. The important thing is that it cannot be bought with money. That is exactly what I need. When Bai Yi reached this point, she bowed her head, not daring to look at Lin Yu. I have to apologize to you in advance. The government has investigated your identity before, so we also understand what happened to you 3 years ago. He was startled when he heard this, his eyes widening. She glanced at him softly and added, if Great Emperor Feng Nu can win the championship this time, the government will definitely help you investigate the truth. A moment of silence enveloped the room. No one spoke. All that remained was the sound of heartbeats and breathing. In the end, it was still Lin Yu who spoke first. He still bowed his head, hiding his emotions, and said, okay, I will represent our country. Bai Yi was overjoyed, tightly holding his hand, smiling brightly, saying, thank you, Great Emperor Fengdu. Well then, Great Emperor Fengdu, follow me now. On the other side of the room, a man was holding his head, crying out, I am a level 4 demon controller. Why is it so difficult? Oh, I need 15 minutes to pass this stage. Suddenly, a female voice cut through the frantic emotions. Please make way. The man suddenly shouted, step back. The registration line is waiting. That girl was Bai Yi, she emphasized with authority. The rules state that players from level 5 and above can have priority for the trial. It was Bai Yi and Fengdu, Great Emperor Fengdu. The man who had just turned around changed his attitude. Great Emperor Fengdu, I am Zhao Tian, the secretary in charge of the competition in room No. 9. At the main entrance, Lin Yu and Bai Yi were walking proudly into the room. Two people walked through the crowd without anyone blocking their way. Everyone actively moved aside to make way for them. The server standing by a door saw them approaching and respectfully bowed, then announced the rules of the competition. The requirement for this round is to pass at least the 4th level. The more levels you pass, or the less time you spend on each level, the higher your ranking will be. The server explained. Above that door, the leaderboard for the time taken to pass the first round is displayed. Top 1 is anonymous, with a time of 2.1 seconds. Top 2 is anonymous, with a time of 8.24 seconds. Top 3 is anonymous, with a time of 9.93 seconds. Top 4 is anonymous, with a time of 10.21 seconds. Top 5 is anonymous, with a time of 11.5 seconds. Lin Yu touched the other door and thought to himself, my record for the first level when entering space horror is still unbeaten. Lin Yu smirked confidently, releasing a powerful spiritual power as he aimed straight at the door, thinking to himself, this time, I will test to see where my limits lie. Lin Yu slowly emerged from the middle stage to enter the first level. As soon as he set foot, before him stood a group of tall, muscular demons, each ready in a fighting stance. Drawing a sword from within, he locked eyes with the demons and said, the challenge begins. I remember the first level has 5 resentful demons, each worth 20 points. Almost instantly, Lin Yu charged forward at full speed, releasing a powerful burst of yin qi as he directly attacked the 5 demons, shouting, die. Soon after, the 5 resentful demons were defeated, leaving behind 5 glowing orbs. A message then appeared. Level 1, challenge successful. Time, 1.8 seconds. Reward, 100 points. Do you wish to continue to level 2? Reading the message, Lin Yu remarked, the demon's recovery speed is 1.5 seconds. It seems that this achievement is already the highest. After a moment of thought, he comfortably agreed to continue the challenge. Yes. Immediately, another message appeared. Level 2, challenge begins. This time, there must have been at least 10 demons, even bigger than the ones before, appearing in front of Lin Yu. Lin Yu saw them standing still, watching them roar loudly, as if to strike a blow to his head. Of course, that didn't affect him at all. Lin Yu smirked as he swiftly flew past each demon, his figure moving at the speed of light, leaving only a white shadow behind. His yin qi was released, powerful and superior. The competition immediately announced, Level 2 challenge successful. Time 10 seconds, reward 500 points. And then, the Level 3 challenge begins. This time, The number of resentful demons appearing was fewer, but among them was one that seemed very formidable. This demon saw Lin Yu and roared loudly. This resentful demon had the innate skill to steal from malicious demons, and it immediately opened its mouth wide, displaying its skill. Freeze, slow down. Snowflakes shot out from its throat, rushing towards Lin Yu as if flying, causing him to step back. Unfortunately, he was still caught by a skill in one of his feet. Lin Yu was slightly surprised. He looked down at his foot and exclaimed, "No wonder the third floor's time is much longer than the other two floors. It turns out the difficulty level has been calculated from the third floor onwards." Of course, with a bit of that ice, it didn't affect him at all, so he soared into the air, smiling brightly and saying, "That's what makes it interesting." Below on the ground, the ice shattered into pieces, unable to pose any threat to him. Lin Yu glided through the demons. Each skill he unleashed was a skill that carried spiritual power, with strong power. After dealing with the others, it was time to face the final boss. Lin Yu rushed towards the demon in its astonishment. Suddenly, the huge demon's eyes widened, its face turned pale, and it let out a loud scream. Lin Yu, annoyed, swung his sword. Yin Kai emanated overwhelmingly, directly hitting the demon's face. As he struck, he cursed, "Shut up." One strike drained the resentful demon of its strength, causing it to fall to the ground, scattered dust and smoke rising up. Outside, the crowd was growing larger and more focused. Someone said, "It's been 10 minutes. Great Emperor Fengdu must have passed the third floor by now." Another person replied, "Great Emperor Fengdu's enemy-killing speed is definitely faster than normal people. He might have already defeated the boss on the fourth floor." A man with an eye patch crossed his arms and refuted the other person. "It's not that easy. The difficulty on the fourth floor is twice that of the third floor. Even Fengdu, Great Emperor Fengdu, may not smoothly reach the fifth floor." Immediately, someone recognized the man and exclaimed, "Oh, aren't you the demon controller level 5 who just passed the fourth floor?" Someone then asked, "Is it true that the fourth floor is so difficult?" The man with the white headband replied, "Of course, on the fourth floor, all the troops are at the malicious demon level. The boss is a high-level malicious demon. Without the strength of a demon controller level 5, combined with combat experience, it's basically impossible to meet the requirements of the preliminary round. On the fifth floor, I struggled to last 5 minutes before being knocked out." At this point, everyone around was amazed. The man continued, "All of those children are at least malicious demon level, at least 30 of them. I can only run away. I even saw the leader being surrounded by those malicious demons. That's a powerful demon." He remembered the fierce demon in the competition, kicking someone's back and crushing them underfoot. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "On the forum, it was said that the demon that Great Emperor Fengdu made a pact with is also a powerful demon, right?" Another person, looking worried, speculated, "With so many malicious demons attacking around like that, the difficulty will be higher than fighting a single powerful demon. Maybe even Great Emperor Fengdu will have to retreat." Bai Yi, wearing a mask, finally looked at them and said, "The demon of Great Emperor Fengdu is now a demon general." Her words immediately shocked the crowd. The man with the white headband asked in a loud voice, "What? A demon general?" Then, he raised his hand to calculate, his face increasingly fearful, cold sweat running down. If the difficulty keeps increasing like this, to encounter a demon general, Great Emperor Fengdu would have to fight up to the 9th level. Bai Yi reluctantly replied to him, "A demon general on the 9th floor couldn't even stop Great Emperor Fengdu. As for the 10th floor, I've only heard people at the Nonin Center mention it." She gestured and continued, "Everywhere there are demon generals. Participants in the challenge have to fight 100. Even with a demon general level control pact, it's not guaranteed that they can survive the siege." The crowd collectively took a deep breath. Bai Yi continued sternly, "Reaching that level is not about who can pass through faster, but rather how long that person can persevere." The man in a serious suit who had been standing next to her from the start asked, "Miss Bai Yi, do you know the record for the longest stay there?" Bai Yi glanced at the man, then answered, "The No9 Center has a veteran officer who once reached the 10th floor and held on for 50 minutes. She then looked intently at the stone tablet, silently pondering, "Great Emperor Fengdu, you are the one I admire the most. Can you do it?" On the other side, Lin Yu is still fighting fiercely. He releases powerful spiritual power, facing a group of demons. An Yen grits his teeth, silently feeling. The 10th floor is indeed difficult. Unexpectedly, Lin Yu loudly summons Zhu Xiang and Ning. Both quickly appear, standing right behind him. Lin Yu confidently thinks to himself, fortunately, the demon controller can summon the Demon Control Pact for help. With these two, the power will not be as simple as 1 + 1 + 1. Lin Yu releases spiritual power, summoning his Yin Qi. He thinks to himself, although I have escaped the suppression from Zhu Qiang's spiritual power, my fighting power is still not comparable to a true demon general. But with these three ultimate Yin Qi, my attack and restriction abilities cannot be measured by level. Lin Yu looks, the resentful demon group is still waiting for the opportunity to attack and expand the Kai world. Then, Lin Yu takes out the Yin Qi Ming Hun Hoa Bai. He silently thinks, good, this way I can hold off the enemy. He then waves the brush and shouts, Ming Hun Hoa Bai, help me design a defensive line. Immediately, from underground, two walls emerged, blocking the demons, leaving only a narrow gap for a demon to pass through. And Ning then flew up, releasing spiritual power from within the sphere. She shouted loudly, reflecting soul, the enemy is approaching. Each demon took a step through the gap in the wall, slowly approaching the floating sphere in front of Ning. Lin Yu saw this, and thought to himself, it's like a defensive magic game. After striking 3 times in a row, the number of demons knocked out was insignificant. Lin Yu then looked at Zhu Xiang beside him, assigning him a task. Zhu Xiang, it's your turn. Zhu Xiang's eyes emitted spiritual power as he walked step by step towards the group of demons, delivering powerful blows with maximum spiritual power. He shouted loudly, Desolate Sword Technique. Each demon hit by this blow screamed in pain, with some even dying directly from the strong spiritual power. Outside, the crowd gathered, watching intently at the stone wall. Someone spoke up. I bet Great Emperor Fengdu can hold out for 50 minutes. Immediately, another person objected. On the forum, someone analyzed the Great Emperor Fengdu's time of maturation. He is a 5th-time player, perhaps not able to compete with those seated from the game publisher's side. Of course, the majority there would agree with this idea more. Someone said, being able to last 40 minutes is enough to make the demon controllers proud. Bai Yi was the first to notice the change in the stone tablet. It emitted a faint sound. She turned to look at the stone tablet. The tablet has reacted. The man asked in astonishment. It's only been 30 minutes. Inside, an ugly demon was roaring loudly with a headache-inducing noise. Lin Yu stood in front of Ning, blocking for her. He said, High-level demon general. She stood behind and asked softly, can it only last until here? Meanwhile, Zhu Xiang looked at the demon general and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! The battle is truly fierce, reminding me of memories from the central area. If one day I can fully restore my strength and return as a top demon general, passing this level would just be a game. Lin Yu remained calm. He lowered his eyes and chuckled lightly. I believe that day is not far away. As for this time, let's stop here. The announcement from the competition side appeared. Challenge failure is about to escape. Immediately, Lin Yu stepped out of the ice wall with a graceful demeanor. Someone outside who was eavesdropping saw him emerge and exclaimed, Great Emperor Fengdu, he's out. Somebody sighed immediately and sarcastically remarked, just over 30 minutes. Even if he is Great Emperor Fengdu, facing the record of the Elder, it's just a small matter. Before the words could fully leave his mouth, someone scolded him. What are you sighing for? Can you do any better to be criticizing like that? The person retorted, What? Am I not allowed to give my opinion? Lin Yu, hearing the commotion, looked over and asked, What are they talking about? Bai Yi approached him and shrugged. They are talking about the time spent on the 10th floor. Great Emperor Fengdu, you don't need to pay attention to their words. This is already a very impressive achievement. As Lin Yu listened to her explanation, his face became more and more confused, and he asked in bewilderment, Floor 10. Staying there. What does that mean? Surprisingly, someone shouted, Quick, look at the result of Great Emperor Fengdu. Another person eagerly added, I wonder if anyone can break the speed record through Floor 9. Unsurprisingly, a notice appeared on the board with the message. Rankings for time through Floor 10. Top 1. Great Emperor Fengdu. Time to pass the stage. 15 minutes. And of course, below that, there was nothing. No top 2, no top 3. Everyone was shocked, their eyes wide open in disbelief, staring ahead in astonishment. Voices of amazement echoed. What? Floor 10. Time to pass the stage is 15 minutes. Bai Yi was also moved, his eyes full of admiration. His heart filled with joyous admiration. Great Emperor Fengdu, you've passed floor 10. Lin Yu calmly replied, That's right. Upon hearing this confirmation, she had to cover her mouth in astonishment at this rare and formidable power. Her eyes widened, glued to Lin Yu. If I remember correctly, your Zhu Qiang is also a high-level powerful demon in the 9 levels of prison. Not long ago, he just became a demon general, right? She suddenly said, just half a month without meeting, and already able to kill 100 demons of the same level in 15 minutes. Lin Yu pondered quietly, looking at his hand, and thinking deeply. After the battle with the demon marshal, it seems that I have changed significantly. The more demons of the same level, the less fear I feel. Clasping his hand tightly, a satisfied smile spread across his lips in joyful contentment. It's just 100 demon generals. A single skill can wipe them all out. Bai Yi's infinite admiration increased exponentially, her eyes shimmering with intense admiration. Those around them were astonished by this courage, their hearts filled with thoughts. Is this still a human? Lin Yu stepped forward, affirming, My achievement has also topped the ranking chart, but there may still be stronger demon controllers at No. 9 Center, right? And there are even stronger demon controllers from foreign countries. Their names are not listed here. Bai Yi replied earnestly, Yes, some government leaders have surpassed the demon general level, but they do not reveal their true power in the tower. As for foreign countries, they are not in the same server as us, with completely opposite spaces. Only when encountering a linked instance can we meet each other. Bai Yi looked towards Lin Yu, then gently explained, This demon controller competition is to showcase power and compete for international influence. That's why countries are not clear about each other's strength. Lin Yu nodded in understanding, so that's how it is. Bai Yi's tone changed with a tinge of worry and warning. But, Great Emperor Fengdu, what happened today will surely be reported to Nation M by spies. They may see you as an enemy. Deep in thought, Lin Yu asked, When will the demon controller competition begin? Bai Yi raised a finger and announced, In a month, in Angel City, Nation M. Upon hearing that, Lin Yu closed his eyes, waved his hand confidently and excitedly. During this time, there's still a chance to enter the instance. I believe I can enhance my power even more. With a smile on his lips, Bai Yi pondered and made a new suggestion. Great Emperor Fengdu, during this time, I think you shouldn't enter the instance anymore. You can exchange for a free pass. I will propose to the government that during this time you can receive sanctuary training. Confused, Lin Yu questioned. But wasn't it said that only the first prize winner would receive it? Bai Yi chuckled softly, placing absolute trust and hope in him. That's just a matter of time. With your performance, I don't think Master Tian Shu will be able to refuse. In the meeting room, everyone gathered seriously sitting together discussing. Mr. Tian Shu spoke up. Everyone, you have seen the situation today. Without a strong foundation, we cannot stand. A powerful force has attacked our country. Even humanity has no way out. The man next to him expressed his opinion. Mr. Tian Shu, I understand the difficulty of the leaders. But the Wei family's inheritance through generations is not easily obtained by anyone. Other men also voiced their support. Exactly. Furthermore, some inheritances have many dangers. Even if we open up all the inheritance, they won't get much in return. What if someone dies in the process? Then what do we do? Mr. Tian Shu glanced, his eyes sharp as a mirror, sternly asked, Are you unwilling to cooperate? The 3 men chuckled, their eyes looking at each other disdainfully without fear. Internally, they challenged. Even the government can't do anything to us. Suddenly, a young man in a black vest rushed in to report. Mr. Tian Shu, urgent news. He leaned in and whispered the news. Leader, Bai Yi just reported that. Upon hearing this, Mr. Tian Shu was slightly puzzled, frozen in place. What's going on? But then, she smiled brightly, clapping her hands on the table, unable to hide her overwhelming excitement. Haha, that's great. The old man with white beard stood next to her, surprised by her extreme reaction, asked curiously, Mr. Tian Shu, what's going on? She crossed her arms and asked, I'm sure everyone has heard of the name Great Emperor Fengdu, right? The old man recalled. Is it the Great Emperor Fengdu rumored on the forums? Great Emperor Fengdu had a relationship with Shang Shang, my disciple, so I've heard of him. The demon controllers present showed disdain, expressing dissatisfaction. Just an arrogant show-off. We are all experienced demon controllers, always humble, yet we are surpassed by a young hotshot. Mr. Tianshu leaned his head on his hands, gently announcing the exciting news that struck the two demon controllers just now. Great Emperor Fengdu, Lin Yu just passed level 10 in 15 minutes. They were extremely surprised, as if struck by lightning. They widened their eyes in disbelief. What? The wrinkled man furrowed his eyebrows, full of suspicion. It's impossible. This is impossible. Even a demon controller level 7, with a demon control pact granting a demon general, cannot surpass level 10. And he's just a fifth-year player, without any inheritance. How could he reach this level? The long-haired demon controller bowed his head, starting to tremble with fear, unable to control his breathing, sweating profusely. Is a demon controller level 7 stronger than my 14 years of cultivation? Master Tianshu spread his arms wide, overflowing with pride, his eyes shining with admiration. Our country is great, with inheritance for generations, always having successors. What else is there to be prouder of among the martial clans? These words impacted the old man's thoughts. He clasped his hands in agreement immediately. Longhu Mountain, we are willing to open the inheritance. Other martial clans also began nodding without hesitation, pondering before saying, Mao Shan, mine will also open inheritance. Jinjiang Temple cannot refuse either. The number of martial clans joining gradually increased. My Lu family, my Su family too. And Guy Tianshu saw the positive and enthusiastic response of everyone, and thought to himself, at first, I thought these aristocratic families would be conservative and wouldn't easily agree to this. But now it seems like we can easily break them down. Great Emperor Fengdu, you really surprised me. She looked at the stubborn man beside her and reminded him, Mr. Wei, you're the only one left now. Wei clenched his fists, feeling hesitant and angry. This great Emperor Fengdu must have set this up with Tianshu. How can these families be easily subdued like this? Just because of a little change, they can easily fall into the hands of the government like this. Despite his reluctance, he forced himself to say the words he didn't want to say. Why family? We also agree. On the other side, Shang Shang greeted happily. Great Emperor Fengdu, it's been a long time. Lin Yu greeted back with joy. Oh, Shang Shang. Shang Shang was overjoyed at this fateful encounter. The mountain has many complex rules, not easy to welcome guests. I didn't expect to meet again at Longhu Mountain. Truly fate. Lin Yu looked at him and replied, I have heard that sanctuary of the Taoist sect, Longhu Mountain, does not deal with ghosts like Mao Shan, or the inheritance of spells. No one can compare. Upon hearing this, Shang Shang raised his hand to lead the way and said, I will take you to meet the representative of the inheritance. The two of them walked to the front of the Longhu Mountain Inheritance Hall, standing before a simple and humble wooden door. Shang Shang briefly introduced, the Inheritance Hall may look normal from the outside, but inside, it is a different secret realm. Great Emperor Fengdu was the first outsider to enter here. Shang Shang smiled. His influence and stature greatly increased. Lin Yu was overflowing with joy. Certainly, after completing the previous mission, I have shown my value to the government, hence receiving such good treatment. Otherwise, with my path, it would have been nearly impossible to obtain the Longhu Mountain inheritance. Lin Yu inquired, What should I do now? Shang Shang coldly instructed him step by step. To obtain the inheritance, you must first examine the spell. Once inside, a representative will present a spell for you to examine. Shang Shang tried to describe the sequence of steps. You need to copy and draw the ancient symbols on paper. Then, you must use spiritual power to ignite them. The principle will determine the level. Then grant inheritance rights at the corresponding level. Lin Yu hesitantly asked all the doubts in his mind. Are the spell competitions similar? Do we need to practice beforehand? Shang Shang immediately explained with enthusiasm. Each person will have a different point. The art of ancient symbols is vast like the sea, with different basic symbols. No one has ever learned the same spell before. I can only say that everything depends on fate. Lin Yu pondered, his eyes serious. If it relies solely on luck, Encountering difficulties, obstacles, won't everything become chaotic? Shang Sheng refuted, calming the usual worries. It's not that bad, with years of experience. Even Long Hu Mountain knows that technique. Precious spells, pure spiritual energy suitable for the divine, carrying the power of principles. He clarified the issue further. To put it bluntly, preparation and technique are necessary. These factors will help you score high in the evaluation. It is certain to receive something significant. Lin Yu felt at ease, boldly stepping forward with a more optimistic spirit. At least I still have the Ming Hun Hua Bai as my advantage. Stepping inside, the atmosphere changed, becoming hazy as if ascending to the 9th layer of clouds. Before him stood a giant elder statue cultivating. He questioned in curiosity, "Isn't this the space inheritance? Why does it feel like I've stumbled into a demon scene? It seems to be enveloped by certain rules." Suddenly, the elder made a movement, extending his hand forward and releasing a skill of spiritual power. A mysterious and amazing light emitted. The bright blue spiritual power converged and interlaced endlessly. Lin Yu realized the spiritual power is starting to condense into a spell. Suddenly, his footsteps halted, wide-eyed and stunned, standing motionless. Confusion filled the space. The elder held out a glowing note, exuding an unspoken power, leaving Lin Yu filled with questions. Is this also a spell? Looking at the coin in front of him, Lin Yu couldn't help but doubt, pondering, are ghost coins also spells? I have never seen a denomination of 4,000 ghost coins in the demon world. With ghost coins in hand, Lin Yu concentrated and made a decision. System, exchange 1 ghost coin for 4,000. The ghost coin in his hand burst into flames along with Lin Yu's wandering thoughts. Speaking of it, ghost coins are actually meant to be burned. Perhaps it truly has a miraculous effect. Filled with confidence, Lin Yu eagerly awaited for his prediction to be proven correct. The elder suddenly changed his attitude, his lips curling into a satisfied smile, extremely pleased. He continuously expressed his happiness and praise. Perfect, there is no excess energy at all. It is even better than what Tian Chai used to do when he was alive. He then inquired again. The spell earlier, was it created by you? Lin Yu nodded in confirmation. Yes, I made it. Hearing this, the elder was even more surprised, admiringly saying, the 4,000-leaf charm is a new type of spell that has never appeared before. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible to cheat. Lin Yu continued to smile joyfully, his eyes shining like stars in the darkness. Happiness was clearly evident on his face. Perhaps it is because of my aptitude for money. You are the senior Tian Shi of Longhu Mountain, right? The elder replied in a dignified manner. I am just a soul left from the control pact of the Heavenly Master in the past. He recounted the tale. 1,000 years ago, ghosts invaded the mortal world. The 4th generation Tian Shi bravely ventured into the Yu Ming realm to seek a way to vanquish the ghosts, leaving behind thousands of swords in the Grand Hall of Longhu Mountain. That is why I am here to protect them, ensuring the inheritance of humanity remains unbroken. Lin Yu was utterly shocked and amazed to the point where he could not express it. He simply could not believe what was unfolding before him. 1,000 years? So did the 4th generation Tian Shi find a way to defeat the ghosts. The elder closed his eyes, displaying a deep and unending sorrow that was hard to put into words. He did not return, but as you can see, the demons have not successfully invaded. I do not know if it is due to his efforts or not. With sharp and serious eyes, Lin Yu reflected his concentration and determination. Subdemon is about to return. The elder raised his hand, pointing forward, saying, now is the time for us to fulfill our mission. The elder rewarded Lin Yu with a proud smile, deserving of what Lin Yu had just demonstrated. Junior, you are the first in 1,000 years to perfectly replicate the talisman. This is your reward. Use this inheritance wisely. The legendary talisman was handed to Lin Yu, emitting a powerful and overwhelming energy, exuding immense power and authority. The elder then returned to a calm, motionless state, eyes deep and contemplative yet sharp, reminding in a profound and solemn manner, I must go to sleep now. When you advance to level 12, come find me. The inheritance of talismans continued to radiate energy, a beam of light piercing through Lin Yu's head. He touched his head and murmured to himself, so the inheritance of talismans is like this. The essence of the talisman is the power of rules, copied onto paper. Every stroke is a mimic of traces, the flow of rules. Lin Yu thought. Therefore, when activating spiritual power, it is possible to simulate the effects of the corresponding rule. In fact, every character written with the Ming Hun Ha Bai is a talisman. It's just that previously, I was not proficient in the simple structure of the characters, which caused a part of the spiritual power to be wasted, thus limiting its strength. The inheritance of talismans that Sol Tan Shi gave to me can be said to directly lead to the essence. Therefore, this is the opposite way of working compared to ghost coins. The method of creating ghost coins is to refine spiritual power, compress it, and pour it into a physical carrier. Because its material is pure spiritual power, it can circulate throughout the entire demon world. In the demon world, at least the rank of demon marshal is required to start making ghost coins. A demon marshal working non-stop for a month can produce 100,000 ghost coins. If calculated based on an 8-hour work regime, 500,000 ghost coins are roughly equivalent to the monthly salary of a demon marshal, and a demon marshal can use a portion of this salary to hire those weaker than themselves to work for them. The weaker individuals then use this money for shopping and consumption. Lin Yu said, countless ghost coins are brought into the demon world market to circulate. This is the primitive form of the economic system of the demon world. Conversely, this process can turn ghost coins back into spiritual power, releasing it. Lin Yu smiled contentedly. It also means that from now on, ghost coins in the system will directly turn into my fighting power. The spiritual power from the scroll of swirling runes continued non-stop, forming blurry white patches. The elder had truly sunk into a deep slumber, gazing ahead. Lin Yu pondered. With my current strength, I can only burn ghost coins worth 10,000, equivalent to a strike from a demon marshal primary. But in the future, what if I burned billions of ghost coins? Expressing his deep gratitude and respect, Lin Yu said, "Thank you, Senior, I will not disappoint the inheritance of thousands of years." As he walked out, he calculated, let's name it Krypton Gold Talisman. At the door, Shang Sheng anxiously waited. Great Emperor Fengdu, did you succeed? Lin Yu calmly replied, yes, but to truly master this inheritance, I need to meditate and train more. Shang Sheng enthusiastically expressed his warm welcome to Great Emperor Fengdu. In that case, during this time, please stay at Longhu Mountain. It's a great opportunity for us to interact with each other and with Senior Brother. Senior Brother Shang Yuan, a level 6 demon controller practicing 5 Thunders Taoism, greeted Lin Yu and mentioned his participation in the demon controller competition. Lin Yu responded cheerfully, looking forward to learning more from them. As he walked alongside Shang Yuan brothers, Lin Yu's mind wandered to other thoughts. In addition to the Krypton Gold Talisman, this inheritance also includes basic techniques on drawing talismans. Once mastered, it can enhance my power when using Ming Hun Hoa Bai. Gazing ahead, Lin Yu felt content. This trip to Longhu Mountain has been very rewarding. The sanctuary of 1,000 years has truly changed my abilities. In the upcoming demon controller competition, I will surely surprise foreign demon controllers with my newfound strength. The peaceful twilight sky set the scene. On the screen, a message appeared. Rankings for clearing level 7, 4th place, Xiao Nian. Time taken 20 minutes. Everyone was amazed by this unbelievable result. It only took 20 minutes? Unable to hide his surprise and admiration, the young man exclaimed, "Girl, are you really a newcomer from the 5th round?" Xiao Nian turned around, a sweet smile blooming on her lips as she replied, "Yes." The young man laughed, showering her with praise and applause. "I can't believe it. I never expected that in the 5th round we would not only have Great Emperor Fengdu, but also a talented girl like you." Xiao Nian closed her eyes and sighed, refusing to accept the title of talented. She had fought the resentful demons with her agility and flexibility. Everything had a reason. She clenched her fists in her heart. To achieve today's success, I spent billions of my father's money, underwent dangerous special training, and even added more tasks to the instance mission. Finally, I was able to ascend to Demon Controller Level 4. Xiao Nian had unwavering faith in the future ahead. "And Lin, I will prove it. I will definitely keep up with your footsteps." The man held up a piece of paper with an announcement. "The preliminary round has ended. All participants have been determined." With a piece of paper in hand, the girl signaled, "It's time to get ready to go." In the dark room, the man held tightly onto the paper. Above it was a list of participants in the Nation Age competition. Great Emperor Fengdu, Hai Yu, Shang Yuan, Mad Knife, Lai Nian. The reserves included Wei Guanghu and Xiao Bing-er. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Great Emperor Fengdu, soon we will meet again. Shang Yuan and Lin Yu entered happily with their suitcases full of hope. They were surprised to see others already in the room. Lai Nian was about to greet Lin Yu. But before he could, Mad Knife enthusiastically waved and called out, Great Emperor Fengdu. Lin Yu jokingly responded, Hello, Mad Knife. Lai Nian looked puzzled and asked, Lin Shu, do you two know each other? Lin Shu laughed excitedly and cheerfully replied, Yes, during an online transaction in Jiang City, Great Emperor Fengdu gave me a lot of Yinqi money. That money has helped me a lot since then. He boasted proudly and arrogantly. Back then, even Mr. Bai Yi had to spend 7,500,000 to buy it. Yet that guy only took a piece of torn fabric from me. Thankfully, I didn't disappoint Great Emperor Fengdu and made it to the top 4 qualifiers. Haha, I won't let down the nurturing of Great Emperor Fengdu. Meanwhile, Lin Yu chuckled to himself. This guy still doesn't know that I took the Yin Kai high-grade item from him, and he's here bragging. Lin Yu turned to greet Lai Nian. Long time no see. Lai Nian looked affectionately at him and replied, It's been a while. This time, Lin Shu was surprised, exclaiming, Great Emperor Fengdu, do you also know Miss Lai from the Li family? Lin Yu explained, Oh, I met her for the first time during an instance. On Lai Nian's face, a smile sparkled with pride and confidence. Her eyes shone with a moment of enthusiasm and excitement. She continued, Moreover, during a trade in Jiang City, Lin also gave me a bottle of wine that can unlock spiritual power, worth 10 million. Lin Shu frowned, feeling displeased, while Lin Yu, puzzled by these competitive individuals, said, Given? No, I already received your $10 million check, didn't I? Looking at Lin Nian as if he was very proud and arrogant, while Lin Shu was timid and shy, making Lin Yu constantly worried. What are these two boasting about? Hai Yu stood next to him, patting his shoulder, teasing. By saying that, everyone participating this time seems to know Lin Yu. This relationship is truly admirable. I seem to be just a team captain in name only. Lin Yu blushed, waved his hand, hurriedly deflecting. Hai Yu, stop teasing. And you are the official captain. Don't think about transferring all the pressure to me. The man in a suit clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. All right, now everyone is here. I am the secretary. Following Captain Hai Yu, I will introduce the details of this International Demon Controller Tournament. Standing on the platform, he carefully explained in detail. This is the first international tournament with the theme of exchange and cooperation in the demon controller community among countries. At the same time, the rankings are also aimed at laying the foundation for the position of each country in the international demon controller community. Therefore, to showcase the comprehensive strength of the representative teams from various countries, the competition format is very diverse and flexible. Hai Yu seriously crossed his arms, announcing, According to the information we received from Nation M, to pass through the secret maze, at least one demon controller level 4 must lead the team. This preliminary round is enough to eliminate countries with small populations and weak foundations. Next, the secretary continued confidently, elaborating on the gameplay. After passing the preliminary round, the second round is the arena. The organizers will select the seeded teams based on the time it takes to complete the maze, then divide them into 5 round-robin groups. His sharp eyes, serious tone added. The arena is a simple combat confrontation. The result is decided by direct fighting strength. In the end, only 2 teams from each group will advance, eliminating more than 90% of the countries. He will lead them to the finals. The format of the final match is still a mystery. Standing up, Lin Yu affirmed loudly, regardless of the form of competition, there is only one result. Hai Yu placed his hand on his, showing determination and perseverance. The voice of the secretary rang out. Our team has Captain Hai Yu, reliable and steady, with the mysterious and powerful Fengdu. The other 3 also stand with determination and enthusiasm. We also have the leader of Longgu Mountain, with 1,000 years of tradition, the commoner Mad Knife, and the wealthy genius, Li Family Harris. Hai Yu's eyes shone with light, filled with hope. Our goal is to become champions. The 5 of them stacked their hands together, showing strong unity and determination, embodying a sense of solidity in every gesture. like a symbol of unity and solidarity. Strong and united, they are ready to face any challenge together. In the clear blue sky, planes soared high above. Stepping outside, they breathed in the air. Lin Yu exclaimed, "This looks like a modern city." Looking up at the sky, he praised, "It's hard to imagine. But recently there has been a secret maze created by the ancient Mayan." Lai Nian blinked, sharing what she knew. "But this tournament, Le Chang has gathered many demon controllers from various countries." Lai Nian continued, "The surrounding neighborhoods have been completely controlled by the demon controller. Our Lai family group is also involved." Hai Yu stepped forward, gently announcing, "Secretary Zhao, and I need to attend the report for this tournament. Everyone is free to do as they please. Let's meet at the hotel before dark." Shyly, Lai Nian asked, "Lin, would you like to take a walk?" Lin Yu agreed, turning back to the group and inviting them. "Would you all like to come along?" But Lin Shu was stopped by Shang Yuan, who said, "No, I and Mad Knife have something to discuss privately." Feeling excluded, Lin Shu turned back angrily, questioning, "What do you want to discuss with me?" Shang Yuan sighed in frustration, responding, "Why can't you understand the ways of the world like a monk like me?" As Lai Nian and Lin Yu walked in silence, the atmosphere heavy, Lai Nian finally broke the ice. "Lin, do you like this?" Holding it out, Lin Yu looked pleased and slightly intrigued, so she decided to buy it, telling the shopkeeper, "Please wrap this up for me." Lin Yu was holding another item, not having said anything yet, when Lai Nian pointed at it and quickly decided, this one also wrapped up. Lin Yu barely saw or paid attention to anything before Lai Nian would decisively close the deal. "This entire wall is also packed up." The outrageous idea of this wealthy person made Lin Yu worried as he clenched his teeth. "This is a bit." Lai Nian cheerfully, fondly looked at him. "Lin, everything is for you." Lin Yu was momentarily stunned, not knowing what to say. For a moment, couldn't tell if it's me or her who's the genius here. After walking around for a while, time passed by. Lin Yu returned the gesture. "It's already time to eat. I'll treat you to a meal." The chef bowed, serving attentively. "What would the two of you like to eat?" In his mind, Lin Yu worriedly pondered endlessly. This waiter must have fluctuating spiritual powers. Although not at the level of a demon controller, surely a player of eerie tricks. After reading the menu, Lin Yu wondered, there are no barcodes here to scan for the dishes. How come? Lai Nian cleverly understood the reason, scanning a barcode to order. How would they receive the tip? Just with that remark, the chef identified, "So you're a nation-age person." Suddenly, a group of people led by a loud man caught everyone's attention. "No one in instance will witness our victory. This time, we have a chance to show our strength in the real world." The others enthusiastically agreed, overly excited, constantly flattering. "This time, with the team leader of Nation K, we will definitely make it to the top 3. Where are the waitstaff?" Lin Yu was interrupted while reading the menu, feeling puzzled by what just happened. The kitchen staff warmly welcomed another guest, still wearing that same smile, even more friendly and enthusiastic. "What would you like to eat?" Lai Nian, unsatisfied, reminded them in annoyance. "Hey, we were ordering." Sai-jun arrogantly displayed his contemptuous attitude. "Oh, isn't this the demon controller of Nation H? You really don't know your place. How could a staff member serve you before our Nation K?" Lin Yu started to get angry, but tried to control herself before asking, "What do you mean?" Sai-jun took out money to bribe the waiter. "Haha, just say it. Speak up, and I'll add another $100 as a bonus." The waiter's eyes lit up at the sight of the money, like a flower blossoming in spring. Receiving the money, he became like a cheap puppet. He could say anything to Sai-jun contemptuously. "It's fine. I know Nation A people are the most stingy. I don't want to waste my time with you." Lin Yu exploded in anger, furious, slamming the table hard, his eyes sharp like knives. "Stingy?" The kitchen server showed arrogance. "So you want to cause trouble? Our demon controller, a level 4 demon controller." However, another woman stepped forward respectfully. "I'm sorry. Please don't be angry, customer. I apologize. It was his own impulsive actions. I will report this to the manager and request the dismissal of this rude staff member." The kitchen server was not only unafraid but also smug. "Want to dismiss me, unless her performance is better. But how could it be? Hemph, you obediently served your poor customers. Your performance can never beat mine." The girl ignored the sarcasm insults, and maintained her professionalism, handing out the menu. "So, what would you like to order? Shall I bring each dish separately?" Lin Yu raised his head high, with a confident and arrogant look, saying, "No need to look. Order each dish separately." Both the waitstaff and chef were astonished after hearing Lin Yu's grandiose order. Se-jun also fell into a state of surprise. "Did I hear that correctly?" The waitstaff and chef chuckled, showing clear contempt and disdain. "It's unbelievable how overestimating oneself can be." He laughed loudly, wanting to mock and teach Lin Yu a memorable lesson. "We are a high-end restaurant. All ingredients are imported from the demon world to enhance spiritual power. Now if you pretend to be wealthy and can't pay later, you will be punished by our boss." Lin Yu laughed playfully, ignoring the condescending remarks, brushing them off. "Why are you talking so much? Just serve us. Maybe their bill won't even be as much as ours later." Se-jun took the menu, feeling offended, glaring at Lin Yu with a hint of resistance. "Huh, isn't it just money? We are the top demon controllers in Nation K. How can we not afford a meal?" However, after taking the menu, he began to sweat, trembling as he read, $19,999.99 for the demon pumpkin salad, $40,000 for the wild sea of river weakness with black truffle and demon vinegar sauce. He looked at the menu. Smoked black soul shark, $59,999.99. Grilled snails with red wine, $49,999.99. Carefully selected strange beast meat, $9,999.99. Demon World tomatoes, $69,999.99. Seeing the prices made him lose his initial confidence, he exclaimed, "Why is it so expensive?" His companions advised him to give up. "Captain Sai, should we go to a different restaurant?" However, with his high self-esteem, Se-jun insisted on staying with a thick skin. "No, if we leave now, won't we be threatened by the people of Nation H? We can just order some cabbage, at least we'll still get a meal." So he began to pretend to shout in frustration. "Is this supposed to be a high-end restaurant, and there's not even the most high-class kimchi dish?" The food on Se-jun's table had been eaten up, with no leftovers. His companions felt unsatisfied as their hunger was not yet satisfied. Money spent on food that had already been eaten. "Captain, what should we do next? Or just sit and wait?" Se-jun still refused to get up and leave, glancing at Lin Yu's table with a contemptuous look. "What are you all in such a rush for? We can add more water to the soup. We can sit a little longer." In his heart, he was eagerly anticipating watching a good play. "I must watch this show to the end. I don't believe they have the money to pay the bill." After finishing the meal, Lin Yu gently asked, "Are you full?" Lai Nan smiled contentedly. Although not as good as Zhu Shang's food, it's still delicious. As Lin Yu loudly called out, "Check, please." This moment was what Se-jun had been waiting for. "Haha, the good play is here." The waitress respectfully approached and reported, "Your total bill is $166,000. Could you pay with a card?" Lin Yu took out a card confidently and replied, "This card has $300,000. It's enough to cover the bill. The remaining amount can be considered as a tip for you." Lin Yu's simple words caused tension and surprise in the room. The waitress's face turned red, sweating as she began to calculate. $300,000 minus the bill leaves over $130,000 left. Despite receiving a large sum of money, the waitress hesitated and politely declined. "This is not appropriate." Lin Yu calmly explained the reason to the girl. "We are both fellow countrymen of Nation H. The water does not flow outside the home fields. You have a voice here, and even if other nationals from Nation H come, they will not be bullied by petty people. You don't need to feel pressured. This amount of money is insignificant to us." Upon hearing such warm and sincere words, the girl happily agreed. "Then I accept. Anyway, I will wholeheartedly support my fellow countrymen." However, the male chef immediately ran over to protest. "Wait." He scowled and showed an unwilling attitude. "This table was brought in by me, so you must split this tip with me." The girl showed anger at his unreasonable and shameless behavior. "Why?" He arrogantly replied, "Because I am a citizen here, while you are just an illegal immigrant from Nation H, still a dangerous demon controller." He loudly proclaimed himself to be right. "You have experienced 2 rule changes in the horror game. returning to reality without discerning the situation. In Nation M, we are the ones who establish the rules. But his hand was firmly grasped by Lin Yu, preventing his crazed actions. Lin Yu's eyes showed anger, frustration bubbling up inside and bursting out. Rules. You pride yourselves on the growth of your service industry, but don't understand this logic. Tips and bonuses are supposed to depend on the customer's mood. This young lady has made me happy, worthy of me paying this amount. Lin Yu immediately let go of him, very cold and decisive, continuing, and you look down on others, making me unhappy. Not only will I not give you benefits, but I will also file a complaint against you. Saijun's group put their hands on the server, smiling challengingly. Don't be afraid, we will testify for you, as unreasonable H Nation, people causing trouble. He again smiled mockingly, expressing his doubts. Moreover, whether his card has money or not is still unknown. Even if he is a demon controller level 4, he wouldn't be rich enough to spend $300,000 in one meal. Lai Nayan noticed the tense situation, diverting from her initial intention. Now, can't let brother Lin expose his identity. So she quickly responded, who says we have to rely on being a demon controller to make money? Haven't you heard of the Li Family Corporation? Just mentioning the name, he was already trembling, his face drained of color. Li Family Corporation is a famous corporation in Nation H. The kitchen server's face twisted in fear as he realized his mistake. I heard last time that the boss had business dealings with Li Family Corporation in Nation 8. If these two decide to complain, I might get fired. With no regard for his dignity, he immediately dropped to his knees, begging and pleading. He cried, tears and snot mixing together, trying to evoke sympathy, attempting to salvage the situation as best as he could. Esteemed guest from Nation H with a long history, surely you know the saying the Prime Minister has a lot of money in his belly. With your immense wealth, even richer than the Prime Minister of Nation H in the past, you will surely forgive a small fry like me, right? Lin Yu coldly replied with a stiff smile. Do you know that Nation H also has a saying, if you have a grudge, don't be a gentleman? You only remember the long history of Nation H now. Isn't it too late? The unexpected appearance of the boss interjected in the chaotic situation. Speaking up, the guest is absolutely right. He was serious, his face showing the sincere apology attitude of the restaurant. Poking at the wrong person. Just thinking about apologizing is meaningless. Moreover, your behavior is racially discriminatory, a serious violation of the right political principles of the international community. So he decisively made a quick decision. You're fired. Get out. Immediately, the chef was grabbed by the neck and driven away, despite his attempts to protest. No. He looked at the Saijun group, teaching them a lesson. As for you all, causing trouble in my restaurant like this, show some respect. Saijun still maintained an arrogant attitude, saying, we are members of the Demon Controller team from Nation K. We order less because it doesn't suit our taste. Despite hearing this, the restaurant owner maintained his initial position, unwavering. Even though you have special status, greater power than me, I can still say that from now on I will not do business with you. The neighboring restaurants, I will also tell them not to welcome you for a few days. And so they were humiliated and expelled from the restaurant. Before leaving, Saijun turned back, scoffing loudly, showing extreme hatred. Lin Yu looked at the attitude of the boss and evaluated. This boss is quite impressive, very good at adapting to the current situation. After resolving everything satisfactorily, he bowed to the two of them, expressing his remorse. I am Jason Cook, the owner of this restaurant, also a partner of the Li Family Corporation. He said, the incident was due to my management mistake. You don't need to pay for this meal. I offer it for free to show my apology. However, Lin Yu completely refused, saying, no need. Thank you. But I am not short of money. The boss still smiled generously. No, it's not a problem. No need to refuse. This is my professional ethics. I have to pay the price to remember this lesson. Seeing his sincere and earnest attitude, Lin Yu had to accept, replying, if the boss said so, then thank you. The girl standing behind, understanding everything, thought to herself, I have never seen the boss show professional ethics before. Jason Cook scratched his head happily and amicably. As long as you two forgive, that's good enough. Right, do you have any opinions on the taste of our restaurant's dishes? I really want to hear the opinions of people from Nation H to improve the flavor. Lin Yu pondered for a moment before commenting on the dish. I think this noodle dish should be mixed with Soul 42 conchas, because these demon conchas are too long. They will directly impact the negative torsion force and immediately generate high-energy proteins, also known as ghost talismans. This will seriously affect the restaurant's development, even causing pollution to the ghost-controlling world in space. Jason Cook nodded, taking note of this advice. I will remember these suggestions. As night fell, the full moon and countless stars shimmered in the sky. In the room, everyone fell silent, becoming serious. They all thought deeply, gazing towards Haiyu. Lin Yu was slightly shocked. It's rare to see Haiyu so serious. Haiyu opened her eyes wide, announcing solemnly to everyone, "Since everyone has returned, I want to use tonight to hold a strategic meeting. I have some bad news to share with everyone." She recalled what had happened today and recounted. Today, at the registration area, we saw a level 7 demon controller in Nation Team M. Lin Yu held a large painting of Demon Controller Nation M along with an introduction. Kuaran Kolom, a level 7 demon controller, the leader of the vampire family, along with his brother Kang Lan. He returned the painting to Haiyu, but his mind was still filled with thoughts. There are rumors that the head of No. 9 Investigation Center of Nation H. Tian Shu is also just a level 7 demon controller. Although for now, this is just a rumor, it is certain that this person is the strongest force in Nation M. Kang Yuan remarked. A level 7 demon controller is able to utilize their powers as a demon controller without backfire. If he has support from the ancestral family, possessing the strength of a demon general, even a high-class demon general is not surprising. He seemed surprised. Does Nation M really have such a character? They must value us highly. Haiyu, with a worried look, voiced her concerns. What I am truly concerned about is that the rules of the final match have not been announced yet. By then, Nation M may ally with other countries to suppress Nation H. She continued to ponder and spoke of the unease, turmoil in her heart. I know the captain of Nation Sakura team. She is the young heiress of the Genji family, renowned as the Demon Controller Level 6 Peak, Genji Moki. Just before the emergence of the horrifying game, Genji Moki had signed a contract with the powerful demon Lucid Dream Baku, very difficult to deal with. She sat with folded arms in the tense atmosphere, everyone listening intently as Haiyu announced. Currently, after all these years, the powerful demon Lucid Dream Baku is very likely to have been promoted to Demon General. The Nation Sakura team, led by her, is a formidable opponent. Lin Yu added, Today, Xiao Mei and I met with the members of Nation K team, their captain named Sai Jun, a demon controller level 6, stronger than the captain of Nation K we encountered before. Lai Mei nodded and added, The rest of the team are all demon controller level 5. The secretary began to worry. In addition, there is also the demon controller level 7 of Clan Column Nation M, Great Emperor Fengdu. Do you have confidence? Lin Yu chuckled and replied, If we talk about combat strength, I am confident that we will win as in every competition. All rules are set by them. The good times are not in our favor. Even I do not have absolute certainty. Lin Yu's eyes shone brightly, determination burning like a fierce flame in his eyes as he said, Therefore, we must make even more efforts to minimize our opponents in the qualifiers. At that moment, there was a loud knock on the door. A woman with a gentle smile opened the door and said, Haiyu, you're here, but you didn't come to see me. Recognizing the familiar voice, Haiyu was surprised, her eyes widening as she exclaimed, This is the captain of Nation Sakura, Miss Genji Moki. Getting no response, Genji Moki directly pushed the door open with her hand and entered the room. After entering, she smiled knowingly and said in a deep voice, Haiyu, sorry to bother you so late, but I have something really important to discuss with you. She then raised her hand to her mouth, glanced around with a startled look, and said, So many people here, trying to figure out how to deal with us. These mocking words made Haiyu angry. She crossed her arms and said bluntly, Miss Genji Moki, if you've got something to say, please do so, no need to beat around the bush. Miss Genji Moki chuckled lightly, her eyes looking ahead as she said, Haha, don't be so tense. Actually, Koran Kolom has come to see me, but I really want to help you. My heart only goes out to Haiyu. Haiyu looked at her coldly and sharply. Oh, is that how good of a friend you are? Do you have any conditions? Please speak. Genji Moki still didn't get straight to the point, instead, looking towards Lin Yu, and pretending to praise. "Oh, isn't this the handsome young master, great Emperor Fengdu, Mr. Lin? I've seen your post online, and I'm a big fan of yours." Despite that, she suddenly became excited and agitated, constantly hugging her flushed face and shouting, "Actually, my condition is quite simple. Just give me great Emperor Fengdu after the competition ends. I will refuse Koran Kolon's request, even make it difficult for them." But before she could finish speaking, Hai Yu and Lai Mayan showed their determination, with firm and completely dismissive gazes. "Absolutely not." Genji Moki casually asked, "Why?" Xiao Nayan, angry and flushed, furrowed her brows, and with suppressed anger declared, "Brother Lin is not a toy to be bought and sold. Your actions show a lack of respect for others." Hai Yu sat calmly, expressing her firm personal opinion. "We will not make any decisions regarding Great Emperor Fengdu. If you have any requests for Great Emperor Fengdu, only he has the right to respond." Immediately, Genji Moki turned to Lin Yu. "Haha, let's change the way we talk. Great Emperor Fengdu, I want to make a bet with you." Lin Yu smiled mysteriously, waiting and saying, "Go on." Genji Moki raised his head, confident and prideful, and exclaimed, "If Nation H is the first team to escape the maze in the qualifiers, I will not interfere in the affairs of Nation H anymore, nor will I interfere in the affairs of Nation M. If not then, don't even think about interfering in the battle plans that benefit my team, Nation Sakura." She pointed towards Lin Yu without hesitation, with a joyful smile. "Furthermore, we must invite Great Emperor Fengdu to our Nation Sakura to play for a week." Lin Yu replied straightforwardly, without hesitation. "Agreed." Excited by the agreement, Genji Moki exclaimed, "Really? Great Emperor Fengdu lives up to his name, truly majestic." Unable to bear Genji Moki's hands-on approach, Lin Yu pushed her away, causing pain to spread across her face. Genji Moki screamed in agony and grimaced in pain, shouting out, "Ah!" Lin Yu sternly declared, "The bet has been successful. Please leave. I do not want to meet like this again." Genji Moki smiled and said, "Little girl, understood." Immediately, a pink light appeared, and she completely disappeared to the astonishment of everyone in the room. They staggered, their limbs trembling, unable to stand firmly anymore. What just happened? Where did that girl go? Lin Yu explained patiently, "Genji Moki has never been here. Everything just now was a dream created by the yin ki of the demon world ultimate." He exclaimed, "What?" Hai Yu calmly speculated, with her current status, she definitely cannot possess the ultimate weapon. This is probably a loan from the Genji elders specifically for her. This time, Nation Sakura has truly invested all their resources in her. Xiao Nian looked at Lin Yu with a curious gaze. "Brother Lin, did you really know all along? Is that why you agreed to the bet with her?" Lin Yu replied cheerfully, "Just going with the flow. We are from Nation H, always aiming for the top spot. And with this bet, we can conveniently eliminate a competitor as well." The secretary couldn't help but worry, saying, "The entire gamble is with Great Emperor Fengdu, and you have to bear the consequences." Lin Yu, on the other hand, didn't care about any of that. "Ha, that's not a problem. Besides, I'm also very curious why she's targeting me when I'm just a foreigner." He silently made a prediction. She must have run into some trouble. Outside the city, a large crowd had gathered, bustling with activity. Team Nation M appeared with hostile faces, filled with resentment. Next came Team Nation Sakura, standing boldly with challenging and arrogant expressions. Team Nation EU exuded an air of grandeur, while Team Nation Hero observed everything carefully and meticulously. Standing at the back, Lin Yu pondered, "This is the meeting of powerful teams from various big countries." The girl in the yellow shirt picked up the microphone and announced to everyone, "The venue for this qualifying round is called the Lost Tomb. This is a secret place, at the powerful demon level. Nation M's Department of Investigation discovered this place 3 months ago, only briefly exploring the entrance before immediately sealing it off. No one has been able to enter all the way so far, so this is a fair opportunity for all nations." The girl continued, "The Lost Tomb has a total of 10 entrances. When entering, you will have to face traps and monster. The level of the monster has been rated as powerful demon level, moderate overall difficulty. The teams representing various countries, after passing through the maze and finding the exit, will be promoted and earn a ticket to the group stage." She introduced further, "Please welcome Mr. Sable, the director of the Paranormal Division of FBI Nation M, who is also the head of the International Demon Controller Competition this time, to draw for the participating teams. He stepped forward with a majestic air, raising his hand high to prepare for the draw. The balls flew from his device and fell into the hands of the teams, each ball with a different color. Yu quickly grabbed the red ball and read the relevant information on it, saying, "Entrance number 10. After looking around, she continued, "The team entering with us is none other than Nation K. It's really a small world." Sai-jun and his teammates encountered Lin Yu's team. Sai-jun said with a look of disdain, "Is this really the team from Nation H? I didn't expect them to have a woman as the captain, and to bring along a weak level 4 girl." Yu, seeing Sai-jun's contempt for her, angrily replied, "So what if I'm a woman? I'm also a level 6 demon controller just like you." Sai-jun retorted, "I don't care to argue with a girl like you. Is that great Emperor Fengdu not participating in the competition?" Since Lin Yu was wearing a mask to conceal his identity, Sai-jun didn't recognize him. Lin Yu stepped forward and said, "If he were here, would you be ready to admit defeat right away?" Seeing that he couldn't retort against Lin Yu, Sai-jun and his teammates turned to leave. As Sai-jun walked away, he looked back and sneered, "Haha, you guys are the ones who should be prepared to lose. With this lineup, it seems like Nation H is just here to experience the qualifiers." Lin Xiao angrily shouted, "You!" Next to Lin Shu, Shang Yuan placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "We are the first ones to exit the maze. Let's not waste time talking to them." Sai-jun sneered, initially finding it amusing. "Haha." Lin Yu contemplated them. It seems they know something, and then directly addressed Ning. "Help me see what he's thinking." When Lin Yu, through Ning, used the mind-leading technique to read Sai-jun's thoughts, the knave people of Nation H still think they will take first place. How could they know that Nation M has given the first half of the journey map to some countries that have good relations with us? With such a huge advantage, how could Nation H catch up? Oh, so that's how it is. Sai-jun and his team entered. Teen Lin Yu also went in. A moment later, at the entrance, Lin Yu blocked Sai-jun's team and said, "Hello." Sai-jun was taken aback. Lin Yu continued, "Based on your appearance yesterday, you are definitely short on money. If you cooperate, I can address your urgent needs." Sai-jun replied, "What do you mean?" Lin Yu said, "I want the map that Nation M gave you." The members of Lin Yu's team were surprised. One person spoke up, "A map." Yu said, "I knew it. Nation M is up to their tricks again." Lin Shu was furious. This is clearly a blatant act of cheating. Sai-jun began to sweat, thinking, "Strange, how does he know about the map?" Sai-jun hurriedly defended, "We don't have any map. Don't talk nonsense." Lin Yu, with a serious expression, chuckled lightly. "Haha, you guys don't need to pretend anymore. Since I said that, I naturally have evidence. If I go out and expose the truth, Nation K and Nation M will never be able to lift their heads in the world of international demon control. Moreover, Nation M will find out about this and blame everything on you." While Sai-jun and his teammates were extremely worried, Lin Yu continued to offer him advice. "On the contrary, if you hand me the map, not only will I not report you, but I will also give you a monetary reward, and only you will know that I know. Nation M won't blame you either." Seeing the anxious expression on Tai-jun's face, Sai-jun and his teammates began to think more carefully about the situation. Lin Yu turned away with a victorious look on his face. "Think it over carefully. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another one." As Sai-jun was still deep in thought, sweating, one of his teammates spoke up. "Captain, given how things have turned out, we can't pass up such a good opportunity to make money." Another teammate of Sai-jun chimed in, "That's right, after all. It's just the first half of the map. It won't have much impact." A female teammate of Sai-jun also added, "Even if we give them the map with the level of this team, they can't threaten us. But having money would be different for us. Moreover, in the first round, we just need to get through to qualify. Competing for rankings with us right now really doesn't make much sense." Sai-jun thought of the meal from the other day, while Lin Yu gritted his teeth. Sai-jun then raised 3 fingers and said, $30 million. I can consider selling this map to you." Lin Yu didn't bother to turn around, waved his hand dismissively, and said, "Haha, truly insatiable, lacking any sincerity." Seeing that Lin Yu was unwilling to agree, Sai-jun quickly said, Wait, how much are you planning to offer? Lin Yu smirked with satisfaction, turned his face, and said, $3 million, no bargaining. Sai Jun's expression turned sour at the price Lin Yu just mentioned, and he thought, isn't he very rich? He spent so much on food alone, yet after buying the map, he only offers such a small amount. Lin Yu continued to walk away, adding with a tone of indifference, Hemph, if you want to sell it, then sell it. If not, then forget it. After all, it's just the first half of the map, it doesn't matter much. Even if you don't give us the map, with the capabilities of your team, you won't be able to threaten us. Just wait until I go public with other countries. Sai Jun saw that Lin Yu had no intention of stopping and exclaimed, Wait! Holding the map in his hand, Sai Jun said seriously, however, you absolutely must not disclose this matter to anyone else. $3 million, I will give you the map. Seeing that Sai Jun had agreed, Lin Yu smiled brightly, signaling the deal. Lin Yu took out an object and said, This is a space wallet, a type of low-level weapon, which can be exchanged for $1 million anywhere, and the remaining $2 million in cash are all inside. Then he handed it to Sai Jun, holding the wallet in his hand. He opened it to find $2 million, his expression smug as he thought to himself, This time, we are going to get rich. After receiving the money, Sai Jun handed the map to Lin Yu. Lin Yu thought to himself, What they call an advantage, in terms of money for me, is nothing more than the price of a meal. Upon receiving the map, Lin Yu immediately unfolded it to check. So this is the structure of the maze. Hai Yu also approached to look at the map and commented, Although it seems there are only 10 entrances, once inside there are dozens of forks in the road, and it appears that these paths are all full of promise. But along the way, we will encounter various attacks from monsters. Since the deal was successfully completed, Sai Jun turned away with a smug expression and said, Hemph, you people from Nation H have gotten what you wanted. Let's part ways here. Lin Yu held the map in his hand and replied with a smile, All right, I hope you can take care of yourself. Seeing Lin Yu's provocative words, Sai Jun became furious, his hands gathering spiritual power fiercely. You want to extort me, and now you think you can just leave easily like that. Sai Jun flew towards Lin Yu, intending to sneak attack him. After receiving a punch from Lin Yu, Sai Jun sat panting, and his teammates rushed over to help him up, saying, How could you hit him? Lin Yu walked over to Sai Jun and replied hollowly, Don't you know yet? I remember there's no rule in the competition that prohibits teams from attacking each other. Lin Yu gathered his spiritual power into a purple sphere surrounded by a dark aura, grinning smugly as he said, Just in time, I also want to deal with pesky flies like you here, so that I won't be disturbed in future competitions. After taking a punch from Lin Yu, Sai Jun struggled to stand up, his face dark with anger as he said, You people from Nation H have deceived others too many times already. The entire team of Sai Jun gathered, preparing to engage in battle with Lin Yu's team. It seems I need to show you some courtesy. Seeing the other side preparing for battle, Hai Yu stood in front of Lin Yu and said, Lin Yu, don't reveal your strength in front of them, hold back. Seeing the girl standing in front to protect him, Lin Yu said, You don't need to worry, the dollars. After that statement, the wallet in Sai Jun's hand emitted spiritual power, and then exploded, scattering all $2 million everywhere. What just happened? You gave us counterfeit money. Lin Yu's hands ignited with purple spiritual power as he approached Sai Jun's team, saying, The $2 million is indeed not counterfeit. It is real money, but it has just been infused with some additional components. Initially, it was just a precaution, but since you attacked first, we had no choice but to deal with you in my own way. The dollar bills, under the influence of Lin Yu's spiritual power, floated around Sai Jun's team and formed a circle, surrounding them. What is this? Why does it have such strong yin-kai energy? No. The entire Sai Jun team was caught in the explosion of Lin Yu's dollar charms, the blast leaving them wide-eyed, mouths spewing smoke as they collapsed to the ground. Lin Yu told Lin Shu and Chang Yuan, Tie them up and let the people from Nation M take care of them after the match ends. Hai Yu approached and patted Lin Yu on the shoulder, praising him after that performance. All right, that's the spirit. The match lasted only 15 minutes, and a team from a powerful nation has been defeated. After being tied up by Lin Shu, Lin Yu told everyone, Let's go if I'm correct. The Sakura team must have a map in their hands, and there's still a long way to go. Defeated in just one move, Saijun grimaced and said, "The people from Nation H are very clever, so our trip to Nation M has been in vain." Saijun's teammate, tied up beside him, spoke up, "Captain, the $2 million from earlier." Saijun sighed, watching as each bill on the ground slowly burned away. All that money turned to ashes in the second explosion. That guy from Nation H. How could he so easily use so much money to trap us? After leaving Saijun and his group behind, Lin Yu's team followed the map and reached the final point. In front of the passage stood the massive stone door. Even the temperature inside the maze dropped sharply. Lin Yu expressed his thoughts. "Can we notice that the area of the maze we are traversing is larger than what we can see from the outside?" Hai Yu, holding the map, replied, "Indeed, this is no longer a space in the real world." Lin Yu approached and opened the stone door, stepping into the room beyond. Surrounding him were towering stone statues of various shapes. This was a sealed room, seemingly without any other exit. Lin Yu walked towards the statue in the center of the room, on which were engraved the following words: "You must not disturb him. Do not look directly at the god. Offer all your strength. That is the power of the rules." There truly is a power of rules encompassing this place. The power of the rules has overshadowed reality, or have we entered the demon world? Lin Yu reached out to touch one of the statues. Suddenly, all the statues began to move, advancing towards Lin Yu's team. "Mom, it's just a regular level demon." Seeing the attack, everyone drew their weapons and prepared to fight. Lin Xiao even reminded everyone to be careful. Lin Xiao swung his knife at the statue, but it was really hard. After failing to make a dent and being knocked back by the recoil, another statue aimed its glowing red eyes at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao raised his hand to shield himself, but his hand turned to stone from the light. Lin Yu rushed over to remind Lin Xiao, "This is a rule that you can't look directly at. Have your monster close its eyes." Lin Xiao was startled as he looked at the blazing eyes of the beast statue. Its eyes had the power to turn things to stone. Clenching his fist, he was relieved that his monster had many eyes, so removing this one wouldn't be a big deal. Meanwhile, Shang Yuan was sweating in fear. "If we can't even look at those giant statues, won't we have to fight with our eyes closed next?" Lin Yu stepped forward. "Don't worry, the power of the rules from a powerful demon level won't affect my domain space. Thanks to the ultimate weapon, Lin Yu's devious poker deck has made it easier for everyone to fight. Indeed, now even if people look directly at the central beast head statue, the eyes of the beast statue no longer shine." Suddenly, the central statue, which was in a posture holding a jar, suddenly threw the jar away and moved towards Lin Yu and the others. Seeing this, Lin Yu took out his spear, Ultimate Yin Key Level 2, and ran forward to fight, saying, "I will deal with that big guy." "All right, leave the small fries to us. Take this opportunity to practice our coordination, everyone." Hearing Lin Yu's command, everyone used their weapons to fight against the remaining statues. When Lin Yu stabbed the central statue with his long spear infused with Ultimate Yin Ki, causing it to shatter, the other stone statues also followed suit and broke apart. However, shortly after, the statues returned to their original forms as when they first entered. Hai Yu approached Lin Yu and said, "We can't kill them. I can sense that the existence of these beast head statues has merged with this eerie land. Unless the maze is completely destroyed, they will not disappear." Xiao Lai asked, "So how should we get through this level?" Lin Yu replied, "Since the two rules have already been used, what remains is to worship." Then, Lin Yu immediately took out several stacks of money. Scene change. A team from another country was fighting against stone statues. They appeared very exhausted as they struggled to overcome the challenge. A blonde captain spoke up, "These stone demons are really troublesome. Countries with insufficient strength might have to turn back." A teammate also chimed in, "What should we do next? We have been studying the ancient civilization of Continent M for a long time," the blonde captain said as he approached the central statue. He noticed the jar that the statue was holding. There are some dried bloodstains in this jar. Clearly, this is a clue. The previous explorers used flesh and blood to offer sacrifices to the evil god. Could it be that we also have to offer our blood for free? It seems like that's the only way left. All right, the captain said as he began to cut his hand with a knife, offering his blood into the jar. I will ask the boss for funding. We will eat plenty of nutritious food, and we will recover quickly. Then, the statue emitted a brilliant red glow. Beneath the statue, a line of text gradually appeared. You seem to have a bit of faith, but not much. As the red glow slowly faded, a path beneath the statue emerged. This was a new path that could be traversed. The whole team descended down that path. The surroundings were somewhat dark and a bit difficult to navigate. They complained, however, this path seems a bit winding. Is it really this hard just for a preliminary round? The scene shifted to Sakura's team. They also understood how to proceed. Sakura immediately encouraged her teammates. Quick, don't hesitate. Show your warrior spirit. She then sacrificed her blood first, moving forward and bleeding. That is the honor and romance of our Sakura nation. The subsequent scene was similar to that of the blonde-haired guy's team. Having received information and a map on how to navigate the maze from Nation M, Sakura lamented. The information from Nation M indicates that the path that opens will vary depending on the amount of flesh and blood offered in the sacrifice. We have sacrificed so much. What kind of reward can we expect? In response, she and her teammates were met with a single statement. As a devoted believer of God, you will walk the smooth path, but what you have done is still not enough. Seeing their captain sigh, a guy from the team spoke up to comfort her. Miss, there's no need to blame yourself. This is just the preliminary round. No need to expend too much effort. After all, the likely frontrunner is Nation M. They can ensure. So there's no need to worry about the gamble with Nation H. We just need to get through smoothly. The scene shifted to Team Nation M, who, having received prior information and being the home team, easily navigated the maze. They were thrilled to know they would be the first team to complete the maze. Haha, the other nations have to perform the blood sacrifices in order, Kwaran Kolam said with a smug smile. We are the only ones who prepared in advance, allowing the vampires, according to the contract, to stockpile a large amount of blood. Lord Sabur's strategy is indeed a two-pronged approach, helping us gain an advantage while weakening the other teams, especially Nation H. Aren't they betting against Team Sakura for the top position? Haha, this time we must make them bleed profusely. The reward for Team Nation M was the discovery of mid-grade weapons and a Yinkai measuring device. Returning to Lin Yu's team, he held a lump of money and approached the statue, saying, "What is reverence? What is divine? They are just monsters, relying on rules and power to rob. Moreover, this is merely a mid-grade weapon. Its capacity to withstand Yinkai is at most a few hundred million. Asking me to expend all my strength seems rather excessive." Then, Lin Yu placed the lump of money into the vase. With 300 million ghost coins, I wonder if you can withstand it. This time, a piece of oddly shaped stone suddenly appeared, floating in the air, along with a line of text beneath the statue. Your reverence has reached God. It has activated the enlightenment of God. Suddenly, a reward appeared, and Yu and everyone were taken aback. Not only do we have to navigate the maze, but there's also an additional reward. Nation M is quite generous, isn't it? Lin Yu replied, they probably don't fully understand the situation inside this maze. Moreover, with 300 million ghost coins, their reverence isn't something they'd experiment with lightly. I want to see what kind of treasure it can produce. The stone flew to Lin Yu. Holding the stone in his hand, a pattern resembling an eye appeared. What is this? Suddenly, the system provided information. Detected an unidentified grade weapon and a stone talisman of destruction. Lin Yu pondered over the stone talisman in his hand. Oh, another unidentified grade. The origin of this maze might not be as simple as it seems. Seeing Lin Yu deep in thought for a long time, Yu spoke up. Lin Yu, this item is yours since you received it. However, if one day you decide to sell it, you can come find us at Center No. 9. I think Mr. Tianhui will offer a high price to study the meaning of this pattern. Hearing this, Lin Yu just smiled to himself. As my power level increases, the system's recognition ability will also be upgraded. At that time, clues will naturally appear. There's no need to rush. Then the exit appeared. The way to break through had emerged. And seeing this, everyone was overjoyed. Lin Yu spoke up. Let's go. As we moved deeper into the passage, Zhao Lai immediately expressed her concern. It's too quiet. Could there be another level lying in wait for us? The pressure of Yin Qi is gradually decreasing. It seems we have left that unclear space and returned to the real world. After walking for a while, Xiao Lai happily exclaimed, Brother Lin, look over there, there's light. It seems we've reached the exit. Switching scenes to Team Nation M emerging from the maze. Thinking that their team was definitely the first to break through, one of them said, Ha ha ha, it only took half a day to get through the powerful demon maze. The players controlling the demons of Nation M are truly the best in the world. There's no doubt about it. Suddenly, a familiar sound caught them by surprise and filled them with concern. Mr. Koran Kolom, don't rejoice too soon. You are not the first to make it out. Koran Kolom responded with astonishment and worry. Oh Sejun, why is your Nation K team here? Could it be that you were the first to get through? We are not. We were eliminated and had to use the distress signal to retreat from the entrance. Upon hearing this, they felt the weight lifted from their shoulders. Phew, that's good to know. But Sejun, you are also a level 6 demon controller and received a map from us. How could you not make it past the preliminary round? Sejun thought to himself, the fact that he sold the map to the Nation H team absolutely must not be known to Nation M, so he could only swallow his words and endure, replying, This was just an oversight. This maze is much more dangerous than we imagined. A guy from Nation M replied, Sorry, we also don't know what lies ahead in this maze, so we can't help you. It must be dangerous. If it didn't cost you some blood, how could we ensure we can control the situation? Oh right, you just said we are not the first ones out. So which country's team has gone out already? It seems like no team has. Sejun replied with a sad expression. It's Team Nation H. Hearing this, the entire Team Nation M felt like they had been struck by lightning. What? Koran Kolom even explained as if he couldn't believe the truth. We only took 12 hours. How could Nation A be faster than us? But Sejun responded with certainty. They definitely did because they left 6 hours ago. They waited for a while and then left before us. Could it be that great Emperor Fengdu played some tricks? How did he do it? Koran Kolom's face darkened and he started to sweat. The scene shifted to the resting room of Team Nation H. Sakura came to meet Team Nation H to confirm their achievement after the bet. Sakura asked Team Nation H in disbelief, Did you really achieve first place? Lin Shu replied with a face as if it were the most normal thing. Can it be faked? There were many people who witnessed it. But Miss Sakura, your friends went through the maze and ended up like this, trying so hard yet still incompetent. It makes us feel embarrassed. Hayu replied confidently. Sakura felt belittled and quickly defended her team's performance. This time, the results of getting through were almost unrelated to strength. It was just that the difficulty of the qualifiers wasn't strict. If it weren't for the sacrifice, we would have underestimated the deity's appetite, and we might not have been worse than you. Hearing Sakura's words of justification, Hayu exclaimed in confusion. Sacrifice. Lin Yu also chimed in. Oh, you are talking about the offering to the stone statue, right? But clearly, you just need to put some yin-chi items into the stone jar. Why would you have to shed blood and harm yourselves? Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Sakura appeared bewildered as if struck by lightning, responding, What yin-chi items? Is it only necessary for the items to contain yin-ki? Sakura thought to herself, looking at the state of the Nation H people. They really seemed to have not lost a drop of blood. Still unable to believe it, Sakura asked once more, Is what you said really true? Seeing that Sakura still seemed unconvinced, Lin Yu explained further. Of course. That vial is merely an item used to test the concentration of yin-ki. Blood, flesh, or any other substance that contains a high level of yin-ki is treated the same by it. Would you really believe everything Captain Koran Kolom of Nation M tells you? Noticing the confident expression on Lin Yu's face, Sakura grasped her wrist, recalling how she had previously cut her own blood for the sacrifice, silently thinking, if Nation M is deliberately hiding the truth, then, following the Nation M team like a shadow these past few days, has truly been a joke. Fortunately, I still left myself a way out. Recognizing her defeat in this bet, Sakura showed a respectful demeanor in front of Lin Yu, saying, Great Emperor Fengdu, I accept my defeat and submit, completely convinced in both heart and mind. And to keep my promise to Lin Yu, I swear on the honor of my family that in the upcoming international competition on demon control, our Sakura team will not participate in any actions of Nation M aimed against Nation A. Lin Yu responded with a dangerous expression. I hope you will keep your promises. Don't play any dirty tricks. In contrast, Sakura's face darkened, fear creeping into her heart as she thought, what a terrifying look. But then, Sakura completely changed her attitude, moving closer and touching Lin Yu. That being said, we must thank the great emperor for eliminating Team Nation K. This way, we can reduce one competitor. Seeing Sakura's action, Lin Yu could only tell her to step back. It's nothing. Being eliminated in the first round is entirely their own doing. Realizing this, Sakura understood and moved away from Lin Yu, appearing shy as she said, the ranking in this competition will determine the power of nations in the international demon control community. This is undeniable, but we also do not want to end up like Team Nation K. Great Emperor, Sakura and Nation H share the same civilization, the same origins, and have a close connection. So is there any possibility for us to collaborate together? In response to Sakura's roundabout words, Lin Yu replied firmly, how do you want to cooperate? Seeing that she received a satisfactory answer, Sakura took out a small piece of paper from her chest and added, the results of the draw for the group stage of the upcoming qualifying matches. Surely you from Nation H had seen it, right? Lin Yu answered, of course. Yu also looked at the grouping paper and said, we from Nation H and Team Sakura are both seeded teams in the same group. Before the semifinals, we will not meet each other. On the paper, Yu wrote, seeded teams, Nation H, Sakura, qualifying teams, Nation Ru, Nation AD, Nation A, Nation Mongol. Sakura added, the other national teams in our group, especially the team from Nation Ru, are definitely opponents that cannot be underestimated. To counter their looping strategy, even you cannot be completely at ease. Right? Yu replied, although it is unclear why a strong country like Nation Ru is not on the seeded teams list, we still have confidence in our ability to advance past the qualifiers. Sakura, seeing Yu's confidence, couldn't help but laugh and clapped her hands, saying, Yu, my little sister, still likes to show off her strength. Actually, I've been thinking that we could completely coordinate with each other, right? Combining our efforts to advance to the finals together. Yu asked back, what you mean? Sakura giggled softly, covering her mouth, and replied, you know, as long as we attack stronger throughout the match, they won't be able to recover in a short time when they enter the next round. If we coordinate with our allies, it will save a lot of energy. Upon hearing those words, Xiao Nian couldn't hold back and spoke up, hey, this is just a competition between nations, not a fight against demons to the point of survival. Even if you can't display the demeanor of a great power, you shouldn't harm innocent international friends, Sakura. Hearing this, Sakura thought to herself with a puzzled expression. The Nation H people only know how to preach morality. As long as we defeat a few international opponents to gain power and status, who would be foolish enough to refuse such an opportunity? However, after that, Sakura still smiled, signaling her desire to cooperate with Lin Yu. As long as the Great Emperor helps us defeat Nation Ru and supports us in reaching the finals, we will also help you deal with Nation AD and Nation Mongol. Even in the finals, we could stand by Nation H and together resist Nation M. But contrary to Sakura's wishes, Lin Yu replied with a confident expression. You don't need to say that. We will eliminate all competitors ourselves. As for cooperation, I think it's unnecessary. Hearing these words, Sakura immediately shouted back, why am I helping you? And yet the great emperor refuses. This would be a powerful alliance beneficial for both sides, and it could even foster friendship between us. Why does the great emperor refuse? Lin Yu then walked over to the sofa, sat down, and replied, do you want us to give up the friendship of hundreds of other nations just to gain friendship with your country? You are too arrogant. Seeing Lin Yu reject her proposal, Sakura became furious. Pointing directly at Lin Yu, the great emperor. Great Emperor Fengdu, I thought you were an intelligent person, but I didn't expect you to be so unreasonable. Lin Yu replied clearly, you have malicious intentions, harming others for your own benefit. Hearing this, Sakura turned away in a fit of anger, smoke practically rising from her. Good advice is hard to give to those who deserve to die. Without my help, even if you are lucky enough to win this bet, you still cannot avoid the powerful attacks from Nation M. Sakura didn't forget to slam the door behind her. Seeing Sakura leave, Yu commented, Those with dishonest intentions only have cunning tricks and ways to circumvent the rules in their minds. Shang Yuan also said, if we truly cooperate with her, who knows when she might betray us for her own gain. Exactly, you are absolutely right. No matter what schemes Nation M has, under absolute strength, nothing is truly concerning, Lin Yu responded. Even so, this is ultimately the home ground of Nation M. We still need to be cautious, Shang Yuan added. We should try to keep some trump cards up our sleeves. Hai Yu also agreed with Shang Yuan's opinion and suggested, Great Emperor, during this group stage, please try not to intervene. Let us handle it ourselves. Lin Yu disagreed and replied, no, I firmly believe that the group stage should be led by me. Lin Yu further explained to everyone, I have many weapons and tactics. As long as I make a few moves, Nation M will not know our true strength. On the contrary, once you are targeted by Nation M, it will be much more dangerous for you than for me. Hearing these words, everyone felt delighted. In response to Lin Yu's concerns, Xiao Nan affectionately called out, Brother Lin. After that, Lin Yu stood up to go to his room, not forgetting to remind everyone, make sure to rest well. Tomorrow is the group stage, I will take care of it. The next day, at the venue for the qualifying matches, an excited MC introduced the two competing teams on stage. Please welcome the seeded teams in Group 1, Nation H and their opponent, Nation AD, to the arena. The Nation AD team stepped up with 5 members. The captain confidently spoke to his teammates. Wonderful, at last we have the opportunity to show everyone the strength of Nation AD. Choosing Nation H as our first opponent is a good choice, fitting for us to establish our reputation. The population of Nation H is about to be surpassed by us, and we must use this match to prove the might of the largest country in the world of demon controllers. However, the captain did not forget to be polite and bowed with clasped hands to his opponent. But stepping onto the stage was only Lin Yu, much to the astonishment of the Nation AD captain, who questioned, Hey, Nation H, are you mistaken? The rules of the group stage dictate that this is a team match. Lin Yu replied, Not mistaken at all. Oh, are you that confident? Lin Yu responded with a smug expression. I alone am enough to handle your entire team. Seeing that only Lin Yu had come up to the fighting stage, the Nation AV team initially showed surprise. Only one person. Then they pointed at Lin Yu and laughed, tears streaming down their faces. Ha ha ha. On this side, Lin Yu merely responded coldly. Is it really that funny? Seeing this, the captain of Nation AV spoke up. Nation H is still the second largest country in the world. What were you thinking by only sending a lowly soldier, who is merely a level 5 demon controller like you? Perhaps Nation H knows that its strength is not on par with that of Nation AV, so they only sent one person to make it easier to justify their defeat later. Seeing himself being called a mere soldier, Lin Yu widened his eyes and put on an innocent face. What? Am I just a mere soldier? Taking advantage of the situation, the captain of the Nation AD team laughed heartily and pointed at Lin Yu, saying, Stop pretending. Our intelligence department has long investigated your team online. The strongest among you, Great Emperor Fengdu, is nothing like you. Lin Yu could only smile bitterly, because to avoid trouble from the rewards on the deep web, after arriving in Nation M, he had changed his appearance using the faceless ghost face. But once he stepped onto the battlefield, his identity would surely be exposed. This Nation AD group was probably the only victim. In response to their mockery, Lin Yu confidently said, You can think whatever you want. Can we start now? Seeing that they only had to face one person, the entire Nation AD team confidently showcased their strength. Are you in a hurry to seek death? Ha ha! Then we'll show a bit of mercy with a quick pace to free you. The entire Nation AD team immediately summoned their demons. A blue demon held a BA nail. Another blue demon wielded a blade. A demon resembling Buddha sat on a black lotus pedestal. One demon had many ears, and the last demon had a long mouth with teeth like a crocodile. When the opposing team had shown all their cards, on this side, Lin Yu assessed 3 powerful demons, 2 malicious demons. Lin Yu then called out Ding Liang through the demon control space. Ding Liang, do you want to take a shot at it? Hearing his master, Ding Liang responded from the demon control space. Sure, I never expected that I, a non-combat demon, would get to fight for the first time. Seeing Ding Liang's appearance, a non-combat demon. The members of the Nation AD team were furious, saying, "This is a non-combat demon, kid from Nation H, who you think you're looking down on." However, another member of the Nation AD team was very perceptive and quickly said to the team captain, Captain, that kid's demon is a powerful demon at peak level." Hearing his teammates' warning, the captain of Nation AD remained very confident in the strength of his demons. He observed and said, "Hemph, so what if it's a powerful demon at peak level? Looking at his attire, he seems to be a craftsman, just a lowly bloodline from society, and a non-combat type. Perhaps he only has a bit stronger spiritual power, with no special talent." The captain of the Nation AD team wanted to showcase his strength, so he launched an attack first. His demon let out a scream, reaching out with its hand to grab Ding Liang. "I can chase him away all by myself." Seeing the excessive confidence of his opponent, Lin Yu could only say, "It's the 21st century, and yet you're still immersed in the feeling of superiority from your bloodline, looking down on craftsmen. Haven't you heard that saying?" Meanwhile, Ding Liang was holding his hammer, preparing to channel his strength to counterattack as he charged towards the captain of Nation Egg's demon, not forgetting to say, "We craftsmen have strength." Ding Liang then struck the demon with a powerful blow, causing it to be knocked backward from the force. In the face of the unbelievable astonishment of the Nation AD captain, the force was so strong that he almost lost his headband. The other Indian teammates, upon seeing Ding Liang's hammer, were filled with fear and remarked, "The hammer in his hand is a high-grade weapon." Another teammate, trying to bolster the team's spirit, said, "What's there to be afraid of? Our captain still has an ultimate-level weapon in hand." Seeing this, the captain of Nation AD took out his weapon, which was a skull and a wooden mallet. He struck the skull in his hand. The skull began to resonate in waves. Spiritual power spread throughout the arena, reaching even the spectators watching the match. Members of Team Sakura, who were watching the match, exclaimed in panic, "That is the demon world." Seeing this, Lin Yu took out a deck of poker cards to counterattack. Noticing that the opponent could resist their attack, the Nation H team also utilized the demon world to block their moves, as it was a country with a 1,000-year tradition and renowned for its religion. Possessing an ultimate-level weapon was nothing unusual. Ding Liang, observing the opponent's weapon, remarked, "Master, this weapon seems to be somewhat special." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu thought to himself, "This wooden mallet appears to be merely a level 1 ultimate, yet it can withstand the spiritual power of a level 3 ultimate. It seems to contain a higher power, capable of suppressing the tricks of the devious poker." The two streams of yin qi, purple and red, were still at a standstill, neither side willing to give in. The captain of Nation AD chuckled, saying, "Hee, this is the power of our Nation AD cult." The spectators in the stands watching the match noticed Xiao Nian sitting with others, feeling anxious. Could it be that Nation AD was about to launch a counterattack? They worried for Cho Lin Yu. Lin Yu asked Ding Liang, "Ding Liang, have you recognized it yet?" At that moment, Ding Liang used his eyes to observe. After a while, he found something unusual and exclaimed, "So that's it, Master. They have used this weapon to offer a sacrifice to a fragment of the powerful demon." Ding Liang explained, "As long as the powerful demon chant is recited from a distance, it will transmit power down here." Upon hearing this explanation, Lin Yu recalled his battle with the Demon King, and then the Flaming War Tiger. This was similar to how the Demon King had transmitted power through the brain fragment, allowing it to directly cross the boundary between the demon world and the real world to convey strength. Can this method really be controlled? Lin Yu asked. These matters can only be concluded based on conjecture. Now that we understand the principle, there's no need to hold back. Even though it is the yin ki of the Demon King, its level cannot compare to the most primal yin kai. Lin Yu continuously took out the ghost coin talismans, each worth 4,000 ghost coins, and sent them flying towards the Nation AD team without being obstructed by the enemy's weapons. The entire Nation AD team was taken aback by this scene. What is this? How can it break the demon world of the divine? Then, Lin Yu simply snapped his fingers and exclaimed, "Break!" An explosive shockwave erupted near the Nation AD team. The connection was immediately severed. The captain of Nation AD, struck by the backlash, fell to the ground, taken down instantly. Seeing this, the teammates of Nation AD rushed to support their captain. No, it can't be. Nation H. There can't be anyone stronger than this. Angered by the exploding ghost coin talismans, the captain of Nation AD grasped the burning ghost coin bills. You are great Emperor Fengdu, aren't you? Upon being recognized, Lin Yu merely responded with a smile. So you figured it out. It seems you are not that foolish after all. I advise you to concede early, to avoid further pain, now that you know who your opponent is. The entire Nation AD team regained their composure. It's just a matter of having more money and weapons. No matter how much you have, it can't change the fact. Bloodline is still a coward. We are all of the highest bloodline, blessed from birth by the gods and Buddhas. How could someone from Nation H like you defeat us? At this moment, the captain of Nation AD continued to hold the skull up, with the assistant's skull flying up, emitting a fiery red spiritual power. One teammate, seeing the captain's actions, said, "Do we really need to use that?" Another replied, "At this point, we can't hold back anymore. We must unleash all our strength to honor the might of the Nation AD cult." At that moment, the black skull had flown to the mouth of the demon, resembling Buddha. After swallowing the black skull, the Buddha-like demon called upon other demons to gather. They merged together, forming a three-headed, six-armed demon, each arm wielding a different weapon. The audience in the spectator stands began to comment. This power is almost reaching the intermediate level of a demon general. Yu also spoke up. The battle team of Nation AD truly should not be underestimated. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu smiled and said, "A fusion skill. Huh? That's somewhat impressive." Ding Liang also smiled and explained, "Master, this skill combines different types of yin qi together, very similar to a high-level forging secret technique of the gods. If I could grasp the secrets within it, my forging skills could advance another step." On this side, the captain of Nation AD was very confident, forming a hand seal. "Nation H, we will send you off to the Western Paradise." Hearing these taunting words, Lin Yu smiled brightly. At this moment, the scene showed the captain of Nation AD using his hand seal, causing his monster to grow gigantic. Then it unleashed a sonic attack straight towards Lin Yu. The sonic waves spread out, affecting the spectators, making them cover their ears with both hands. Yet they still couldn't bear it, exclaiming, "The power of the soul is truly formidable." Yu, sitting in the audience, also felt discomfort from the sonic waves, thinking to himself, "If it weren't for Bai Yi or Lin Yu, I definitely wouldn't stand a chance against their fusion alone." On the competition stage, Lin Yu and Ding Liang seemed completely unaffected. Ding Liang then asked Lin Yu, "Master, should we call Zhu Xiang out?" Lin Yu stood casually, hands in his pockets, and replied, "No need, Ding Liang. If he wants to fight, then let him try." Ding Liang responded, "Yes, Master." While Ding Liang and Lin Yu were discussing who would take the next hit, on the other side, the captain of Nation AD continued to use his hands to form another spell. His monster raised 9 hands to direct the spell towards Lin Yu. He didn't forget to taunt Lin Yu. "I never expected you would dare to let this little demon take my hit, truly seeking death. The great Buddha of chaos suppresses them." At this moment, Ding Liang, buffed with spiritual power, swelled up to the size of that monster. Seeing this expansion, the captain of Nation AD couldn't help but be astonished. "What?" Ding Liang, wielding his hammer, proactively countered the attack from the monster, sending both the monster and the captain of Nation AD flying back. You are hiding your strength." Lin Yu continued to channel the spiritual power of his monsters into himself, causing his entire body to emit a layer of purple spiritual power. In the observation stand at this moment, Sakura witnessed this scene and recognized the trick behind it, promptly explaining to her teammates, "It's not hiding strength, but rather using some method to temporarily unleash spiritual power, similar to the fusion technique of Nation AD." Another captain sitting in the stand sighed and commented, "Now we just have to see which side can hold out longer." On the competition stage, Ding Liang continued to rain down hammer blows on the demon. The demon had to constantly move, dodging the attacks and unable to counter. The captain of Nation AD saw the situation and frowned, worried. Damn it. Why is that guy from Nation H's secret techniques so resilient?" Meanwhile, Lin Yu remained very relaxed and at ease. In his heart, He thought to himself, "Ha ha, how could you all know the capabilities of my perfect grade demon control pact? This spiritual power, I can use for as long as I want." Just a moment later, as he was about to be unable to maintain the spiritual power to continue pouring into the monster, the captain of Nation AV began aghast, his whole body trembling. Clutching his chest in an attempt to hold on, he thought, "Oh, I can't hold on much longer." Seeing that their captain was about to collapse, a teammate rushed over to help. The captain noticed the demon weakening, and Ding Liang carefully observed to see what was happening. Finally, he discovered that the spiritual power was gradually dissipating, revealing a circle where 5 sources of spiritual power were merging together. "Ha ha, so that's the principle. I've got it," Lin Yu thought to himself. Meanwhile, the captain of Nation AD was still trying to pour all his spiritual power into the final move. Exerting all his strength, thanks to the additional spiritual power, the demon seemed to revert to its original state and began to counterattack fiercely. Seeing this, Lin Yu immediately reminded Ding Liang, "Attack the weak point of its spiritual power. That's its Achilles heel." Hearing Lin Yu's reminder, Ding Liang focused all his strength to strike the exact spot Lin Yu pointed out. Struck at its weak point, the demon was split into 5 smaller demons, consisting of 3 powerful demons and 2 malicious demons from the start. Ding Liang also returned to his original state. Lin Yu approached and praised him. "Ding Liang, you did very well." Then both of them moved towards the Nation AD team. At this moment, the captain of Nation AD was panting and exhausted. Lin Yu asked, "Do you want to continue?" The captain of Nation AD, after realizing the stark difference in skill level between his team and just Lin Yu alone, replied with a sad expression, "No need, no need. We concede." Thus, the match came to an end. The handsome MC announced, "The first match of Group A in the group stage. Team Nation H wins." In the stands, the group from Haiyu joyfully stood up to celebrate their victory. "Oh ho! Great Emperor's might, truly worthy of being Brother Lin." While the Nation H team celebrated their victory, at another spot, the Sakura team, along with the Nation M team, couldn't help but feel worried, evaluating Nation AD as a powerful entity controlling demons, yet he has truly defeated all 5 of them. The captain of the Nation M team also assessed, "Is this the true strength of Great Emperor Fengdu?" Another team captain whispered in delight, "But this time, he has revealed his identity. Those hired to kill him are high-level demon controllers, and they won't let him easily get through the upcoming period." At this moment, after the match, Lin Yu went down from the stands amidst the cheers of the audience when suddenly a large man blocked his path. Great Emperor Fengdu, who was chatting with Lin Yu, was Ivanovsky, the captain of the Nation Ru team. He extended his hand to greet. "Congratulations on winning the first match. Tomorrow is our match." Lin Yu shook his hand in response. "I hope everyone will compete in the spirit of friendship. See you in the second match." Hearing Lin Yu say that, Ivanovsky burst into laughter. "Ha ha, I fear that you will be disappointed. Our team has decided that for tomorrow's match, we will directly concede." Lin Yu thought, "Could it be that Nation Ru wants to give up this time? It shouldn't be like this. Their captain is a peak level 6 demon controller. Surely they have the strength to be in the top 5. Ivanovsky sighed, recalling the scene in the maze. He explained, "Even though we were well prepared for the battle, we didn't expect that the structure of the maze was not meant for combat. We had to expend a lot of effort to destroy all the stone monsters, but we still couldn't find a way out. We only realized when Eilena accidentally kicked a stone that had the rules and guiding words engraved on it. Otherwise, how could the seed team not have had their turn yet?" Hearing this explanation, Lin Yu felt regret, truly worthy of being a fighting nation. At that moment, Haiyu also approached Lin Yu. He asked Ivanovsky again, "So have you decided to abandon the match tomorrow?" Ivanovsky replied, "After watching Great Emperor Fengdu's performance today, truly choosing to fight against you would not be a wise choice. Instead of battling Nation H, we would rather conserve our strength to fight fiercely against Team Sakura." Captain of Nation Mongol also stepped forward and said, "We are here as well, the Nation Mongol team." This captain clasped his hands together and bowed to Lin Yu, then continued, "We have witnessed the performance of Great Emperor Fengdu today. Seeing the way Nation H controls the ghostly figures, the fighting team of Nation Mongol bows in admiration. Lin Yu politely responded with a clasped hands gesture and smiled. Ha ha. Then this time we will yield to you. Ha Yu added, as the saying goes, distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. We in Nation H also place great importance on relationships with other countries. Nowadays, the social issues caused by horror games and supernatural events are becoming increasingly severe. I fear that in the future, conflicts between nations will be unavoidable. The captain of Mongol nodded and replied, you are right. At this critical moment, those who still think only of schemes and personal interests truly lack virtue. I also hope our groups can resolve these incidents as soon as possible. After that, the four of them said their goodbyes and left. While Hai Yu was still turning back to greet the two team captains, Lin Yu was walking and pondering the previous remarks. It seemed that the incident was not only causing trouble for Nation A, but Nation H also appeared to be in trouble. As he was walking, suddenly a female reporter holding a camera rushed towards him, seemingly about to trip right in front of Lin Yu. Seeing this, Lin Yu kindly supported the girl and asked, are you okay? Thank you. Thank you. After that, Lin Yu continued to walk away. Seeing this, the reporter immediately grabbed Lin Yu's arm. Yes, Mr. Lin Yu. I am a contract reporter for the mysterious forum of Nation M. May I ask you a few questions? Feeling his arm being pulled, Lin Yu quickly withdrew his hand from the girl's grasp. Sorry, I don't have time. And he continued to walk on. The female reporter still tried to hold on. Mr. Lin, Great Emperor, please don't leave. But right after that, she displayed a dangerous expression. Great Emperor Fengdu, you will wait for death. The spot on Lin Yu's arm had been marked by the hand of the girl pretending to be a reporter. Was there an assassination plot about to unfold? The representative team of Nation H has won, causing the other teams in the stands to feel very uncomfortable. A guy with blonde hair covering his eyes, who was the captain, spoke up. I can't believe Nation Ru and Nation Mongol actually accepted defeat against Nation H. Turning to Sakura's team, a teammate who was injured and had to use crutches expressed his frustration, even breaking his crutch in anger, and said, those people from Nation H are really cunning. This way, they can quietly regain their strength and directly advance to the next round. While we, the Sakura team, will have to face 4 countries in a rotating battle, exhausting our strength. Seeing her teammate furious, Sakura spoke up. All right, now is not the time to wallow in self-pity. She continued, yes, if we get eliminated like Nation K, then in the future, at the negotiation table, we will have no voice. With everything at stake, preventing Nation H is something Nation M can figure out on their own. We don't need to get involved. What we need to do is, regardless of everything, to win against Nation Ru. The atmosphere around them became tense, with a high level of determination evident on the faces of the team members. Hearing Sakura's analysis, the whole team responded in unison. We trust the captain. We will definitely follow your command. Do you have any strategies to defeat the opponent? As long as you all have this awareness, that's enough. As for the strategy to defeat the opponent, think about what is the most developed industry of Nation M. Just then, a man in a suit approached, handed Sakura an invitation card, and said, Miss Sakura, Mr. Koran Kolom invites you to dinner with him. Receiving the invitation, Sakura cheerfully said, haha, the opportunity has come. Returning to Lin Yu and the others, they were all very pleased, because apart from the match against Nation 80, they won the next 2 matches without having to fight, leaving their physical strength and morale at 100%. They happily returned to the hotel to rest. However, on their way out of the arena, they encountered the Nation A team. Seeing them, Lin Shu immediately said, tomorrow is our last match in the group stage. I wonder if Nation A will give up. Hearing these words from the Nation H team, the captain of the Nation A team responded, give up? Ha ha ha. You people from Nation H, don't dream too much. We are not like Nation Ru or Nation Mongol. We don't have the courage to fight. Hai Yu also replied, indeed, your ancestors from Nation A were very brave. Then, she deliberately walked past the Nation A team and said in a sarcastic tone, you guys shouldn't be blocking the way here. Seeing this, the captain of the Nation A team became furious, his hand gathering red spiritual power, intending to strike Hai Yu from behind. Lin Yu saw this, and quickly grabbed the captain of the Nation A's wrist, his expression cold and full of killing intent. What's wrong? Are you already wanting to fight now? Seeing himself being stopped by Lin Yu, he swung his arm to break free from Lin Yu's grip. Angry. Hemph. Great Emperor Fengdu. Do you think I would be afraid of you? No way. Someone like you cannot become a strategic-level demon general from a nameless person in just a few months. You can only rely on secret techniques to temporarily boost your power, which is why it was so difficult for you to defeat Nation 80. Lin Yu showed a bored expression, not wanting to explain. Just because you can't do it, do you think I can't either? Don't pretend. You are definitely suffering from side effects right now. It's quite uncomfortable, isn't it? What's the point of putting on a brave face in front of me? Nation Ru and Nation Mongol were intimidated by you, but I will never be. Tomorrow, I will lead Nation A and defeat you in front of all the nations on the battlefield, fair and square. Receiving the provocation from his opponent, Lin Yu walked past him, coldly laughing. You're only at level 6 in demon control, and you're already so full of yourself, truly overestimating your own abilities. It's pointless to say much. After that, Lin Yu's entire team walked past the Nation A team, with Lin Xiao even sticking out his tongue in mockery. Tomorrow, it will all be clear on the competition stage. That night, at the hotel where Team Nation H was resting, a group of 4 men and 1 woman, all with their faces covered, sneaked into the hotel and quickly made their way to Lin Yu's room. They had already known the location of the room and moved swiftly towards their target. The leader turned to the girl in the group and asked, "Is this right?" The girl was the one who had disguised herself as a reporter, marking Lin Yu's hand after the match with Team Nation AD. Thanks to that mark, they could easily track and know Lin Yu's exact location. "Is this the room of the target?" one person asked. "Of course it is, because I've marked it with the mark of destruction long ago," the other replied. "Inside is the head worth $1 million. I've been a mercenary for many years, and this is the first time I've encountered such a large sum." The tone was full of excitement. "The reward isn't that impressive. Judging by how he acted in the restaurant, his assets must also be worth millions, if not billions of dollars. Killing him will give us a massive fortune and many valuable treasures. After all, money in reality is not like in the demon world. It won't disappear with its owner," the other continued. "This job is too important for us. We must go in and eliminate him. 1717, you go in first to scout the way." Then, the girl called 1717 used her abilities, her whole body enveloped in a white light. She then passed through the door into Lin Yu's room and stepped inside. Seeing Lin Yu still sound asleep on the bed, completely unaware, breathing softly, she said, "He sleeps very soundly." At that moment, the girl pulled out a tranquilizer syringe and injected it directly into Lin Yu. After that, she used a rope to tightly bind Lin Yu. Outside, 2 accomplices were on guard, but were becoming increasingly worried, as they did not see the girl come out for a long time. 1717, why hasn't she come out yet? Is there a problem? Or has she succeeded and wants to take the spoils for herself? As the 2 men outside were about to break the door down, suddenly, the girl opened the door and dragged out the now-bound Lin Yu. She calmly said, "Come in, he has been injected with a tranquilizer by me." One of the men outside appeared very surprised and suspicious. "You managed to capture Great Emperor Fengdu?" The girl coldly replied, "Yes, this is the only way to force him to reveal the bank password. Hurry up, let's take him away and interrogate him later." After bringing Lin Yu out of the hotel, they all got into a car and sped off to a secluded villa. Lin Yu was taken into a separate room. Here, the leader sat on the sofa, casually instructing his henchmen. "Wake him up." "Yes," the henchman replied, then approached Lin Yu, preparing to carry out the order. But there was no need to wake him. Lin Yu opened his eyes by himself, staring intently at the leader. This unexpected action startled the one identified as 1717, causing him to fall backward. "Great Emperor Fengdu!" he exclaimed, unable to hide his fear. Seeing Lin Yu awaken, the leader quickly stood up and approached Lin Yu, roughly pushing 1717 aside. "Worthless! What are you afraid of? Great Emperor Fengdu, you have fallen into our hands. If you know what's good for you, you should obediently listen to us." Lin Yu looked around and saw 5 masked individuals. He coldly asked, "So this is your hideout?" Then, with force, Lin Yu broke the ropes binding him. The leader panicked. "You, how can you?" After freeing himself, Lin Yu calmly turned to 1717 and asked, "That day, you deliberately bumped into me and left a bloody handprint. Don't think I didn't notice. I knew you would choose today to act. Even if you can't kill me immediately, you still want to affect my condition and the Nation A team in tomorrow's match. Right." Another masked man spoke up, puzzled. "If you knew beforehand, why did you pretend to faint?" This man grinned maliciously and added, "The match is about to start, and your teammates are no match for the Nation A team." Lin Yu showed no signs of panic. He merely smiled faintly, staring at them, as if he were fully prepared for any situation. Despite being in an unfavorable situation, Lin Yu confidently replied, "I never expected you, a mercenary, to be so worried." As he spoke, his hand began to channel purple spiritual power, resembling blazing flames. Nevertheless, Lin Yu enthusiastically explained to the man, "Of course I came with you to resolve this once and for all, offering a reward of $1 million to find a high-level demon controller. You people from Nation M really think this is simple." Seeing Lin Yu radiating a powerful aura of spiritual power, the leader panicked and drew a gun, aiming it directly at Lin Yu. "Don't move, or I'll shoot," he threatened. But in the face of this challenge, Lin Yu showed no signs of hesitation. He charged toward the leader, coldly saying, "Go ahead and try." Seeing Lin Yu not stopping, the leader, in a panic, pulled the trigger. The bullet flew straight toward Lin Yu's face. What will happen next? Will Lin Yu be able to dodge the bullet? And who are the masked men really? Thinking it over, I believe that the masked individuals are likely members of the Nation K team. The opening segment shows that the bullet from the leader shot straight at Lin Yu, but immediately it was blocked by a barrier of purple spiritual power created by Lin Yu. With a face full of confidence, Lin Yu showed no signs of surprise, as if everything had been part of his plan all along. Seeing this, the leader continued to unleash a barrage of bullets towards Lin Yu, but all were easily blocked by Lin Yu using his spiritual power. After that, Lin Yu began to counterattack, causing the mercenaries to panic and scatter in an attempt to evade. The leader, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but acknowledge Lin Yu's abilities. He laughed loudly. "Ha ha, great Emperor Fengdu. We admit that you are very strong, but you are too confident, daring to enter our stronghold. This is simply looking for death." Then he opened a hidden layer right above his head. Suddenly, dozens of heavy weaponry appeared, all aimed directly at Lin Yu. Seeing this, Lin Yu silently contemplated, assessing the situation. Could it be that all of them are Yin Kai High Grade and Ultimate? At this moment, right above the leader's head was the appearance of a squad of soldiers equipped with heavy weapons, ready to await orders from their commander to attack. The leader spoke with a smug expression. "For this operation, we have put in a lot of effort. $30 million is not a small amount. You can rest assured and head off to your death." As soon as he finished speaking, he gave the order, and immediately, a rain of bullets flew towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu immediately summoned Ding Liang from the demon control space. Ding Liang appeared, wielding a gigantic shield to help Lin Yu block the torrential rain of bullets pouring down. However, the power of this hail of bullets was too great, with continuous rounds firing toward Lin Yu. Standing behind the shield, Ding Liang voiced his concern. "Master, I fear I won't be able to hold out for long. Indeed, we cannot underestimate their strength." Hearing this, Lin Yu commanded, "Zhu Xiang, come out quickly." As soon as he received the summoning order, Zhu Xiang appeared in a striking manner, holding two large swords in his hands. With a powerful slash, he delivered a mighty blow toward the group of mercenaries using heavy weapons. Wherever the slash went, the bullets that were obstructed were sliced in half, ultimately cutting through the formation of the mercenaries and scattering half of their ranks. The leader, seeing his team in disarray, shouted to reassure them. "Don't panic. This is just a demon bound to Great Emperor Fengdu, mentioned in the files about Zhu Xiang. This is likely his last card. We just need to withstand this attack, and we can break through his defenses." Thanks to the leader's words of reassurance and encouragement, the mercenaries continued to unleash a barrage of bullets toward Lin Yu and his allies, hoping to find a way to penetrate their defenses. Behind the shield, Lin Yu confidently chuckled to himself. "How knave!" At that moment, Zhu Xiang also burst into a hearty laugh. He swung both of his swords, creating two powerful X-shaped slashes that charged straight into the mercenaries in front of him. The sounds of painful screams echoed. A. One by one, they fell to the floor like overripe fruit, unable to withstand Zhu Qiang's strength. Then, a section of the ceiling collapsed under the force of the attacks. Seeing his men being utterly defeated, 1717, standing beside the leader, anxiously spoke up. "We are no match for him. Preserving our lives is important. Let's retreat." Hearing 1717's reminder, the leader immediately agreed. He quickly took the lead and led the group in retreat. In his heart, he calculated, even if we can't eliminate Lin Yu, at least delaying him from participating in the Demon Control Conference will be useful. We can still receive 30% of the payment. $30 million is not a small amount. When they ran out into the hallway, the leader was taken aback to see his men, who had just been defeated, lying on the floor, crying out in pain. "Boss, save me." But he continued to run, leaving that unfortunate soldier behind. He thought to himself, the more people die, the more money I receive. Being a mercenary is a profession of killing, so why should I care about your lives? Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain as a knife stabbed straight into his side from behind. He cried out, "Ouch!" Turning around, he discovered that the one who had stabbed him was his own soldier, number 1717. He shouted, "You!" However, the one who stabbed him was not the real 1717, but Ling, disguised as 1717. At that moment, Ling removed her disguise and coldly laughed. "You guys dare to have designs on your master." Seeing this scene, the leader was terrified, stammering, Demon General." He quickly turned to retreat, frightened. He had never heard that Lin Yu had a pact with a demon general like this. At this moment, Lin Yu also approached Ling, calmly saying, "If we don't give you a glimmer of hope, how could you reveal all your cards?" Then, Lin Yu turned around and ordered Ding Liang, clean up the battlefield. He continued, Ling, contact the one behind him. Hearing the master's command, Ning immediately took out her magic orb. Spiritual power emanated from the orb, causing the man to be terrified and not dare to approach. Ignoring the pleas of the man, Ning used her ability. The images radiating from the magic orb flowed like silk, piercing into the man and rendering him paralyzed. After that, Ning pulled out the phone from the man's pocket. Earlier, Ning had used her ability to extract all the memories of the leader. She then used the phone to mimic the man's voice and call the one behind it. "Great Emperor Fengdu has been captured by us. Please come to address XXX to deliver the money and receive the goods in person." Hearing these words, the person on the other end was Koran Kolom. He was sitting in a room with several teammates, including the presence of Sakura. He joyfully laughed and replied to the other end, "Ha! What a delightful surprise." Koran Kolom then hung up, turned to his teammate. "Say Oliver, you also call the people from Team Nation K to come together to Villa XXX. The teammate happily agreed and left. Seeing Sakura sitting next to her, and hearing this news, her expression seemed tense. Koran Kolom then asked, "Miss, why you look so worried?" Sakura replied, "Mr. Koran Kolom, you haven't directly interacted with Great Emperor Fengdu. He is a very cunning person. Even in my nightmare realm, he was not easily missiled. How could he be easily captured like that?" Koran Kolom confidently said, "The power of a monster depends on the level of the person controlling the demon, but what we are using is the most advanced Yin-Ki technology. The anesthetic that the mercenary team is using is made from ingredients collected deep within the inner regions of the demon world, and with the technical support of that esteemed gentleman, we can easily sedate a demon general. Rest assured, I have experienced the drug-making technology of the Kolom family. When you try it, you will see. It will absolutely disappoint you." "It seems I have been overly worried," Koran Kolom continued. "Excluding Great Emperor Fengdu, by tomorrow morning, the situation between Nation AU and Nation H will have a score difference of 5-4. As for you, the Sakura team must defeat the Ru team in the arena this afternoon. By then, the International Demon Control Organization will be completely under our control. Nation M." The scene shifts to the XX Villa. Oliver and Captain Nation K have been captured by Lin Yu. At this moment, Oliver is having his entire memory read by Ning using her powers. After gaining all the information thanks to Ning's abilities, Lin Yu speaks up. "So your name is Oliver, and you are indeed Koran Kolom, the one behind the bounty on the dark web." Lin Yu turns to Tsai Jun, who is tied up, and says, I really didn't expect you guys from Nation K to still want to interfere after being eliminated. Sai-jun angrily retorts, Great Emperor Fengdu, you are truly a fraud. Oliver quickly informed Mr. Koran Kolom to send someone for rescue. Lin Yu turns back and replies, Don't waste your efforts. This place is enveloped by my demon world. Without my permission, no signal can be transmitted outside. Oliver, after being subjected to a Ning's mind-reading ability, felt exhausted. He spoke up. What do you want in order to spare us? Name your price. Lin Yu, at that moment, was holding a poker card, showing no intention of forgiveness. He replied with a smile. With your intelligence capabilities, surely you know that I am not short on money? Sai-jun, in a panic, shouted, If you release us, Lord Koran Kolom could offer you a chance to negotiate. Hearing Sai-jun's threats, Lin Yu turned back, glaring at him with a murderous look. I see nothing to negotiate with you. Noticing that Lin Yu was unfazed by the threats, Oliver shifted to a different approach, trying to persuade him. The match against Nation A starts in just 1 hour. You're wasting time with us here, unable to return to participate in the competition. Isn't Nation H always concerned about collective interests? If you abandon your team due to personal vendetta, causing Nation H to miss the opportunity to stand at the negotiating table of the International Demon Control Organization in the future, you will become a traitor to Nation H on this trip. Oliver attempted to awaken Lin Yu's sense of responsibility, hoping he would reconsider his decision. But Lin Yu's gaze indicated the opposite. He was not easily swayed. At this moment, Oliver was extremely frightened and tremblingly said to Lin Yu, Your only option now is to release us. This way, there is still a chance to invite Lord Koran Kolom to come forward and request a reduction in penalties, and ask the organizers to postpone the competition. He tried to persuade further. Why postpone? According to the rules of the competition, all contestants must be present immediately at the start. But if you don't participate, Nation H will only have 4 mediocre mid-level demon controllers left. How can they possibly withstand 5 level 6 demon controllers that Nation A has meticulously prepared? Lin Yu scoffed and replied, My teammates are the elite forces of Nation 8. They will definitely hold out until I return. At the same time, Lin Yu's 2 hands were filled with spiritual power, resembling brilliant purple flames, advancing towards Oliver. Lin Yu coldly said, As for you, a murderer will eventually be killed. Let Koran Kolom worry about how to deal with the finals after you die. Immediately, Lin Yu struck down with his hand full of spiritual power, straight onto the top of Oliver's head. He barely had time to scream, ah, before collapsing, dead on the spot. After finishing off Oliver, Lin Yu turned at Sai-jun, his gaze sharp and cold. Next is your turn. Sai-jun ran up, trembling when he heard Lin Yu's words, as if struck by lightning. Great Emperor Fengdu Xin, don't kill me. I have a lot of insider information from Nation M. Mr. Koran Kolom has prepared many ways to deal with you in Nation H. I can reveal everything to you. I also have money. How much do you want? I can request it from the National Treasury of Nation K. Lin Yu coldly replied to Sai-jun's pleas. No need. With An Ling by my side, I already know everything I need to know. Do you think I need money? Lin Yu then struck a palm strike to the top of Sai-jun's head. The result for him was exactly the same as for Oliver Kia. After dealing with everything at Villa XXX, it was time for the match. The arena was preparing for the event. Lin Yu took out his phone and called Hai Yu. Hai Yu, the competition is about to begin. You guys just deal with the Nation A team first. Is that all right? Hai Yu, while on the phone with Lin Yu, replied confidently, Of course. This time, the national team is going into battle, and besides bringing you along, there's also a team of supermodels from Center No. 9. They must have prepared some guarantees for us. Lin Yu smiled and replied, That's good to hear. Hold on tight. I'll be there soon. After that, Lin Yu was enveloped in a purple spiritual power and shot off like an arrow. The scene shifted to Hai Yu and his teammates, all very confident and preparing to step onto the competition stage. On the other side, Koran Kolom was trying to call Oliver, but couldn't get through. The phone only rang with hopeless beeps. Koran thought to himself, not being able to reach Oliver. It seems something unexpected has happened. Never mind, as long as Great Emperor Fengdu hasn't returned. We must expel Team Nation H from the arena first. Then we can figure things out. He then turned to encourage Team Nacional, shouting, "Charles, move forward. Take them down." With the encouragement from the Nation M crowd, Team Nacional became even more confident and boldly stepped onto the competition stage. At the same time, Yu and his teammates also advanced to the arena, preparing for the important battle ahead. Charles raised his chin and mockingly said, "Oh, is this really your lineup? The mighty Nation H? With over 1 billion people drawn into this horror game. Surely you must have at least millions, right? Why can't you gather a team full of level 6 controllers? Tick, there's even a little girl at only level 4. Ha ha ha." Seeing the opponent's disdain for their team, Yu calmly replied, "All the members of our team have been carefully selected based on their true abilities. Although Xiao Nan is a newcomer with a seemingly low level, her foundation is much stronger than yours." Hearing this, the National team, who had been ridiculed, immediately grew furious and shouted. Charles, with a look of deep anger, said, "Fine. If you intentionally want to provoke us, don't blame us for being merciless." Immediately, Charles used his skill, transforming the area into a vast lake. From the surface of the water, 3 malicious demons slowly emerged. He coldly laughed and opened the chaotic hell. "Chaos Mind. Come forth, water demons, feast." One of the water demons roared and quickly created a large water vortex, directly attacking Yu. Seeing the urgent situation, Xiao Man did not hesitate to summon her contracted demon, firmly declaring, "Let me handle this, little mist." Xiao Man's contracted demon appeared, ready to confront the water vortex and the fierce demons from the National team. The battle instantly became tense and full of drama. The demon of Xiao Nan created a purple whirlwind, charging straight to block the water vortex attacking from the opponent's side. Instantly, Charles's water demon, which had been in an offensive stance, had to switch to defense. Surprised, Charles exclaimed, "I never expected that this girl's demon could borrow my water domain to counterattack." Seeing the unfavorable situation, Charles shouted, "Everyone, use your monsters to attack." Immediately, the water demons charged forward to assault Nation H's team. On the other side, Shang Yuan did not remain idle. He began to unleash his moves. He summoned talismans emitting blue spiritual power, forming a circle around himself. The 5 Thunder Talisman. Lin Shu quickly joined the battle, his eyes glowing red as he summoned the technique Blood Frenzy Blade. The combined attacks of Lin Shu and Shang Yuan forced the water demons to endure the onslaught, letting out pained cries of "A! Ow!" Meanwhile, the 2 team captains also began to engage in combat. Charles harnessed his spiritual power to create a large water sphere, then declared, "The people of Nation H truly cannot be underestimated. Transform and amplify spiritual power." But just as Charles was preparing to strike, Yu slammed his golden staff down onto the ground. A wave of golden spiritual power radiated across the arena, and he shouted, "Stop right there." The powerful wave of spiritual power caused everyone on the field to pause for a moment, taken aback by Yu's strength. The battle temporarily halted in a tense atmosphere, as both sides realized that the opponent before them was not to be underestimated. Seeing Yu's abilities, the entire river in Charles' hell was frozen. Charles said, "Indeed, you have the ultimate weapon in your hands." Yu confidently replied, "Of course, the nations that can reach the group stage all have a foundation of ultimate weapons. A great nation age like this, how could I participate in battle empty-handed? This is the item that Bai Yi and I obtained during the previous weak water rev mission, specifically designed to counter you mediocre ones." Yu then unleashed a wave of golden spiritual power, charging towards the people of National, and shouted, "Charge!" Shang Yuan, Lin Shu, and Xiao Man also surged forward alongside that wave. At this moment, both sides engaged in combat, but Nation H had the upper hand. Sitting in the stands, Ivanovsky happily assessed, "Nation H truly is Nation H. Even without great Emperor Fengdu in a 4 against 5, they can still crush their opponents." On the contrary, Quorum Kulumla's face was filled with veins, and the person sitting next to him sighed heavily. "These useless fools," Quorum Kulumla shouted. "Why haven't they finished it quickly yet?" On the battlefield, the Nation H team was being attacked fiercely. The captain of Nation all turned to his teammates and said, "It seems there's no choice but to use that." Suddenly, a powerful wave was unleashed, enveloping the entire group of Nation Owl. Then, they emitted a white smoke, transforming into their own demons. These demons were also ablaze with the white smoke. It seemed that this white smoke had directly amplified the strength of the demons several times over. In their demonized state, the group charged forward to attack, sending Yu and his teammates flying backward. Yu exclaimed in surprise, "Damn it! How can they become so strong so quickly?" Almost everyone has strength on par with a team captain. The captain of Nation Owl, in his demonized state, continued to charge ahead, creating waves of green spiritual power with his hands. He laughed triumphantly, "Ha ha! So what if Nation H has a large population and elite demon controllers? The average level of our Nation On team is much higher than yours. Prepare to die." Immediately after, a gigantic water vortex surged forward, targeting the entire Nation H team. Yu and his teammates tried to withstand it, but it seemed they could no longer hold on. In this life-or-death situation, unexpectedly, a purple light shot down from the sky, aimed directly at the water vortex. This purple light generated a massive wave of spiritual power, directly blocking the captain's attack. After that, numerous bursts of purple spiritual power surrounded them, then suddenly exploded, creating a huge blast that completely shattered the captain of Nation Owl's assault. The battle paused in a suffocating atmosphere as the situation unexpectedly shifted. After the residual energy dissipated, the image of Lin Yu became clear. He was tightly gripping the hand of the captain of Nation Owl. The captain, seeing this scene, was scared out of his wits, stammering, "This power!" On the side of Nation H, Yu was overjoyed to see Lin Yu reappear, while Xiao Nian excitedly shouted, "Brother Lin!" Lin Yu smiled and spoke, "I've kept you waiting, I have returned." Upon seeing Lin Yu actually appear, the entire team of Nation Owl was both astonished and terrified. In their hearts, they thought, "Great Emperor Fengdu! He really has returned. Could it be that Oliver and the group from Nation M have been defeated by him?" The captain of Nation O, filled with anger, quickly pulled his hand away from Lin Yu's and shouted loudly, "Great Emperor Fengdu, don't celebrate too soon. We are not a developing nation like Nation Aid, where quantity compensates for quality. Our team has the highest average level. It's good that you have returned, but let us defeat you fairly." He continued, his eyes filled with resentment. "From now on, how can you still show your face in the international demon control community?" The atmosphere in the arena became extremely tense, as both teams prepared to face off in the decisive battle. Hearing the confident words spoken by the captain of Nation O, Lin Yu laughed loudly and replied with a sarcastic tone, "Upright and honorable, ha, ha 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 ha." Seeing Lin Yu mocking him, the captain of Nation O shouted angrily, "What are you laughing at?" At this moment, Lin Yu became serious and replied with a tone full of disdain, "Relying on using stimulants to level up is merely an act of trying to pretend to be strong. Now you even have to inject more drugs before daring to confront us, yet you still dare to call yourselves upright and honorable. It's truly ridiculous." Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the people of Nation O felt a pang of unease, their hearts filled with worry. How does he know? Lin Yu, with a calm expression, deliberately spoke loudly so that everyone in the stands could hear. "As far as I know, your purple skin is not some secret technique to transform into demons, right? It's merely a side effect of injecting blood extracts from the demon marshal. In other words, you have used specialized stimulants for demon masters to cheat." The entire stands buzzed with chatter upon hearing Lin Yu's words. This surprising truth led people to begin doubting and whispering about the Nation O team, while those cheaters became increasingly flustered and frightened. Everyone in the stands was stunned when they heard Lin Yu's words. "What did you say?" Caught off guard by Lin Yu exposing the truth, the captain of Nation O hurriedly spoke up, "Nonsense. Do you have any evidence? Bring the evidence here." Watching this scene from the stands, Kuoran Kolom sighed to himself, "Hemph. Fortunately, this drug is the latest serum developed by Demon Marshal. As long as we, as the organizing side, can delay for an hour or two, the evidence will be eliminated." At this moment on the fighting stage, Lin Yu still smiled brightly in response to the captain of Nation O. "Are you mistaken? I absolutely do not need to provide evidence to you, because justice will be recognized by the hearts of the people." Standing next to Lin Yu, Yu, as the captain of Nation H, turned towards Koran Kolom and spoke loudly. The use of drugs is indeed a familiar method of Nation M and Nation O in the arenas. Their application of this method in demon control competitions is hardly surprising. In the stands, the Nation Ru team and other teams protested vehemently. Don't treat us like fools. That's right, who has purple skin? At this moment, Koran Kolom gritted his teeth in anger. That cunning great Emperor Fengdu is shifting the blame onto us. Nation M really can't salvage this situation. The captain of Nation A was furious. Well, his skin was already purple, he thought grimly. Now that the true face has been completely exposed, the only thing left to do is to defeat that detestable guy. Only the victor has the right to explain. Then, beneath his feet, the blue water gradually turned blood red, and he unleashed a technique that created a wave of blood, like arrows shooting toward Lin Yu. Seeing this, Lin Yu shook his head in exasperation. How reckless! At this point, you're still willing to shed blood? Aren't you afraid your body won't be able to handle it? He then used spatial manipulation to summon Zhu Xiong, and with a powerful display, Zhu Xiong appeared, holding two mighty swords, standing beside Lin Yu. Zhu Xiong immediately charged forward, slashing through the incoming attack, cutting the assault in half. The recoil from the attack sent the remnants flying back toward the captain of Nation A and his group. Seeing the power of Lin Yu's contract demon, the entire team from Nation A was terrified. The attacks were still bouncing back at them, and the team captain and his companions quickly dodged while shouting for help. Lord Koran Kolom, save me! Seeing this, Koran Kolom immediately used his weapon, throwing it towards the Nation O group. The weapon formed a sturdy shield in front of them, allowing the Nation O team to defend against the attack. At that moment, the captain of Nation A breathed a sigh of relief. I almost thought I was going to die. Koran Kolom, standing in the stands, rose and addressed Lin Yu. Great Emperor Fengdu, the competition does not allow intentional harm to opponents. You people from Nation H are ruthless and inhumane like this. I will revoke your qualification to participate. Seeing this, everyone on the stage, and Lin Yu turned to the person who spoke. Lin Yu replied with a smug expression. Lord Koran Kolom, I ask you, as the organizer, to maintain dignity and reason a bit. Their current state is clearly not caused by me, but rather a side effect after the drug wore off. Moreover, they are not injured, just weakened for a few days. After all, they have lost and cannot enter the finals. Does their condition in the next few days even matter to them? The captain of Nation A, upon hearing these words, felt as if struck by lightning, his entire body trembling as he roared in anger. You. But overwhelmed by rage, he spat blood, then fainted on the spot. Seeing that he could do nothing against Lin Yu, Koran Kolom changed the subject, waving to the event staff and saying, How embarrassing, staff, please carry them away for treatment. Then he cast a dangerous glance, his entire being exuding a murderous intent, and spoke towards Lin Yu. Great Emperor Fengdu, your methods are truly skillful. If you really are just a rookie, having just matured after the 4th round, then you truly deserve to be called the strongest genius of Nation H. On Lin Yu's side, he replied casually, It's all the same. You could become a level 7 demon master thanks to the inheritance technology of your ancestors, which is not something an ordinary person can achieve. Hearing Lin Yu say that, Koran Kolom turned around and walked away, not forgetting to remind Lin Yu. Good. See you in the finals, Lin Yu. Below the arena, ignoring Koran Kolom, Lin Yu turned to the MC and said, You should announce the results of the competition now. The MC then responded with an oh, and announced to the entire arena, The representative team of Nation H has won. Upon hearing the organizers announce the results, everyone rushed to Lin Yu to celebrate. Little Neem shouted, Brother Lin, we won. Shang Yuan shook his head, disapproving of the actions of the Nation A team. I really didn't expect Nation A to use drugs. If it weren't for the great emperor returning in time, the outcome of the match would truly be uncertain. Lin Xiao confidently stated, Even if I have to use all my strength, I will defeat them. Hai Yu then teased Lin Yu. Honestly, are you trying to imitate the main characters from some manga, who always show up just in time to save the day? Seeing Hai Yu say that, Lin Yu put on a face that suggested there was no way that was the case. At this moment, Ivanovsky also approached the fighting area where Lin Yu was. Congratulations to my friends. Congratulations on making it to the next round. Hai Yu cheerfully replied. I wish you all a smooth competition this afternoon. Do your best. Upon hearing Hai Yu's words, Ivanovsky anxiously said, This afternoon we will face the Sakura team. They surely have received the drugs from Nation M early. I fear this will be a tough battle. Lin Yu then cheerfully said to his friend Ivanovsky, My friend, you don't need to worry. Actually, I know a significant weakness of this drug. Hearing Lin Yu say this, Ivanovsky joyfully asked back, Oh, my good friend, would you be willing to share this information? As long as we defeat the Sakura team to advance, we in Nation Ru will definitely repay you in the finals. Lin Yu happily shared, explaining, Actually, the principle is quite simple. The drug from Nation N uses blood extract from a Demon King level vampire, and vampires' most important factor is the purity of their bloodline. As long as one exhibits a higher bloodline purity than the opponent, their drug will be completely ineffective. Hearing Lin Yu's explanation, Ivanovsky rubbed his chin with his fingers, his face deep in thought. But, where can we find a higher level vampire? Lin Yu cheerfully replied, Haha, recently when Agent Nation M went to Nation H, I obtained a sample of blood at an extremely high level. As long as I activate her aura, the drug from Nation M will automatically become ineffective. As if receiving a lifeline, Ivanovsky joyfully said, That's great, that's great. Wait, just now when facing Team Nation A, you deliberately held back this trump card, didn't you? If we reveal it when battling Team Sakura, then Nation M will be on guard. Nation M certainly won't rely solely on the drug to win the finals. Lin Yu confidently said, Compared to holding on to this small advantage, I would rather sincerely cooperate with Team Nation Ru. Seeing Lin Yu's sincerity, Ivanovsky was overjoyed to the point of tears. Great Emperor, next, let's work together for both our countries to advance to the finals. The two happily shook hands. Cheers to our cooperation. The afternoon battle between Team Nation Ru and Team Sakura was also about to take place. At this moment, Sakura did not understand what was happening. She trembled and knelt before Nation Ru, still perplexed about the situation. Why is this happening? This overwhelming aura of fear emanates from deep within our veins. We absolutely cannot resist it. This cannot possibly be something that Nation Ru's team has done. Then, she looked towards Lin Yu in the stands and saw that he was surrounded by a purple spiritual power. Lin Yu's face was full of smug satisfaction as he looked down at the competition stage. Seeing this scene, Sakura thought to herself, It must be Great Emperor Fengdu. It has to be him. No one else possesses such strange and unpredictable abilities. Sharing this thought, Quarren Kolum's face was filled with anger, to the point where his muscles were bulging as he glared at Lin Yu. I knew it. The ancestor's blood that Bob possessed has fallen into Lin Yu's hands. At this moment, the organizers officially announced that the winning team was Nation Ru. Standing on the railing, Quarren Kolum was extremely dissatisfied. He silently pondered. The group stage has ended. The Sakura team has lost, and furthermore, before that, the Nation K and Nation O teams were eliminated in the end, unexpectedly leaving us. The Nation M team fighting alone. Even Oliver has been killed. Our lineup is no longer complete. Thinking of this, he suddenly flew into a rage, his hand striking the railing where he stood. Then he roared angrily, Damn it! Damn it! How did it come to this? The railing, which bore the brunt of Quarren Kolum's anger at that moment, was deformed and dented, creating a large hole after his punch. Seeing Quarren Kolum in this state, a teammate spoke up, Quarren Kolum, why are you so angry? This isn't like you at all. Mr. Sabel, I really don't know how to overcome the Nation H team. Seeing this, Kia advised Quarren Kolum, although our strength mainly comes from the family's demon control legacy, it is also derived from the horrific experiences we have endured. The essence of horror games is to teach us how to utilize the rules. There are still rules that can be exploited, right? The scene shifts to the hotel, where Lin Yu and his teammates are resting. They are holding a meeting among the members. Hai Yu speaks up. Although the singles match in the semifinals is still ongoing, with the Great Emperor guarding us, the opponents will directly face defeat, making it quite easy and enjoyable. A guy from Team Mel 9, who usually handles the competition procedures, holds the draw results in his hands. and announces the semifinal draw results. In fact, the final list for the finals has already been determined. This means Team Mation H, Team Mation M, Team Mation Ru, Team NEU, and Team Mation Mongolia. Shang Yuan also shares his opinion. Team Mation Ru and Team Mation Mongolia both have good relationships with our team, so they will definitely not make things difficult for Team Mation M. Xiao Nian also speaks up. Previously, Team NEU had a neutral stance. I wonder if they have been swayed by Team Mation N now. However, the organizers have just announced that the finals will be postponed and scheduled for 5 days later. Lin Xiu expressed his opinion. With such a long period of time, the Nation M team is certainly secretly preparing something nefarious. After all, the Nation M team is the organizing unit. They won't miss the opportunity of their home advantage. At this moment, Lin Yu spoke up. However, if it gets postponed, then in the next few days, we will have another opportunity to complete the instance mission. Does everyone want to participate? We'd have all exchanged our Pinstance exemption cards. Lin Yu continued. I know you're talented and brave, but at this time, it's still not advisable to create more trouble. Seeing his opinion dismissed, Lin Yu felt a bit down. Well, I naturally know that. Actually, I intended to use these days to go see the Purgatory Tower. Hai Yu immediately asked back, the Purgatory Tower in a horror space, right? Lin Yu replied, that's right, but I couldn't find any guides on the forum, so I wanted to ask you first. Does anyone have any official information about the Purgatory Tower? Hai Yu answered, of course I know. I've been there before. Lin Yu, you are really quite suitable to go to the Purgatory Tower right now. Lin Yu was surprised. Me? Hai Yu continued. As everyone knows, the reward for passing the Mingling Tower is points. But to enter the Purgatory Tower, you must be a level 5 demon controller or higher. The rewards for passing are extremely enticing. They are all valuable items. Lin Yu asked, valuable items? Hai Yu affirmed. That's right. Those are items that directly enhance your spiritual power and spirit. Hai Yu continued to explain. In the Purgatory Tower, there is a type of spiritual power that is particularly pure. We at Center know. 9 have become Purgatory souls, and while operating at various levels, Purgatory souls will turn into enemies. After being defeated, they will revert to an energy state and can be absorbed by others. Purgatory souls can nourish the body, but do not directly affect spiritual power and spirit. In fact, they do not increase strength or reaction speed. However, when using spiritual power, you will receive an inexplicable boost. Lin Yu thought, it sounds like receiving a buff status in a game. Just by passing a few more floors of the Purgatory Tower and gaining boosts from Purgatory souls, you will see your strength increase immediately. Lin Yu then said, in that case, I will enter the Purgatory Tower at midnight tonight. The scene shifted to the Purgatory Tower. At this moment, Lin Yu had entered the tower. He was on the first level of the tower. At this time, Lin Yu took out his ultimate weapon, a long spear, to prepare for battle. The surrounding space at this moment was illuminated by brilliant waves of spiritual power in shades of blue and white. Just a moment later, these streams of spiritual power began to transform, morphing into monstrous creatures that charged towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu chuckled lightly. It's no wonder this place only opens its doors to demon controllers of level 5 and above. Even the appetizer is a malicious demon. He quickly dashed forward, effortlessly taking down several malicious demons before they even realized what had just happened. As the malicious demons vanished, Lin Yu gathered the streams of blue and white spiritual power into his hands. This is the Purgatory Soul. Once the Purgatory Soul was collected, Lin Yu could use it at will. Soon after, the Purgatory Tower system announced. The first level has been completed. Current completion level is 1%. The next level will soon be opened. Seeing this notification, Lin Yu pondered and muttered, completion level. In the previous level, only 2 malicious demons appeared. Level 2 will probably have 4. Just as predicted, immediately the enemies of the second level appeared. 4 malicious demons formed and charged towards Lin Yu. He quickly raised his long spear, channeling spiritual power into the weapon. He felt the flow of spiritual power within him seemed to increase by 1%. While checking himself, the malicious demons had fully formed and were rushing straight at him. Lin Yu laughed heartily, just in time, and joyfully plunged into battle. And just after a sharp slash from Lin Yu's long spear, 4 monsters vanished instantly. Afterwards, he continued to collect purgatory souls. This time, the number of purgatory souls surrounded both of Lin Yu's hands. He exclaimed, "This purgatory tower is truly miraculous." The system then announced, "Level 2 has been completed. Current completion level is 2%. The next level will be open soon." Continuously following were successive announcements as Lin Yu kept slashing down the monster creatures. Current completion level is 3%. Current completion level is 4%. Current completion level is 5%. After surpassing 5 levels, Lin Yu once again sensed his body. He could hardly believe the changes. The feeling of sluggishness when using spiritual power seemed to have vanished. He wondered, what is the principle behind this? I wonder if the bound items can be enhanced as well. Thinking of this, Lin Yu immediately called Zhu Xiang and Ning out through his demon control space. After being summoned, Zhu Xiang and Ning, along with Lin Yu, continued to fight against the malicious demons. As always, after defeating the monsters, the purgatory soul was the reward. Seeing this for the first time, Zhu Xiang curiously asked Lin Yu, "Master, what is this?" Lin Yu simply replied, "Everyone, try to absorb this energy." After Zhu Xiang and Ning touched the purgatory soul to attempt absorption, Ning spoke up, "It seems I can't absorb it." Hearing Ning's comment, Lin Yu looked at the purgatory soul floating in his hands and said, "It seems that this purgatory soul only has an effect on humans." The system then displayed a notification. Current completion level is 6%. Suddenly, as if some kind of power was acting upon them, Ning and Zhu Xiang were forced to kneel, both trembling. Seeing this, Lin Yu anxiously asked, "What is happening to you?" Just a moment later, both were able to stand up normally again. Zhu Xiang scratched his head and replied to Lin Yu, "Master, we don't know what just happened. It was just the pressure from the monster that you just displayed overwhelming us, making us unable to control ourselves." Hearing this, Lin Yu was a bit surprised. The pressure of the monster. And Ning saw that Lin Yu still didn't seem to understand, so she explained further, saying, "It turns out that the master may not like to hear this. In fact, those who control demons usually do not possess the same combat strength as monsters of the same level. This is a consensus among monsters, so it is very difficult for monsters to truly fear humans from the bottom of their hearts. However, just now, it seemed that you had a powerful pressure about you, which only high-level monsters possess." Listening to Ning's explanation, Lin Yu thought to himself, "So that's how it is. Those who control demons have always cultivated in 2 directions. One is to absorb and manipulate energy from the outside, which is spiritual power. The second is the spirit representing the strength of the soul. Perhaps it is precisely because the human body is weak that when it contains yin energy, it is often greatly reduced, and the transformation of the purgatory soul is to eliminate this weakness, granting humans a more suitable body to utilize yin qi. This is the principle behind the purgatory buff tower. Level 7 has also been opened, and the process began to repeat itself like before. The demons appeared again. Lin Yu held the ultimate spear in his hand, while Zhu Qiang and Ning also looked towards the group of monsters that were forming. Lin Yu was delighted to find out that Hai Yu had referred to the purgatory spirit as an upgrade tower. The rapid increase truly captivated people. After that, the 3 of them continued to rush into battle. Then, the system notifications rang out continuously. Current completion level is 7%. Current completion level is 8%. Current completion level is 9%. Entered the 10th tier. Lin Yu's body was gradually fading. He thought to himself, although the current levels are not challenging me, if this continues, my body seems to be feeling increasingly uncontrollable. Could this be the limit I can currently bear? The feeling of losing control right now is because my spirit and spiritual power cannot keep up with the increase in my body's strength. But I can still use the power of the monster through the contract to balance each time my strength increases. The chances in the finals have increased further. But then he continued to fight against the monsters, surpassing the next tiers, finally stopping at the 15th tier. Notification system. Current completion level is 15%. Lin Yu was delighted. That's enough. After that, he returned to the real world. It seemed that his teammates had all gone to the purgatory tower. Lin Xiao saw Lin Yu and asked, "Great Emperor, you finally returned." Lin Yu asked, "You all went to challenge the Purgatory Tower, right?" Lin Xiao confidently replied, "That's right." Xiao Lai, blushing, asked Lin Yu. "Fortunately, thanks to acquiring yin key materials, I managed to pass level 5 of the Ghost Controller and meet the entry requirements for the Purgatory Tower. Otherwise, I would have held everyone back." Hai Yu, looking serious, asked everyone with his arms crossed, "How much have you all completed?" Xiao Nian spoke up, "My completion rate is 6%. Lin Shu then turned to respond, "My completion rate is 6%. Shang Yuan happily spoke towards Lin Yu, "Mine is 8%. What about Great Emperor?" Lin Yu replied decisively, 15%. Hearing Lin Yu's answer, everyone was left in a daze. Hai Yu, a level 6 demon controller, spoke up, "I have only achieved 12%. Lin Yu was a bit puzzled and asked Hai Yu, "Oh, I noticed that the rankings of the two towers only have people from Nation H. Why is that?" Hai Yu explained to Lin Yu, "Other countries also have their own horror spaces, which are different from ours. Therefore, the rankings are not combined." Lin Shu, upon hearing this, eagerly asked Hai Yu, "So, the people from Nation M are unaware of our special training session this time?" Hai Yu smiled brightly and replied, "That's right. Even though our ranks haven't changed, our overall combat strength is vastly different compared to when we were in the qualifiers. By the time of the finals, we can bring a surprise to the team from Nation M." The next day, in the main hall of the organizing committee, all teams participating in the finals were present. A large man with a bald head stood on the podium, speaking after discussing the final match of the international tournament. This time, the Demon Controller will apply a scoring and hunting competition format. The rules of the competition are very simple. Teams will collect 10 monster blood spirits that appear in the competition area to earn points. The competition duration is 3 days. The team with the highest total score will win. For the monster levels, points will be calculated based on the level of the blood spirits. Higher level blood spirits will earn more points. Lower level blood spirits will also be counted, but less than 1 point for the demon level blood spirits. Malicious demon level blood spirits are worth 5 points. Powerful demon level blood spirits are worth 50 points, and 200 points for demon general level blood spirits. During the competition, as long as it does not endanger the safety or lives of the members, the teams representing the countries can engage in soul contests with each other. Some participants below, upon hearing these rules, began to murmur. 2 members of the NEU team spoke up. "Wow, this strong overweak rule from country M really doesn't shy away from causing trouble. Moreover, the so-called premise of no killing is just talk. Who knows what surprises will happen at that time?" The Nation Ru team also spoke up. "It's not that I have a conspiracy theory, but all the contestants here are elites and geniuses from their countries, especially those from Nation A. They might be taking this opportunity to eliminate their opponents right from the very beginning, which is why they chose such competition rules." While the teams were discussing, Lin Yu suddenly glanced towards Koran Kolom. Under Lin Yu's intense gaze, Koran felt a bit uncomfortable, but said nothing. The bald man from the organizing committee raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Next, let me introduce the location of the finals. The Thorny Forest. The map distributed by the organizers to each team. Hai Yu held the map in his hands, and everyone focused intently on it. The map depicted the terrain with mountains and rivers, drawn in great detail. On the map, there was a circle location marked in yellow with a note. "Contestants controlling demons, please do not approach if you do not wish to encounter danger." Hai Yu was the first to speak. The Thorny Forest. Sounds like it could be very advantageous for the vampire team from Nation M. Xiao Nian also expressed his opinion. Aren't they supposed to have arranged the position of the blood spirit in advance and planned to cheat? Lin Yu was more practical, responding, "Actually, there's no need to do that, because there's no prohibition against competing for it. The team with the highest total score at the end will definitely be the strongest in terms of combat power." After the teams received the map, the organizers invited everyone to go outside. Next, they announced, "We invite the representatives of the teams from various countries to get on the special vehicles and enter through different entrances." At this moment, all the teams moved onto the vehicles that the organizers had prepared. The Nation Ru team was no exception. Before getting on the vehicle, Ivanovsky turned back to look at the Nation H team, excitedly saying, "Good luck, my dear friends. See you later." Yu then turned to see the Nation M team and was surprised to spot Sakura and Charles. She immediately asked, "Why are you guys in the Nation M team?" Sakura made a smug face and replied, "Heh, Yu, this has nothing to do with you." Charles, standing next to Sakura, also smiled and said, "It's true that our team has been eliminated, but there's no rule that prohibits us from joining another team." Yu shouted angrily, "This is unfair." Seeing Yu's angry demeanor, Koran Kolom calmly turned to say, "Hemph, we had to resort to such tactics, didn't we? Isn't it all caused by you from Nation H? You killed members of our Nation M team outside, preventing them from participating in the competition. Nation H is unworthy of demanding fairness." Lin Yu also spoke up, but unlike Yu, he was very calm, responding, "Koran Kolom, Hemph. It was your Nation M team members who engaged in malicious competition outside, even breaking into my room to kidnap me. Do I need to go find evidence of who orchestrated this?" Lin Yu's words hit a sore spot for Team Nation M, causing them to immediately turn and leave. Before getting into the car, Koran Kolom turned back to Lin Yu and said, "Great Emperor Fengdu, we will meet in the finals." After that, Team Nation H also got into their vehicle and headed towards the thorny forest. On the bus, Yu was still feeling annoyed. These guys really know how to exploit weaknesses. Now their team has 3 captain-level demons controlling them. Sitting in the back of the bus, Lin Yu was still holding a map, muttering, "Come on, Charles and Sakura are just failures anyway." Looking closely at the map in his hands, Lin Yu thought to himself, "Compared to their obvious strength, I'm more worried about the unknowns." After traveling a long distance, Team Nation H finally arrived at the thorny forest. Everyone got off the bus and observed the surroundings, but it seems someone was watching them from afar. This person was even counting the number of team members who had just reached this location. The one watching was an elder demon of the vampire clan, resembling a lowly girl with long ears and long hair tied into 2 pigtails. She seemed very pleased with Lin Yu's group. "There's a total of 25 little mice," she whispered. "The current head of the Koran clan really knows how to borrow flowers to offer to the Buddha. Finally, someone is here to help me clean up those pesky blood spirits." But suddenly, she sensed something from Lin Yu. She frowned, wondering, "What's going on? That person, why does he seem to carry my aura?" Suddenly, a small demon with 2 sharp horns on its head and skin as red as blood blended into the eerie surroundings. The little child, with a fearful expression, kept running frantically as if being chased by someone. It turned out that someone really was pursuing him. It was the pink-haired girl, Xiao Lai, who was summoning Bai Vu to chase after the little boy. The pink-haired girl quickly ran over and blocked the way of the blood spirit. She shouted loudly, commanding him to stand still. The boy was cornered, with no way to escape, and he was startled and panicked. With no other choice, the blood spirit gritted his teeth, turned to flee in another direction. But just at that moment, a man named Shang Yuan, dressed in ancient clothing, suddenly jumped down from the sky. This man waved his hands, using the 5 thunder technique, to summon thunder and lightning, attacking straight at the boy, causing him to fall to the ground, unable to resist. The ground around the boy was also blasted apart by this terrifying force. Another technique aimed at the blood spirit, a massive chain that looked sturdy and unbreakable, surged toward the boy. The chain seemed to have a will of its own, as it immediately bound the little blood spirit as soon as it touched it. The creature had no strength to resist and could only let out a frustrated groan. "Huh!" The chain belonged to the girl Yu. She had swiftly captured the little blood spirit, one end of the chain binding the child while the other end was firmly in her grasp. However, Yu was still a bit uncertain. She asked, "Is this really a blood spirit?" Suddenly, Lin Yu appeared from behind, accompanied by Bag Runai. Both were using their magical powers to restrain several other blood spirits, making them crawl helplessly on the ground. They casually led them away as if walking dogs. Lin Yu took the initiative to speak up. "Now we have 155 points." Yu and the others turned around upon hearing the MC's voice. Yu, excited, quickly walked over and praised, "Not bad. You and that little ghost girl both have binding skills. My black ethereal chain is the best at capturing. Moreover, with Bai Runai and Shang Yuan, Lin Shu, helping to encircle and capture. We truly have an advantage in catching blood spirits. However, Lin Yu still frowned and said glumly, but if we get defeated, no matter how many blood spirits we capture in the end, they will just become wedding dresses for someone else. Yet, if we want to achieve ultimate victory, we must rely on real combat strength. Hai Yu, seeing that the MC seemed to have other calculations in mind, proactively asked, should we continue to act according to the original plan, splitting up? Is that dangerous? Lin Yu waved his hand, responding confidently, even though this thorny forest blocks phone signals, with Ru Ne accompanying you, I can return at any time. Ru Ne, following Lin Yu's orders, stepped forward to join Hai Yu's group. After everything was arranged, the MC ventured deeper into the forest alone, leaving Hai Yu and the others staring blankly at his retreating figure. Xiao Lai, growing increasingly worried, hesitantly said, Brother Lin, we are concerned for you, but perhaps this worry is a bit unnecessary. Meanwhile, in another location, a blonde girl, who had been silent until now, suddenly warned her companions. They seemed to be splitting up. This girl was lying flat on the ground, with numerous sharp red thorns growing from her ears, which acted like living entities, crawling on the ground to gather intelligence for her. This was the essence of the plant monster, a unique skill with the ability to eavesdrop called Great Earth Listening. Koran Kolom's accomplice from Nation M, unable to contain his impatience, immediately asked, which direction is Great Emperor Fengdu coming from? The blonde girl, who had just used the plant beast, slowly sat up, retracted her skill, and calmly replied, I couldn't hear everything clearly, but I did hear someone heading west. That might be Great Emperor Fengdu. Another one, filled with skepticism, spoke up. So it must be him. Right, the loud Charlie countered. Is this a trap? The woman in the traditional kimono, Sakura, agreed with Charlie. She asked, we fought our way here for him. Does he really think he can face us alone and make me afraid? Confident and considering herself wise, Sakura covered her mouth with her hand and smiled smugly. I see right through his game. He likes to play ambush and counterattack, so we'll just go along with it. Koran Kolom turned his head and asked Sakura, do you have confidence? Sakura replied nonchalantly, my strength might not match Great Emperor Fengdu's, but the others from Nation H, I don't think much of them. Hearing this, Koran Kolom gritted his teeth and resolved, as long as we can kill Great Emperor Fengdu, this competition will be considered a mission accomplished. On this side, the group of Hai Yu and Xiao Lai were gathered together, cheering for Ru Nai. Hai Yu was the loudest, encouraging Ru Nai. Great job! Another 50 points. Xiao Lai was also excited, waving her arms and shouting, Sister Ru Nai, you are amazing. Meanwhile, Ru Nai was fully focused, dealing with each blood spirit. Suddenly, Lin Yu burst out from the forest. This time, he returned in a disheveled state, covered in dirt, clutching his stomach and staggering over. He gasped out, Hai Yu. Upon hearing this, Hai Yu quickly turned her head to look. Just then, he collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, Hai Yu caught him, preventing him from falling flat. She was startled and shouted his name, Lin Yu. After that, she asked with concern, what happened to you? Lin Yu struggled to hold his chest, his voice trembling as he said, don't mention it. The Nation M team is much stronger than we thought. The Demon Controller Level 7, Koran Kolom, is beyond our expectations. Even I was beaten without having a chance to fight back. Hai Yu had already known that this Lin Yu was a fake, but she still mischievously played along, firmly deciding not to expose him. At this moment, Hai Yu turned her head to look at Ru Nai and winked at her. Ru Nai also noticed, quickly understanding and shaking her head in response, affirming that this person was indeed a fake. Seeing that confirmation, Hai Yu immediately sprang into action. She anxiously asked, how could this happen? The super fake Lin Yu suddenly sprang up, pretending to be panicked, as he ordered the group of Hai Yu. They're about to catch up. We need to leave here quickly. Hai Yu hurriedly played along with the act, supporting this fake Lin Yu, and he readily agreed. But as Hai Yu barely supported him for a moment, she quickly let go, reasonably making an excuse. You're really too heavy. I can't hold you up. Then the mischievous girl called Ru Ni over for assistance. Miss Ba Ru Ni, come help me quickly. The fake Lin Yu having been called out for being fat, quickly retracted his hands, denying repeatedly, "I'm not fat." However, Ru Nai, relying on the ignorance of the fake, swiftly grabbed his hand. Then she used her spiritual power to bind him tightly, leaving him wide-eyed in astonishment. He was bound so tightly that his body twisted, and he shouted in protest, "What are you doing?" Hai Yu looked down with a mischievous expression, hands on her hips, laughing uproariously, teasing the fake. "Ha ha! What are you planning? We have seen through everything. We are just going along with the plan." The fake quickly revealed its true form. The one pretending to be the main MC was Sakura. Even though she was tightly bound, she was still in shock, screaming, "Impossible! You cannot see through my illusion." Lin Shu clenched his fist, snorted coldly, and mocked, "Yes, no matter how well you disguise yourself, we won't believe you." Shang Yuan, standing to the side, agreed. Great Emperor Fengdu would never panic like this. Shao Lai stepped in front of Sakura, arms crossed over his chest, sneering. "Moreover, your understanding of Lin is too shallow. You didn't even recognize his monster contract, yet you dare to impersonate him." Sakura was stunned, her face turning pale, and she screamed, "You are also a monster of Great Emperor Fengdu, and a powerful demon. How many monster contracts does he actually have?" Ru Nai, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. She provoked Sakura again. "How could an enemy like you know this secret? But I can tell you one thing. Ding Liang and I are the weakest monsters of our master." Saying that, she unleashed her magical power, causing yin qi to swirl around her hand. Sakura was nearly at her wit's end. Her face turned pale, sweat pouring down her like rain, and she screamed in despair. "At least two powerful demons, and you say you are the weakest. How could anyone possibly withstand that, relying solely on the spirit of a level 5 demon controller?" Sakura gave up, her head drooping, parallel to the ground, not daring to look up. Her whole body was tightly bound, and she thought to herself, "Great Emperor Fengdu is indeed a monster. If he is allowed to grow, does our nation have any chance against Nation H? Lord Koran must kill him." Meanwhile, Lin Yu was relentlessly pursuing a blood spirit. The two of them swiftly glided through the forest. Suddenly, a mass of thorny vines appeared, grabbing hold of Lin Yu's legs, catching him off guard, and he exclaimed, "Ha!" Embassy quickly stopped and no longer pursued the small blood spirit. He looked at the thorny vines at his feet and casually said, "So you finally arrived." From a distance, Koran Kolon's group slowly approached. He led the way, exuding arrogance, and took the initiative to speak. "Great Emperor Fengdu, you really have guts. Knowing that we would come for you, yet still daring to act alone." Lin Yu remained indifferent, smirking as he replied, "I wonder if you've heard, high-level hunters often appear in the form of prey." The blonde girl hurriedly summoned a plant monster, then swung the thorny vines toward MC, shouting angrily, "You, the Nation H team is too arrogant. Today, I will show you the consequences of underestimating us." Lin Yu leisurely stepped forward. The thorny vines at MC's feet snapped like dry twigs, causing him no difficulty whatsoever. Crack! He calmly continued walking and casually mocked her. "Just you alone. You're not qualified." MC suddenly swung his hand, unleashing magical power to create a blade of air that shattered the advancing thorny vines. Lin Yu stepped closer, threatening, "Get lost." She was struck and unable to resist, bearing the full brunt of the attack, and screamed in terror. MC continued to launch a lethal strike towards her, but Koran Kolom quickly stepped in, shielding her and saving her life. He shouted, "I told you not to underestimate the enemy. Hurry back to your position." After being defeated, she remained in a daze. Her face turned pale, murmuring a few words. "He's too strong." Once she returned to her position, her teammates quickly formed their lineup, unleashing their powers in preparation for battle. She summoned a plant monster, while a burly guy conjured a large ball, hovering in the air. Charlie focused his energy to create the demon world. They all coordinated very well, initially completing their battle plan. Lin Yu did not stand idle. He quickly summoned cards, which floated in the air. MC observed the combination on the other side and silently analyzed. Charlie provides the water attribute for the demon world. The female member uses her plant-based powers to support the limitations. As for the last person, their ability is also supportive. a formation of 3 supports and 1 attacker. But my true opponent is just one person. The level 7 demon controller, Korun Kolom, was staring intently at the MC from across the way, his hands clenched tightly, his spirit ready to engage in battle at any moment. Suddenly, Korun Kolom unleashed all of his spiritual power. The torrent of energy surged forth so powerfully that it caused his veins to bulge. Our Lin Yu was not to be outdone. He frowned, gathering his strength to counterattack. Soon after, the two charged at each other at such a speed that a vortex formed behind them. Korun Kolom, filled with ambition, shouted loudly, "Come on! Let me see how much power there is between me and you, the legendary great Emperor Fengdu, and the master of the vampire clan." Meanwhile, the little blood spirits were huddled together, while Lin Yu stood firm. Suddenly, a strong wind arose, swirling up dirt and rocks, and it was the MC who created it. The wind grew increasingly fierce, powerful enough to hurl dirt and stones straight at Korun's group, forcing them to shield their eyes. The wind raged violently, gradually forming a large tornado that swept across the area. Seizing the opportunity, the MC quickly grabbed the spear and aimed it straight at the group on the other side, and Korun, indeed the strongest among them, swiftly took out a shield to protect himself and his companions behind him. A powerful clash occurred as the shield and the spear tip scraped against each other, sending sparks flying in a blinding flash. Seeing that the attack was ineffective, the MC quickly leaped away from his position. Korun, noticing this, assumed that Lin Yu had given up, and became even more smug. His face, full of sinewy muscles and ferocity, broke into a terrifying grin. He even taunted, "The strength of a level 7 demon controller is not something a puny level 5 demon controller like you can withstand." Taking advantage of the moment, Korun immediately counterattacked. He unleashed his power, employing a blood technique, creating a swirling column of energy that charged straight at the MC. He shouted menacingly, "Let me show you what true despair feels like." Lin Yu, of course, could not just sit back and do nothing. He raised his hand high and swung down with a blade. The MC utilized his spiritual power transformation skill, instantly generating flickering arcs of lightning around him. The MC's eyes also shone brightly, with a mystical purple glow that radiated power. The moment the MC slammed his hand down, a pillar of lightning descended from the void, striking fiercely at the position where Korun Kolom stood. He screamed in terror, struggling to resist, but it was much more difficult now. He no longer held the arrogant, self-important demeanor he had before. The power of the attack was so immense that it uprooted the ground beneath him. While Lin Yu landed gracefully, his posture relaxed and confident. Korun Kolom looked at the MC, utterly shocked and speechless. After a moment of astonishment, he shouted, "How can a level 5 demon controller possess such enormous power?" Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Korun yelled even louder, "No, this is not your power, is it? You're just borrowing the strength of a demon general through a pact, aren't you?" It seemed he had some wits about him to realize this. Lin Yu stood calmly, gazing at Korun with the eyes of a victor. He countered, "Once I have controlled this power, what does the source of it matter?" Hearing this, Korun Kolom became infuriated, springing to his feet, pointing directly at the MC's face, and began to question him. "Great Emperor Fengdu, perhaps you have forgotten that we are demon controllers. I can cooperate with monsters through a pact just as powerfully as you and your monster. In fact, your strength is only equivalent to that of a strategic-level demon general." Charlie, having been silent while losing, suddenly heard some seemingly reasonable remarks from Korun Kolom and boldly agreed. He clenched his fists and exclaimed, "That's right. Indeed, you are worthy of the title, Lord Korun Kolom. With just one move, you found the weakness of great Emperor Fengdu." The blonde girl, Korun's accomplice, also laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha, this time, the weakling from Nation H like you will surely die." However, Lin Yu remained calm, showing no signs of worry or anxiety despite the unfavorable situation. He thought to himself, "If it were half a month ago, I might truly have no way to counter your move. But now..." Lin Yu didn't bother to beat around the bush with them anymore, and simply replied nonchalantly, "Go ahead and try." Immediately, Korun Kolom unleashed all his power, summoning his trump card, the Demon General. Its appearance was fierce and terrifying. He shouted, I call upon Demon General Su Yuan to assist me. At the same moment, Lin Yu also quickly released Zhu Xiang to confront them. Despite the tense situation, he maintained his composure and softly said, Lin Yu called out, Zhu Xiang, it's up to you. The Demon General Su Yuan and Zhu Xiang swiftly charged at each other. The two of them locked hands, gritting their teeth as they engaged in a fierce struggle. The tension was so high that both their eyes turned red, neither willing to give an inch. Both monster, Zhu Yuan and Zhu Xiang, were still locked in a fierce battle in the air, their powerful moves colliding continuously, causing debris to fly everywhere. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and Koran Kolam silently locked eyes, saying nothing. Finally, Koran could no longer sit still. He charged forward like an arrow, attacking Lin Yu, laughing loudly. Ha ha, let me see how your weak body can withstand my attack. But it wasn't going to be that easy. Lin Yu simply swung his sword and instantly sent Koran flying backward. His weapon scattered across the ground, and his face was a mess, bruised and battered. Koran's companions, who had been watching the scene unfold, felt as if struck by lightning, standing there dumbfounded, unsure how to react. Their faces turned pale, mouths agape, and then they all shouted in unison. What? Lord Koran has been defeated. Koran collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Charlie, seeing the situation was dire, immediately ran over in a panic. He shouted loudly, Lord Koran. Koran was beaten black and blue, utterly shocked and stunned. He could not accept the fact that he had been knocked down in a single blow. Therefore, he began to squawk, rudely pointing his finger directly at the MC's face. No way. No way, great Emperor Fengdu. This is your illusion, right? Lin Yu stood there, embodying the demeanor of a victor to mock him. Ha ha, my power is real. It's just that you are too foolish and naive. Suddenly, out of nowhere, An Ning appeared. She used the power from a magic orb to create a protective barrier around where Lin Yu stood. As An Ning released her magical energy, she said, Master Hu Qiang is fighting a strong enemy outside, so I will protect you. With An Ning's protection, Lin Yu now felt like a tiger with wings. He tightly grasped his spear, taking an attacking stance, and charged towards Koran Kolam. The MC softly announced, Now it's my turn to attack. Koran Kolam immediately panicked, quickly turning to look at the blonde girl, who usually used plant beasts for support, and ordered, Hurry, sacrifice your blood for me. She obediently replied, Yes. Immediately, she took a thorny rope, the other end tightly binding several small blood spirits. The blonde girl swung her arm forcefully, pulling the blood spirits towards herself. The small blood spirits, seemingly aware of the danger they were in, trembled like frightened puppies, crying and screaming. No, no. No matter how much the blood spirits cried out in despair, the blonde girl was determined not to let them go. She swung the thorny whip violently, causing the heads of the blood spirits to be severed cleanly from their bodies, a truly tragic sight. Immediately, the energy from the corpses of those little ones flowed into Koran. He harnessed this power to restore his own strength. He stood up, thoroughly enjoying the process to the point of laughing maniacally. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, his appearance was no different from that of a demonic monster. Lin Yu watched Koran in his madness, but the MC remained calm and composed. He softly exposed the truth. So you set the dual condition of capturing blood spirits just to create a blood supply for yourselves. Your clan, absorbing the blood of demons, truly shares the same bloodline. Upon hearing these words, Koran Kolam immediately went berserk. He unleashed his magical power, constantly expanding his territory, while roaring in anger. Great Emperor Fengdu, do you still dare to mention this? You'd have harmed members of my Koran Kolam clan multiple times. My brother Cain, our uncle Bob, and even my cousin, all of them were caused by you. Lin Yu remained calm and collected as he refuted each of Koran's imposing statements. You really know how to turn black into white. Clearly, they harmed me first. I was merely acting in self-defense. Koran suddenly used his power to lift himself up, hovering in the air. The vile man mocked. Hemph, a lowly commoner from Nation H, like you dares to claim self-defense. Standing against the Koran Kolam family is your crime. This time, at the Demon Controller competition, I will make you pay in blood. He grew increasingly frenzied, with almost all the veins on his forehead bulging. making him look more and more grotesque. The MC brandished his sword, standing tall, looking at him with a gaze full of authority. His demeanor clearly indicated he was ready to declare war. Lin Yu coldly laughed, arrogantly saying, "Ha ha. If that's the case, let me send you off to meet them." Having said that, the MC began to use the dark blood mysterious technique. Immediately, a crackling sound echoed. All the energy that had been surrounding Koran Kolom suddenly surged backward like a waterfall, rushing straight toward Lin Yu. Koran was stunned, completely unable to believe what was happening. Not long after, that source of energy completely disappeared. Koran Kolom, who had been supported by the energy from Blood Spirit and was flying in the air, immediately fell to the ground with a thud. He looked utterly defeated, screaming in pain. All the power had shifted to Lin Yu, swirling around him, protecting him. Koran Kolom was so shocked that his eyes rolled back. As he sat up, he stammered to the MC, "Why? Can you also absorb blood?" Lin Yu was lifted off the ground, coldly looking at Koran, and asked softly, "Do you really think that your Koran Kolom clan is the only representative of vampires? Think again. You are not truly vampires. You are just a group of ordinary people exploiting the resources of vampire secrets to develop. On the contrary, I am the one who truly absorbs the pure blood of vampires and possesses the ultimate blood-drinking magical furnace. What you take pride in is merely one of my abilities." After saying that, Lin Yu swung his sword into the air, pulling in a massive force. As the sword descended, it created a tear in space, heading straight for the Koran Kolom group. He had to step forward, struggling to hold up a shield to protect the entire group, gritting his teeth and screaming in frustration. Damn it! Suddenly, a large hand was placed behind the shield, supporting Koran Kolom in his defense. When Koran turned to look at the person, he exclaimed in surprise, "Su Yuan." He then stammered, "I'm sorry, I am no match for him." The blonde girl behind him, trembling with fear, asked, "Captain, what should we do now?" Koran left the shield for Xu Yuan to hold, then quickly ran ahead, shouting, "Run quickly!" Immediately, his companions also scrambled to escape after him. Lin Yu, on the other hand, remained calm. He ordered Zhu Xiang to pursue. The two leisurely followed closely behind Koran's group. Lin Yu thought to himself, "So now the roles of hunter and prey have been reversed." At this moment, Lin Yu and Zhu Xiang continued to closely chase the Nation M group. Even though they had been running for quite a while, it was still a scene of one side fleeing and the other side pursuing. Seeing this situation, Charles voiced his concern to Koran Kolom, looking worried. "What should we do, Sir Koran Kolom? At this rate, we won't be able to shake him off." After a moment of hesitation, Koran Kolom finally spoke up. "At this point, there's only one choice left." Then, his group changed direction and started to flee. Lin Yu, chasing behind, was a bit surprised to see the Nation N team change course and thought to himself, "What direction is this? Could it be that they intend to go to the spot marked with a golden circle on the star map? Ha! That place must be the lair of the vampires. Too bad, your calculations this time are in vain." Immediately after, Lin Yu, through the space control of the demon, called Ru Ni and told her his plan. Ru Ni replied after hearing it, "Understood, Master." On Lin Yu's teammate's side, Ru Ni began to inform them of the plan Lin Yu had shared, so everyone could prepare for action. Once everyone understood what needed to be done, Ru Ni said, "All right, everyone, let's set off." Meanwhile, Lin Yu continued to chase after the Nation M group. Koran Kolom, seeing Lin Yu relentlessly pursuing them, secretly rejoiced and thought, "He still dares to chase after us? Doesn't he realize where we are headed? Ha! Truly seeking death." After moving for a while, a white castle appeared before the members of Nation M, nestled deep within the forest. Seeing that they were close to their destination, Koran Kolom said to the team, "As long as we persist in approaching the castle and call upon our ancestors, great Emperor Fengdu will surely perish." However, life is not always a dream for some people. Suddenly, a mist of purple and white emanated from near the castle, gradually spreading toward the members of Nation M. Koran Kolom's contract demon, after coming into contact with this mist, voiced its discomfort, saying, "Hemph, why is there mist appearing here?" The sudden appearance of the mist caused the group, who were flying, to lose sight of their direction. With no other choice, they descended to the ground and began to run. Charles grumbled, annoyed. What bad luck. Moving on the ground like this has significantly slowed us down. Koran Kolong still tried to encourage the team, saying, it's okay. The weather does not favor anyone. Great Emperor Fengdu will be hindered just as we are. They thought that this weather situation was natural, but they had no idea that it was created by Xiao Lai and her contract demon. Over there, Xiao Lai excitedly stood in the fog, laughing and saying, they just assume that this white mist is merely a result of the weather. After running for a while, Koran Kolom, thanks to his extensive experience, sensed that something was off. He immediately shouted to the team, something's wrong. There's an ambush. The entire team halted at once. Koran Kolom turned to remind his teammate. David, quickly use Zuyu to illuminate. David quickly replied, yes. Then he swiftly used a red orb, raising it into the sky. But unexpectedly, a powerful attack struck directly at David. Fortunately, he managed to dodge just in time, causing the attack to miss and crash into the ground, creating a large hole. But before David could regain his composure, Lin Shu appeared right behind him with a blade, laughing loudly. I've long been fed up with you cunning nation and bastards. Finally, I can make my move. With a powerful slash from Lin Shu, David, the first victim, was sent to meet his ancestors. The girl with special abilities, witnessing the scene before her, was frightened and stepped back. Lin Shu seized the opportunity and immediately lunged forward, swinging the blade towards her. However, Koran Kolom's vampire monster intervened just in time, helping the girl defend against the attack. It roared in anger and then retaliated with a powerful swipe towards Lin Shu. Fortunately, Ru Nai had wrapped an energy ribbon around Lin Shu, pulling him away from the monster's grasp. Ru Nai quickly turned to Hai Yu and said, Su Yuan is a demon general. Only Miss Hai Yu and your ultimate weapon can confront him directly. Upon hearing this, Hai Yu sighed and replied, all right, I'll take care of it. She held a weapon that resembled Wukong's arms and charged straight at the vampire demon. At the same time, she summoned her black impermanence demon to combine forces with Ru Nai. Ru Nai was now channeling swirling purple spiritual power and said, let's go together. Black impermanence, and I will support everyone in controlling the situation. Don't let Koran Kolom interfere with Miss Hai Yu. The battlefield was now divided into two separate fights. Hai Yu faced off against the vampire demon, while Lin Shu, Shang Yuan, Xiao Lai, and Ru Nai struggled to hold back the Nation M team. The situation became extremely tense, with each side focused on their respective targets in this fierce battle. Lin Shu volunteered to step forward and swung his sword towards Koran Kolom. Seeing this, Koran raised his shield to defend, laughing loudly with disdain. Hemph, a bunch of lowly ones. If you have the guts, face me directly. But Lin Shu was not fooled by his ploy, and cheerfully replied, Hemph, why should we confront you head-on? We just need to persist until the great emperor arrives. As Lin Yu was being mentioned, he appeared. Lin Yu gradually emerged from behind the mist, his deep voice resonating. Sorry to keep you waiting. Hearing the familiar voice, everyone turned around. When they saw Lin Yu's figure, the entire team rejoiced and called out in unison. Great Emperor! Hai Yu, who had just been knocked away by the vampire demon near Lin Yu, also joyfully said, Lin Yu, the vampire demon general is indeed very difficult to deal with. I am no match for it. Lin Yu nodded, his tone calm. You've worked hard. Next, let me handle the rest. Lin Yu confidently strode towards the Nation M team, quickly using devious poker to fling cards at the entire Nation M squad. As the cards surrounded them, creating a separate space that trapped them, the Nation M team panicked. The girl with special abilities, due to her negligence, was grazed by a card across her neck, sending another soul on their way to meet their ancestors. Seeing the situation like fish in a net, Koran Kolom roared in anger. Great Emperor Fengdu, do you intend to kill us? Ignoring those words, Lin Yu channeled his spiritual power into his spear and charged forward, his voice cold. This is already the forbidden zone of the competition map. Even if your body appears here, it only proves your greed and recklessness, seeking your own death. What does it have to do with our Nation H team? The next target Lin Yu aimed at was Charles. Realizing he was the next prey of the attack, He panicked and desperately pleaded. "Great Emperor Fengdu, I have no enmity with you. I am just a pawn." But all he received in response was Lin Yu's murderous glare. Lin Yu coldly stated, "When you participated in hunting me down, you should have thought carefully about the consequences you would face. Die." Lin Yu immediately thrust his spear straight into Charles's chest, officially sending him to his final resting place, down to hell. After resolving one more name, Lin Yu looked towards Koran Kolom. Koran and his vampire demon were struggling to defend themselves, creating a protective barrier. Clearly, he still could not accept defeat, and with a shout, he cried out, "No, it can't be. I am the head of the vampire clan." But when Koran sensed the murderous intent from Lin Yu directed straight at him, he immediately fell into despair, tears beginning to stream down his face. "I can't die here." Ignoring those weak pleas, Lin Yu advanced, thrusting his spear directly into the protective barrier that Koran Kolom and his demon had created. But unexpectedly, from a neighboring space, a pair of hands emerged, tearing apart the space that Lin Yu had created with devious poker. The sound of "rip" rang out sharply. Seeing this, Lin Yu felt the danger approaching, so he immediately halted his attack, stepping back a few paces, his eyes fixed on the torn space. And then, the most anticipated figure finally appeared. Demon King Lilith slowly stepped out from the shattered space, exuding an air of majesty and darkness. Lin Yu sensed that this was a demon king and could not help but feel panic, his complexion turning pale. This was the first time everyone saw Lin Yu in such a state. In contrast to Lin Yu's emotions, Koran Kolom was extremely delighted, as if he had been resurrected. He laughed loudly. "Lilith, esteemed ancestor." Immediately after, Koran Kolom moved towards Lilith. Lin Yu silently assessed the situation. Something is not right. No matter how powerful Lilith is, she shouldn't be able to hear the cries for help from across the demon world. On the other side, Koran Kolom immediately flattered. "Esteemed ancestor, your divine power is so great that crossing the demon world to save us is an easy task." But Lilith paid no attention to Koran's pleas. She nonchalantly said, "I do not hear any cries for help at all. Moreover, with just 2 children like them, they are not worthy of my special visit." Hearing these words, Koran Kolom and his monsters were utterly disappointed. Lin Yu, noticing the strange situation, asked Lilith, "Then may I ask what brings you here?" Lilith looked straight into Lin Yu's eyes, her enchanting gaze responding, "I have come to ask you, why do you possess my bloodline within you?" Upon hearing Lilith's question, Lin Yu felt a chilling sensation run down his spine, unable to hide his astonishment. Lin Yu suddenly recalled the moment when he and Zhu Chenong obtained that drop of blood. She had sensed that the primordial blood they acquired was from the basement of the training camp. While Lin Yu was lost in thought, Lilith slowly floated in his field of space. Lilith unexpectedly spoke, startling Lin Yu. "Little mouse, you really are quite brave. If I'm not mistaken, you have consumed all of my pure blood, haven't you?" Lilith's expression was very displeased at this moment. She continued, "The pure blood I grant to my descendants can be transferred or destroyed, but it must never fall into the hands of outsiders. This is an absolute taboo of the vampire clan." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt the danger closing in. He immediately gripped his spear tightly, ready for any battle that might ensue. Nevertheless, Lin Yu still tried to explain to Lilith, "The vampire clan doesn't openly broadcast this taboo everywhere. You don't know, there are those who take your pure blood and cause trouble all over the place. If the pure blood leaks, outsiders cannot be blamed." Although Lin Yu's words were very reasonable, Lilith did not spare him. She directly channeled her spiritual power around her hand, responding seriously, "Hemph, no matter how eloquent you are, it is useless in front of me. You have no right to argue. I will drain your blood and reclaim the pure blood drop." At this moment, Lilith's spiritual power fluctuated increasingly violently, affecting the space that Lin Yu had created. In the face of this overwhelming pressure, Lin Yu remained resilient and unyielding, responding defiantly, "You must be dreaming." Right after Lin Yu's retort, the space he created was suppressed to the point of shattering. The 3 of them, Lin Yu, Lilith, and Koran, returned to the real world. Lilith stood high above, under the blood-red moon, with her powerful spiritual energy intertwined with the fragments of the shattered space. In front of the entire Nation H team, Lilith appeared incredibly oppressive. Seeing Lin Yu standing close by, Xiao Lai anxiously called out, "Brother Lin." Noticing the situation becoming increasingly dangerous, Lin Yu turned to Xiao Lai and the others, shouting loudly, "The situation is out of control. Everyone, quickly get out of here." The pressure from Lilith's spiritual energy was so strong that Hai Yu had to use the ultimate weapon just to hold his ground, making the situation extremely tense and perilous. Hai Yu tried to approach Lin Yu to find a way to resolve the situation, her voice filled with indignation. "Hemph! Even the ancient ancestor Demon King has been dragged out. Nation M really has no shame at all. We don't have to participate in the finals. Let's leave together." However, Lilith, noticing Lin Yu's team intended to abandon the competition and leave, created a barrier, sealing off the entire space surrounding everyone. Her voice rang out, authoritative, "You cannot leave." The pressure from Lilith's voice multiplied 1,000-fold, making the space suffocating. Xiao Lai, Lin Shu, and Shang Yuan, with weaker spiritual powers, could not endure it, collapsing to their knees, their hands braced against the ground to avoid being completely crushed by the pressure. Quarren Kolom and the vampire demon, already severely injured by Lin Yu, could not escape a similar fate. The situation was very unfavorable for everyone. Lin Yu silently analyzed Lilith's strength. Just with the pressure of the Demon King's spiritual power, she could crush those controlling the demon world at level 9. The vampire demon, feeling himself suppressed by Lilith, couldn't help but ask, "Ancient ancestor, why are you suppressing us as well?" Quarren Kolom, already injured, now unable to withstand the additional pressure, had to spit out a bit of blood, groaning in pain. But in response to the previous question, Lilith angrily said, "You have lost my pure blood, and you dare to ask me why." Below, Hai Yu teased Quarren Kolom, who was injured. Monsters are usually quick to anger. You have chosen to ally with a monster who has not signed a contract, so you cannot avoid the bad consequences. Dying together, what's the harm? Seeing the situation becoming increasingly tense, Lin Yu realized that Lilith's anger was due to the pure blood, and that he himself had affected everyone. So he spoke up, "Lilith, if you are only targeting me, then do not waste your time with the others." After saying that, Lin Yu took out the Demon World travel card, a reward he received from the system. Holding the card in his hand, Lin Yu confidently continued, "If you want my blood, then feel free to chase after me." Immediately afterward, he directly used the card, then vanished right before everyone's eyes, escaping from Lilith's barrier. Seeing this scene, Lilith felt a bit puzzled, wondering, could it be that these characters can traverse the demon world? Hemph, your choice may block ordinary general monsters, but against a demon king. Before finishing his sentence, Lilith also directly vanished, and the barrier disappeared as well. Once the suppression was lifted, everyone was able to stand up normally. But no one knew what had just happened to Lin Yu and Lilith Demon King. Xiao Lai, worried, immediately asked Hai Yu, "Sister Hai Yu, Sister Runai, Brother Lin Will." But right now is not the time to worry about Lin Yu. Hai Yu interrupted, saying, "We should focus on ourselves first." At this moment, Quarren Kolom and his monster looked towards Team Nation H, laughing loudly, "Ha ha ha. Time in the demon world is not synchronized with reality. If Great Emperor Fengdu doesn't return, he might already be dead." Hearing this, Chevrolet's eyes turned red, tears welling up. Seeing this, Hai Yu comforted her. "Don't panic. If the other human players in the demon world experience a shift in time, then Lin Yu's return time might also be extended. But on the other side, the vampire monster, channeling spiritual power in his hands, was moving towards Team Nation H, saying, "Don't dream anymore. The ancestral Demon King has made his move. What else is there to doubt?" Quarren Kolom also joined in with a loud laugh, saying, "Great Emperor Fengdu is dead, and you will die here too. In this international demon control competition, our Nation M will be the final victor." The vampire demon attacked directly towards Hai Yu and the nearby people, but its attack was blocked by Runai, using her spiritual power. Runai also created an illusion directly affecting both Quarren Kolom and his demon. When they realized they were being pulled into a bizarre dream, they took the opportunity while the great ancestor had left, killed the Sakura source, seized the bizarre dream, and abandoned the dream. They had truly escaped. It was also the moment when the entire Nation H team had run far away from him. Then, when they felt they had put enough distance between themselves and Koran Kolom, they'd finally dared to stop and rest for a bit. Everyone was exhausted, panting, worn out from running nonstop for an entire day. Shang Yuan leaned against a tree and spoke up. Fortunately, Captain Hai Yu made a decisive move in time. Otherwise, last night we would have fallen into Koran's hands. Hai Yu, still panting, waved his hand towards Shang Yuan and said, "Right now, I am completely not in the mood to listen to your flattery." Lilith turned to Ru Ni and inquired about Lin Yu's situation. "Ru Ni, you are Lin Yu's contract monster, so you must be able to sense that he is still alive, right?" Ru Ni's eyes were filled with tears as she replied, "Of course I believe in my master. He will definitely return." The scene shifted to the demon world, where Lin Yu found himself on the weak water ride, the place he had been transported to. Due to the random nature of the teleportation, he fell straight into the middle of the weak water ride. Lin Yu immediately used Ming Hun Hua Bai to draw. "Ming Hun Hua Bai, grant me a boat." In an instant, a boat appeared, and he quickly boarded it. Just as he was about to set off, a red vortex suddenly formed behind him. Slowly, from within the vortex, Demon King Lilith emerged, holding an umbrella, walking on the surface of the water, and approaching Lin Yu's boat. Lilith spoke with an authoritative tone. "You are somewhat clever, intending to use the weak water ride to suppress spiritual power. But unfortunately," seeing the appearance of Demon King Lilith, Lin Yu replied resolutely, "Of course I know Demon King Lilith. You are the strongest opponent I have ever faced. There is no method that can bridge the power gap between us." Standing before a Demon King, someone who wanted to take his life, Lin Yu silently reflected on the memories he had gone through. After acquiring the system, after the horrific event occurred, countless humans had become prey to demons. Although he had used the ghost coin system to safely navigate through dangerous situations, ultimately, not all demons could be dealt with using money. At this moment, all he could do was boldly wager everything on a decisive battle. Lilith, from the other side, continued to stare at Lin Yu with a calculating gaze. Without hesitation, Lin Yu forcefully stomped his foot down on the boat, causing it to immediately shatter. He plunged straight into the waters of the weak water river. Witnessing this scene, Lilith was momentarily taken aback, but then she smiled dangerously. "The waters of the weak water river can block my senses, but its corrosive force. A level 5 demon controller like you will not be able to withstand it. Even if I do not pursue you, you will drown here." Contrary to Lilith's thoughts, underwater at this moment, Lin Yu took out another card. He silently thought, "No, at least I still have 30 minutes left. With this immunity card, it will help me be immune to the restrictions of the demon world rules for 30 minutes. After using the card, Lin Yu was immediately surrounded by a protective barrier of spiritual power. He quickly swam deep down and moved away from Lilith. Standing on the surface of the river, Lilith observed as Lin Yu swam straight ahead at an astonishing speed, making her exclaim in surprise, "This speed, how is it possible?" Lilith immediately jumped into the water, thinking of herself, "Even though I have become the Demon King, my blood essence is still my absolute weakness. Bound by the rules, I have endured enough lessons over the past hundreds of years. This time, I cannot let my weakness fall into the hands of another." With such determination, Lilith continued to pursue Lin Yu beneath the waves of weak water. Lilith also began to swim after Lin Yu. While swimming, she shouted towards Lin Yu, "You can't escape." Seeing that Lilith was still closely pursuing him, Lin Yu thought to himself, "Is she still chasing me? Her obsession is indeed profound." Lin Yu then asked through the space control of the demon, "Zhu Qiang and Ding Liang, do you know where the most dangerous place in the weak water river is?" And Ning immediately responded, "There's no doubt, it's the source of the weak water river." Ding Liang also expressed his opinion, "Right at the upstream source of the weak water river." Receiving their answers, Lin Yu contemplated, "I have to take the risk." Lilith was still closely tailing Lin Yu from behind, her speed even surpassing that of Lin Yu, and in an instant, she was only about 5 meters away from him. Despite Lin Yu swimming at full speed with his butt arched, Lin Yu glanced back, silently contemplating. The further upstream we go, the stronger the pressure of the weak water becomes. However, I think Lilith will catch up to me in just a moment. Behind him, Lilith continued to intimidate Lin Yu with her words. Even though I don't know what tricks you've used to hold on until now, I advise you not to underestimate the Demon King. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. Master has completed mission No. 10. Lin Yu was a bit taken aback. The system began to present information about the mission. Mission 10. Title: The person is gone, the money remains. Content: under the guise of borrowing someone else's name, within 2 months, spend 800 million ghost coins without actively raising prices or enticing others into choosing their goods. Progress: 800 million out of 800 million. Reward: 2 reversion pills and 1 power surge pill. Receiving the reward unexpectedly made Lin Yu happy. He looked at the 2 reversion pills and the power surge pill in his hand, quietly laughing. This reward comes at just the right time. After that, he immediately popped both pills into his mouth. The pills took effect instantly, making Lin Yu feel as if he had been strapped with rockets to his backside. He swam so fast that a long white water vortex formed on the surface. Lilith paused, surprised by Lin Yu's astonishing swimming speed. After a while, when Lin Yu had created a safe distance from her, he sighed, feeling exhausted. In the Demon Lord space, and Ning encouraged Lin Yu. Master, just a little more. The source of weak water must not be far now. However, he couldn't forget that Lilith was a Demon King. Her strength was truly overwhelming. When Lin Yu glanced back, he saw that Lilith had closed the distance, even though he had just managed to extend it slightly. Suddenly, the gap between Lin Yu and Lilith began to close rapidly. Beneath the riverbed, a tremendous pressure was building, as if something was trying to rise from the depths of the river. Sensing the danger, both Lin Yu and Lilith had to retreat and dodge. Boom! A Demon King-level aquatic monster unexpectedly surged up from the riverbed. It resembled a gigantic orca, with a majestic and ferocious appearance. Lin Yu turned pale with fear at the sight of the creature suddenly emerging from the depths of the river. And Ning quickly reminded Lin Yu, "This is the guardian of the source of weak water, the legendary Demon King Beast, Nebula Staff." Zhu Qiang also chimed in to explain. This enormous beast usually patrols the area around the source of weak water. Perhaps it detected the presence of Demon King Lilith and appeared to investigate. Ding Liang continued to add, in terms of nature, this beast is absolutely even more terrifying than Lilith. If we don't retreat quickly, receiving information from his own spirits, Lin Yu immediately took out the long spirit spear to prepare for defense. He silently calculated, now might be the best opportunity for me to escape from Lilith. Lin Yu commanded, "Zhu Xiang and Nin, lend me all your spiritual power." Upon receiving the order, both spirits poured all their spiritual energy into Lin Yu. At this moment, Lin Yu was filled with spiritual power. To be sure, he also took out all the combat weapons he had: Devious Poker, Ming Hun Ha Bai, Yan Xu Chuan Lu, and Demon World Tang Chong. All of it was concentrated into a single strike, aimed directly at the left eye of the monster, the Nebula Staff. Seeing this scene, Lilith roared in anger. "You're crazy. Do you want to die together, or what?" While Lilith shouted, Lin Yu continued to exert himself, gritting his teeth, with only one thought in his mind. "If I don't go crazy, I can't survive." His attack rushed forward, striking precisely at the left eye of the monster, causing it unimaginable pain. The monster let out a roar that shook the entire area, causing the ground beneath the river to shatter and drift away with the current. The enormous pressure it created forced both Lin Yu and Lilith to struggle to withstand it. Realizing the moment had come, Lin Yu used the cloaking cloak, completely concealing his presence, preparing for his escape. At this moment, the sea monster was in a fit of rage, as if venting its fury at the audacity of those who dared to attack it. It unleashed shockwaves that spread out, radiating across a vast area. These waves were both offensive and had the ability to detect any sources of spiritual power oscillating in the surroundings. Lilith saw the attack spreading towards her and quickly dodged. She moved away from the sea monster while simultaneously searching for Lin Yu. After a while of looking around without finding any trace of Lin Yu, she angrily shouted, "Damn weak water rule. Damn Nebula Staff. The spiritual power is oscillating underwater. I've lost my sense of my pure blood. Where has that little rat gone?" But unexpectedly, as Lilith was engrossed in her search and had let her guard down, he was unaware that she was standing with her back facing the enormous mouth of the Nebula Staff.
By the time she sensed the danger and slowly turned her head to look, it was too late. Bam! Lilith was swallowed whole by the void giant. After devouring Lilith, the colossal sea monster began to swim around to check its surroundings. It swam past the rock where Lin Yu was hiding, causing him to become so frightened that his face turned as pale as a frog's backside, too scared to even breathe heavily.
After checking around and finding nothing, it left. Lin Yu then dared to breathe a sigh of relief, seeing Lilith being directly turned into food by the nebula staff without any resistance. Lin Yu still found it hard to believe his eyes. He asked Ning, Zhu Chong, and Ding Liang, "Is Lilith really eaten just like that? The Demon King truly can't fight against a beast of the same level." At that moment, Zhu Xiang spoke up to explain to Lin Yu, "Most beasts have advantages in spiritual power and physical strength, while humanoid demons possess higher intelligence and combat skills. Therefore, usually at lower levels, beasts have the upper hand, while at higher levels, humanoid demons take the lead. It's just that due to the weak water rule suppressing them, the Void Great Worm has adapted for thousands of years, so the combat advantage here is too great." Ding Liang then pulled out an ancient text he had somewhere that recorded information about the Void Great Worm, and added, "According to the ancient text, the mouth of the nebula staff connects to an independent space, so Lilith might not have necessarily died so easily." Hearing Ding Liang say that, Lin Yu felt a bit disappointed, because he couldn't eliminate Lilith. Thus, he had only temporarily escaped from her. But as long as she was still alive, he would sooner or later have to face this trouble. Lin Yu only took a few seconds to regain his composure. He remembered the remaining time on his immunity card. With only 10 minutes left according to the rules, he shouldn't stay here for long. He had to make use of this journey in the demon world to find a way to protect himself. Lin Yu then swam up from the weak water river and headed towards a city in the demon world called Mabao City. Scene change at a shop in Mabao City, where a conversation was taking place between acquaintances of Lin Yu. Lady Six Treasurer, a demon, approached and said to Lady Six Treasurer, "This bounty event is organized wonderfully. The ultimate yin key is all priced. This level is not ordinary." Another demon spoke up, "The yin key and materials here are nearly complete. Even the millennial devil ginseng that I have been searching for so long has been collected. This time, we will definitely empty our pockets." Hearing her customers say this, she joyfully responded with a laugh. "Cha-ka-ka. Thank you all for your support. I promise you a 20% discount. I hope everyone can return happily." Suddenly, two demons appeared out of nowhere. The demon holding a fan spoke up, "Hey yo, haha. Lady Six Treasurer, are you wasting resources on these poor outsiders again?" Seeing this, Lady Six Treasurer felt annoyed, and turned her head to say, "Lie Treasurer, don't you care about the hospitality rules that the headquarters trained us on? Respecting every customer is a fundamental quality of ours, just like salespeople." The one with the fan lifted his chin, and said, "You're still as rigid as ever. Even if you respect them, how much can they help you achieve your sales? I have what they need, so what if I look down on them?" At that moment, the demon with a hippopotamus-like face raised a discount poster. "All shopping under the name of Lai Family Commerce gets a 30% discount." Seeing this poster, Lady Six Treasurer and the surrounding customers were taken aback. 30% discount? Could it be Lai Treasurer has more authority than Lady Six Treasurer? Lady Six Treasurer exclaimed, "Lai Run Fa, did you really rely on your aunt's connections to get this exclusive deal?" That person had an annoyed expression, pointing at Lady Six Treasurer and saying, "What nonsense are you talking about? The rules for requesting a discount are clear. Anyone can ask. If you can't get it, isn't it because you're not trying hard enough?" Seeing that this side was getting a better discount, a few demons who were happily chatting with Lady Six Treasurer turned around and headed towards that person. "Lady Six Treasurer, we apologize. These little ones, have also worked hard to save money. This time, we will pay the Lai Treasurer, and next time, we will contact you for shopping." It's truly humorous indeed, demons. Wherever there is a benefit for themselves, they immediately turn away. That person was delighted to snatch away Lady Six Treasurer's customers, saying, "See, compared to real benefits, respect means nothing." Seeing this scene, Lady Six Treasurer picked up her pipe and took a puff, assessing the situation. "If this continues, I fear I won't be able to achieve even half of my sales. What a pity, that big customer still hasn't given any news. Haha. Just mentioning Lin Yu, and Lin Yu appeared. Lin Yu had been standing there, witnessing this scene, and immediately spoke up. Lady Six Treasurer, cheer up. Hearing the familiar voice, Lady Six Treasurer turned around. Lin Yu continued, addressing Lai Treasurer. You are a hard-working person. You shouldn't be belittled by those with dog-like eyes, looking down on someone inferior. At that moment, the system also displayed a notification. You have unlocked a new mission. Mission No. 11. 1 against 100. Mission content. Accumulate spending that exceeds the average price of 100 items at the consumption location. Total spending 20 billion ghost coins. Reward. 1 contract for coercive ghost control. No negotiation needed with the monster, coercively controlling the opponent unilaterally. Lin Yu approached to greet Lady Six Treasurer. Lady Six Treasurer, long time no see. Lady Six Treasurer slightly bowed her head. Great Emperor, I have embarrassed you just now. Lin Yu smiled and replied, Lady Six Treasurer, there's no need to feel inferior. You know I despise discounts the most. For me, the attitude of service is what matters most. If Lady Six Treasurer agrees, I would like you to guide me for this purchase. Upon hearing this, Lady Six Treasurer was visibly delighted. She thought to herself, as long as I serve Great Emperor Feng Du well, my achievements will immediately surpass that La Ren Fa. She eagerly asked, Great Emperor, what would you like to purchase? Lin Yu raised a finger and replied, I want to buy yin qi or materials that can conceal the presence of the Demon King. Hearing the term Demon King made her a bit anxious. She thought to herself, has Great Emperor Feng Du already started to confront the Demon King? After a moment of distraction, she regained her composure and responded to Lin Yu. Any treasure that can interfere with the Demon King is at least Ultimate Weapon Level 3, even God Grade or Legendary. Such items in the demon world can be said to be available the priceless. As long as there is money, the price is not an issue. Unfortunately, even King Ming cannot recall any related treasures that the Great Emperor might need in a short time. Understanding Lady Six Treasurer's implication, Lin Yu contemplated. No matter how grand the treasure fair is, ultimate or god-grade items are difficult to encounter and cannot be demanded. I can only seek them out by chance. The important thing now is to spend money to complete the consumption task. At the very least, I can still receive the mandatory ghost control contract, providing insurance for my life. Later, Lin Yu responded, It's fine. You can take me on a tour first. Lady Six Treasurer, filled with joy, quickly replied, Good, good. Please come inside. Lin Yu entered with Lady Six Treasurer and her assistant. Inside was the 33rd Treasure Hunting Guild at Guangquan. As they moved deeper inside, Lin Yu noticed the meticulous arrangement. Each item for sale was placed in a glass case. Below each item, detailed information and prices were clearly displayed, causing Lin Yu to exclaim, With an organization of this scale, this treasure hunting guild truly resembles a museum. That's why it deserves to be called hunting. Lady Six Treasurer then handed Lin Yu a small poster introducing the Treasure Hunting Guild. She continued, Great Emperor, you may take a look at this treasure hunting handbook. This Guangquan Treasure Hunting Guild will last for 15 days. There will be 999 treasures on display. But in reality, the number of treasures participating in the exhibition may exceed this figure. We will base the display on the grade of each item, from low to high, and then continue to showcase high-grade and rare items to fill the gaps. Therefore, in the first few days, what we see will mainly be mid-grade to high-grade treasures. But soon, the standards will be raised. On the last day, if there are still high-grade treasures that have not been displayed, they will be put up for auction. Additionally, there are some treasures that cannot participate in the official exhibition process for various reasons. They will be displayed and sold in a designated area by the owners themselves. This section is very rich, but without evaluation and assurance from our guild, disputes can easily arise. As soon as Lin Yu heard Lady Six Treasurer introduce the Treasure Hunting Guild, he walked while looking at the poster. When he reached the page detailing the rules for participating in the guild, he read through it. 1. All exhibitions of the Treasure Hunting Guild operate on the principle of first come, first served. 2. No bargaining is accepted, no deferred payments are allowed, and no returns are permitted. 3. Goods in the free trading area do not officially belong to the Huangquan Guild. All risks are shared by the seller and the buyer. The guild does not take responsibility. 4. Theft is prohibited. Violators will be detained by the Huang Quan Guild. 5. Fighting is prohibited. Violators will be punished according to the severity of the offense. 6. After a successful transaction in the free trading area, a service fee of 2% will be charged. After finishing reading, Lin Yu turned to Lady Six Treasurer and said, "It is indeed no surprise that a handbook like this needs to be issued to clearly outline such rules." Lady Six Treasurer smiled in agreement and replied, "That's right, Great Emperor. Given the scale and value of the treasures, adhering to the rules is crucial to avoid unnecessary risks and disputes." Lady Six Treasurer smiled and continued to introduce, "Great Emperor, please follow me. We will take our time to examine each item one by one." Lin Yu thought to himself, "I hope the treasures displayed here won't disappoint me." The first item that Lady Six Treasurer introduced to Lin Yu resembled a dry tree. The information below read, Mavdi 10. Material. High-grade item. Purpose. Used to craft ropes or yin-ki whips. Selling price. 50,000 ghost coins. Lin Yu stepped closer to observe it carefully, but felt somewhat disappointed by its price. Is it really that cheap? If it's like this, how many do I need to buy to complete the task? Seeing that Lin Yu was not interested in the item she had just introduced, Lady Six Treasurer quickly led him to view other items. "Great Emperor, if you feel that the grade of this treasure is low and not suitable, we can continue to look at the items inside." Lin Yu nodded in agreement, hoping that the next items would be more impressive. Although not satisfied with the price of the item, Lin Yu still decided to buy it, thinking to himself, quantity compensates for quality. He then told Lady Six Treasurer, "All right, have someone bring it out and wrap it up for me." In his heart, Lin Yu thought, although it's just a small grasshopper, it's still meat. After that, Lady Six Treasurer continued to introduce Lin Yu to several other items. Lin Yu immediately decided to buy them all. "This one needs to be wrapped up for me too. This one also needs to be wrapped up for me. This one too. All right. This one has to be wrapped up for me as well." However, after adding it all up, the total amount only reached 200,000 ghost coins, which really wasn't much. Even though Lin Yu wasn't very interested in the treasures Lady Six Treasurer introduced, he still bought everything, making her think, is Great Emperor Fengdu planning to buy up all the treasures this time too, just like on Train 44 before? Suddenly, Lin Yu turned to a section that was crowded with many people. He asked Lady Six Treasurer, "Hey, there are so many people over there. There must be some high-level treasures on display." The three of them moved towards that area. As they got closer, Lin Yu heard two ghosts standing nearby talking about the treasure. Although this yin-ki treasure has special effects, it's just a high-grade item, and the price is too high. It costs 250,000 ghost coins, and buying one only allows you to send a letter in an envelope. It doesn't enhance your strength. Who would be foolish enough to buy it? Inside, a marketing girl was introducing the displayed item. "Ladies and gentlemen, the prices in our treasure hunting guild are all transparent, and we do not deceive anyone. This shimmering black envelope may not be necessary for lone adventurers, but it is very useful for those in power within the organization. The shimmering black envelope of high-grade yin kai is a type of message transfer, allowing you to place written notes inside and send them to the designated recipient. Sale price, 250,000 ghost coin." Noticing that this was the item he needed, Lin Yu excitedly thought to himself, "Wow, this is a good item. Currently, my network of relationships is expanding, and I really need a means of remote communication with others. Even without considering the missions, I would buy it for personal use." He immediately took out 250,000 ghost coin and sent loudly to the marketing girl, "I will take this shimmering black envelope." Suddenly, a disruptor appeared, approaching Lin Yu. It was Lai Treasurer along with several other demons. He spoke in a commanding tone. "Wait a minute." A delicate female demon immediately chimed in, saying to the demon beside her, "I must buy this envelope. That way, I can send love letters to him anytime." The demon replied, all right. Whatever you say, my lady." He turned to the counter manager. "Hurry up and wrap the shimmering black envelope for my lady." Seeing the tense situation, the marketing girl immediately spoke up to explain, pointing at Lin Yu. "I'm sorry, this customer has promised to buy it first." When he saw the item, He intended to purchase being snatched away by someone else. The demon in a formal suit approached Lin Yu. He assessed Lin Yu from head to toe and said, "Human, are you really trying to rob me?" Lin Yu confidently replied, "This was originally mine." The Lai treasurer, with eyes like a hunting dog, also glanced at Lin Yu and sneered. "So it turns out to be a poor guest from outside, brought here by Lady Six Treasurer. It's no surprise she doesn't know anything. Even young Master Jin, she doesn't recognize." "Young Master Jin?" Lin Yu asked in surprise. Lady Six Treasurer quickly explained to Lin Yu about this young Master Jin. Jin Yi Tan is the son of Jin Zhenshan, a wealthy merchant of demon general rank in Mabao City. Relying on his family's wealth, he flaunts and shows off wherever he goes. He doesn't genuinely want this yin key. He only wants to please his girlfriend. Lin Yu happily handed a stack of ghost coins to the marketing girl and said, "I don't mind you flirting with women or showing off, as long as you don't bother me while I'm spending money. According to the rules of the Treasure Hunting Guild, those who arrive first will be served first. I've paid, so please hand over the goods to me." The marketing girl took the stack of ghost coins, smiled cheerfully, and replied, "Great, I will deliver the goods right away." However, her attitude infuriated the young Master Jin. He shouted loudly and raised his hand, intending to hit her. "Very well. Do you want to continue working in Mabao City? Can't you even keep my face intact?" The marketing girl, seeing that she was about to be hit, was too scared to resist and could only scream, "Please don't." As young Master Jin's hand was about to touch her face, it was stopped by Lin Yu. Lin Yu calmly said, "Jin Yi Tan, haven't you ever read the rules in the handbook? Here, hitting someone is a violation of the rules." Young Master Jin was furious, but could not refute the reminder about the Treasure Hunting Guild's rules. The young Master Jin waved Lin Yu's hand away in annoyance and replied, "Rules. Rules are meant to bind the weak. Even if I hit her, so what? The Huang Quan Trade Association can only choose to collect a small fine to settle things." Seeing that Lin Yu was not yielding at all, he pointed directly at Lin Yu's face and shouted angrily, "If you know what's good for you, then obediently hand over the envelope to me. If not, I'll hit you too." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu immediately responded with a physical strike directly to the right cheek of the young Master Jin. The young master was instantly stunned, covering his cheek with his hand, astonished by Lin Yu's action. He stammered, You dare hit me." Lin Yu moved his wrist, displaying a dangerous expression, and replied to young Master Jin, "Jin Yi Tan, today I will teach you a principle. Sometimes rules are there to protect the weak, and you are just a small young master, far weaker than me in strength and financially. You can't compare to me either. Even if I hit you, so what? The Huang Quan Trade Association can only collect a small fine to settle things." At this moment, the right cheek of young Master Jin was already swollen from Lin Yu's slap, but he still struggled to shout, "No, it can't be. I am a member of the Huang Quan Association. They will definitely protect me." Suddenly, a demon resembling the guards of the Treasure Hunting Guild, summoned by the Man Lai Treasurer, approached Lin Yu. Seeing this scene, Lady Six Treasurer thought to herself, "That bastard Lai Renfa is really cunning, calling the guards over like this." The large demon, the captain of the guards, spoke up. "What's going on?" At this moment, Lai Renfa pointed at Lin Yu and said, "Captain, it's this person. I can't believe he dared to hit Jin, right in front of so many people." The captain of the guards politely clasped his hands and said to Lin Yu, "Esteemed guest, you have caused a disturbance in the Huang Quan Association, assaulting other guests and violating the second rule in the regulations." Lin Yu calmly asked, "According to the rules, what is the fine for a single hit?" The captain of the guards replied, "Usually it's around 2,000 ghost coins." "Great!" Lin Yu cheerfully took out a stack of ghost coins and handed it to the captain of the guards. "Here are 2 million ghost coins. I will pay in advance for 1,000 hits. Just calculate the fee first." The scene left everyone around stunned, including the captain of the guards. No one expected Lin Yu to act in such a manner. The head of security received 2 million ghost coins from Lin Yu with both hands, much to the astonishment of the young Master Jin. Although he was holding the money, the head of security hesitated slightly, knowing that the rules were clear. "Is this even possible?" The young Master Jin exclaimed in shock. "No, you can't hit me. My father is Jin Shan. However, Lin Yu ignored the words of the young master Jin and advanced, continuing to slap him across the face. This time, Lin Yu let his arm swing, landing a slap on both sides of the young master's face. The onlooking ghosts were utterly thrilled by the scene. He's so arrogant. This is amazing. In Magic Treasure City, this is the first time someone has dared to slap Jin Yichen. The head of the treasury was furious, shouting at the head of security. Are you just going to stand there and watch him hit people like this? The head of security, with a helpless expression, replied, He has the strength of a demon general. Who here can stop him? Besides, the rules are clearly written in the handbook. Everything he's done is within the rules. This can only be dealt with when the higher-ups arrive. After a series of continuous slaps, Jin Young Master's face swelled up, making him unrecognizable. He fell to the ground, pleading with Lin Yu. Please stop, please stop. I'll leave the Black Crow envelope for you. Isn't that enough? At this point, do you still think it's just about the Black Crow envelope? Lin Yu looked at his hand, deep in thought. The auction lasted over 10 days, with the high-end treasures only being revealed at the end. But the travel card only allowed him to stay in the demon world for another 6 days. He had to spend 20 billion ghost coins, a significant sum, a vast fortune. Relying solely on Lady Six Treasurer to guide him in buying each item would be too inefficient. He needed to find another way. This young, reckless noble had come to him willingly, so the more trouble he caused, the better. Lin Yu grabbed Jin Young Master's collar again, about to deliver a few more slaps, when suddenly a voice interrupted. Great Emperor Fengdu, please stop. The speaker was a beautiful female ghost. She stepped forward toward Lin Yu. The other ghosts, who had been eagerly watching the scene, were startled upon seeing her, and began whispering among themselves. I can't believe it's the rice wine shopkeeper, the rice wine shopkeeper of the Huang Quan Charity Fair. Normally, I wouldn't have the chance to interact with someone of her stature, and now she's here. I wonder whose side she'll be on. Lin Yu immediately released the young man Jin Yichen and turned to ask the chief shopkeeper, Do you intend to support Jin Yichen? The chief shopkeeper responded calmly, No, it was shopkeeper Liu who invited me here. You are a distinguished guest from afar. It would be a waste of time to miss the opportunity to view the treasures over such trivial matters. Jin Young Master, it was you who broke the rules of the Huang Quan Treasure Appreciation Party first. Although I have business dealings with your father, we must still adhere to the rules. Security, escort this guest out. Jin Yichen was dragged away by the security team, unconscious. You must be Lai Run Fa, right? Instead of guiding guests to follow the rules, you only know how to flatter them. I hereby punish you by suspending your salary for half a year and reducing your performance bonus by half. Additionally, the special discount authority your aunt improperly granted you is revoked and transferred to Lady Six Treasurer. At this moment, shopkeeper Liu, a young lady from the Ji family, approached and handed Lin Yu the yin energy inside a Black Crow envelope. This Black Crow envelope belongs to you. She said, Does the great Emperor Fengdu's handling of this satisfy you? Holding the item in his hand, Lin Yu responded happily. The chief shopkeeper is indeed fair and reasonable. Of course, I have no objections. Thank you for your understanding. Great Emperor Fengdu, King Ming has conveyed your needs to the chief shopkeeper. Please follow me to the VIP room to discuss the details. All right. Lin Yu followed the two beautiful women into the VIP room, under the admiring gazes of the few demons standing there. Once inside, after sitting down and sipping tea, Lin Yu spoke. The chief shopkeeper, the item that blocks the Demon King's senses, which Lady Six Treasurer mentioned, is just one of my needs. I have a total of 20 billion ghost coins that I intend to spend entirely here, but my time is limited, and I cannot wait until the final days of the auction. Would it be possible for me to purchase the most important treasure first? Upon hearing such a large sum, Lady Six Treasurer and the chief shopkeeper both widened their eyes in surprise. 20 billion, but just a moment later, the chief shopkeeper smiled and replied to Lin Yu. A valued customer without any special privileges would be unreasonable. You may attend the pre-exhibition reserved for the masters of the order and esteemed guests of the Huang Quan Charity Fair. As the name suggests, the pre-exhibition will showcase the most premium and important treasures before the auction, for the masters of the order and their guests to enjoy. To make it more interesting, Participants in the exhibition may also play the game of appraising the treasures. The person who comes closest to the correct valuation will receive a discount at the final auction. If someone is willing to pay 3 times the price that the Huang Quan Charity Fair has set, we will sell the treasure right there. Lin Yu asked, "When will the previous exhibition be held?" She replied, "Tomorrow night. As soon as there's an order, VIP customers can enter directly. As for the items that shield sensations, there are also some leads in the free trade area, and we will mobilize them to search as well." Lin Yu said, "Then I will ask the chief shopkeeper to lend a hand." Lin Yu happily clasped his hands and left. At this point, only 2 people remained in the room. The chief shopkeeper turned to ask Lu Qingming, who had just made a 20 billion move. "This big shot, where did you meet him?" Lu Qingming recounted the details of meeting Lin Yu. "You may not believe it, but we met on outlying train No. 44. At that time, he only revealed a 2nd-grade cultivation level, yet he was able to kill a powerful demon. After only a few months, he's already a 5th-level demon controller. His true strength, just like his wealth, is unfathomable." "Outlying, you say? I've been away from there for nearly 10 years now. I wonder if my sister is still in good health." As a VIP customer, Lin Yu was arranged a private room to rest at the Huang Quan Charity Fair. After returning to the room that had been prepared for him, Lin Yu immediately wrote a letter to Ru Nai. "Ru Ni, everything is fine here in the demon world. Don't worry. Keep going. I'll return soon." Lin Yu said, "With this Black Crow envelope, it will be much more convenient to contact others in the future." At this moment, the system displayed a notification. "High-quality yin detected. Black Crow envelope has been linked with the host." Then, he placed the letter into the Black Crow envelope, and the scene shifted to the Xiaogu team. They were still in the thorny forest, looking quite miserable. Hai Yu sighed as she sat. "Lin Yu has been gone for 2 days. Since he left, we've been relentlessly chased by that cane, running all over the place. We haven't caught many blood spirits. I truly am a failure as a teen leader." Suddenly, a letter appeared in Ru Ni's hands. "Huh, this is a letter from the Lord." Ru Ni read the letter aloud for everyone to hear. Upon hearing that Lin Yu was safe, Xiao Meian and Lin Shu stood up in joy. "Great, great Emperor Fengdu, we are waiting for your return." The scene then shifted back to Lin Yu. Lu Qingming was knocking on Lin Yu's door. Hearing the knock, Lin Yu opened the door. "Lady Six Treasurer, what brings you to find me so early?" Lady Six Treasurer replied, "Great Emperor Fengdu, we found some leads regarding the material that shields the Demon King's senses. Asterisk asterisk. Good asterisk asterisk." Lin Yu's face lit up with excitement and anticipation as he looked at Lu Qingming. Asterisk asterisk, you've worked hard. Asterisk asterisk. Lu Qingming said, asterisk asterisk. Great Emperor Fengdu can bring me 20 billion in revenue. Staying up late for a few nights for you is nothing. But the clue we found is with Jin Yi Chen's father, Jin Zhenshan. I'm worried there might be trouble. Asterisk asterisk. Lin Yu replied, asterisk asterisk, it's fine. Do you remember the faceless mask I bought from you? They won't recognize me. Let's go. Take me there to see. Asterisk asterisk. Lu Qingming then led Lin Yu to Jin Zhenshan's shop. Asterisk asterisk Hong Yun Jin Yu Hall asterisk asterisk. As the two stepped inside, they found themselves in a stone shop, with neatly arranged stones displayed on the stalls. Lin Yu glanced at a ghost who was muttering like a prayer. Asterisk asterisk one piece poor, 1 piece rich, 1 piece wrapped in burlap. Ghost ancestors above, please bless me to reveal super quality the material. Asterisk asterisk. Lin Yu picked up a stone and thought to himself, asterisk asterisk. I didn't expect the place Lady Six Treasurer mentioned to be a stone gambling market. Yin consciousness seems unable to penetrate these stones. Asterisk asterisk. The man who had just cut a stone for the ghost earlier now approached Lin Yu with a grin and greeted him. Asterisk asterisk ha. Is this your first time betting on stones? Asterisk asterisk. Lu Qingming then explained, Great Emperor Fengdu. The reason betting stones became popular in the demon world is because the contents inside the stones are unpredictable. Although the stone's exterior may seem unremarkable, it is capable of blocking yin consciousness and yin energy from probing. Lin Yu said, Oh. The demon continued, all the betting stone materials are mined from different quarries in the core area of Dafeng Cemetery. Legend has it that this place was once a land abundant in yin energy, with materials everywhere and countless experts. But for reasons unknown, it was buried under rubble and turned into a wasteland. The high-grade materials were sealed within the stones. It wasn't until the culture of stone betting developed that materials from the core area were transported out, and sometimes a lucky person might witness the reappearance of these materials. The demon further explained, "Therefore, those who truly have knowledge don't use yin consciousness recklessly. They are like doctors. First, they assess the size and quality of the stone, then inquire about the quarry's origin, and finally, they cut it open. But even the most experienced individuals cannot guarantee what will be inside when it is cut open." The demon said, "Even if the Demon King comes, he can only obediently try his luck. This is the allure of gambling. So how about it? Human kiddo, would you like to buy something to try your luck?" Lin Yu happily handed the stone he was holding to the demon, saying cheerfully, "All right, I'll buy this stone. Cut it for me right now." The demon looked at Lin Yu as if he were a fool, wanting to gamble with a stone, but not having paid yet. He reminded him, "Why the hurry? Do you know how much this stone costs? The price of the stone is 10,000 ghost coins. If you want to cut it on the spot, there's an additional 5% cutting fee. You have to pay in advance. No credit allowed." Lin Yu threw 15,000 ghost coins towards him and said, "Cut it for me." Upon receiving the money, the demon's eyes lit up, and his attitude became cheerful again. "All right, but I must remind you, this is the property of Lord Jin Zhenshan. When the transaction is complete, according to the rules of the gambling house, if it's cut and ends up losing, don't cause trouble." A few demons nearby, who were watching the stones, noticed the newcomer and approached, saying, "Oh, we've got another rookie at Hong Yun, Jin Yu Hall coming to pay up, The demon replied, "Don't say it so harshly. What do you mean by losing? This is called tuition." The demon earlier failed to cut the stone properly, and kindly whispered to Lin Yu, "Kiddo, he's tricking you. Looking at the outside of this stone, even if it contains yin material inside, its value is only around 18,000. You're definitely going to lose." But Lin Yu remained confident, crossing his arms in front of his chest and saying, "It's just a small amount of money. Besides, before we open this mysterious box, who's to say who will lose?" The demon, cutting the stone, felt pleased in his heart, thinking yet another newcomer had fallen for the trick. "You really are stubborn." He began using a specialized stone-cutting machine to break the structure of the stone, when unexpectedly, as the cutting blade reached halfway through, brilliant light started emitting from the stone. When he finally removed all the outer stone structure, inside the core appeared a red ruby. The demon was surprised, holding the ruby in his hand and saying, "Huh, how is there a phantom fire crystal inside this stone?" The other demons, who had been waiting to see Lin Yu's disappointed face, were also astonished and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is a top-tier, high-quality yin material. Its value could go up to 20,000 ghost coins. How did this guy get so lucky?" Lin Yu held the phantom fire crystal in his hand, his face a little awkward. "Oh my, I just randomly picked one. I didn't expect it to actually be the right one." Upon hearing Lin Yu, the demon said, "It must be just luck. Perhaps this is the legendary period of protection for newcomers." What they didn't know was that Lin Yu didn't just randomly choose that crystal. The system had given him a prompt. Smiling inwardly at their disdainful looks, he thought to himself, "With the system's reminder, these crystals appear as transparent to me." The system then issued another notification. "Detected yin material grade phantom fire crystal has been linked to the owner." The demon, calculating, sneered, "Hemph, knave. No one has made money from our Hong Yun, Jin Yu Hall in Magic Treasure City. I'll give this kid a lesson." He quickly changed to a welcoming expression toward Lin Yu. "You're really lucky today. You can't let this opportunity slip by so easily." Lin Yu, understanding the demon's intention, still played along cheerfully. "You're right. In that case, let me pick a few more to test my luck." Yu walked over to a nearby stone display, picked up a stone, and said cheerfully and naturally, "Mem, this one looks like a pumpkin. Interesting." Meanwhile, the system had already popped up a reminder about the stone. "Medium-grade yin material detected. Internal. Hey." Yu happily picked up another stone from the nearby stall and spoke to the demons there. Oh, this one is round and smooth like an egg. While the system had already announced. Medium-grade yin material detected wild wolf fang. Lin Yu took the 2 stones and handed them to the stone-cutter demon, joking. I like salted egg pumpkin, so take both of these and cut them for me. The demons were shocked by Lin Yu's choice of stones. Is it really that simple? Do you think you're buying vegetables at the market? Is he just throwing money around? The stone-cutter demon began to chop the stones and shouted the price. Total is 25,000 ghost coins. Lin Yu immediately handed him the money. When the demon took the money, he cheerfully said, I'll start cutting right away. The other demons stood around watching, paying more attention to the stone cutting than Lin Yu himself. So how's it going? After the pumpkin-shaped stone was cut open, a blade of grass appeared inside. The demon who cut the black stone handed it to Lin Yu and explained, Congratulations, the first stone you cut yielded a medium-grade yin material internal quality. Lin Yu happily accepted it. So, I've made a profit again. Thanks. When he finished cutting the egg-shaped stone, it also turned out to be a medium-grade yin material, which amazed the stone-cutting demon and the other demons even more about Lin Yu's luck. The second stone is also a medium-grade yin material wild wolf fang. They said, What? Another one? Isn't this guy some expert from a central region, pretending to be a fool to make money? How is this possible? No matter how professional you are, you can't see through stones from the great wilderness. Meanwhile, Lu Qingming, who had been observing from the side the whole time, thought to himself, Great Emperor Fengdu must have some method to predict what's inside the stone. How terrifying. Even the Demon King can't do this. Who exactly is this great Emperor Fengdu? While the demons were still focused on the yin materials Lin Yu had obtained from the stones, Lin Yu looked around at the stone display racks in the shop, quietly considering. The remaining stones looked too unappealing. It might be impossible to spend all 20 billion here. The stone-cutting demon was still resentful for letting Lin Yu prosper in the very store he managed, and now he was plotting to deceive Lin Yu once again. He spoke in a pleasant tone. Sir, actually we still have a batch of even higher quality goods in our warehouse. The difference in value is much greater than those stones out there, but the price will be a bit higher. See an opportunity to spend money, Lin Yu eagerly replied. Go ahead and bring it out. The demon clapped his hands, signaling his underlings to bring the items. After 2 large, muscular demons carried 2 massive stones to Lin Yu, they were very professional. Despite the stones being heavy and large, they made sure to place them down carefully, gently avoiding any damage. The stone-cutting demon eagerly introduced the stones to Lin Yu. Haha, these stones are from the core area of the Great Wilderness, from a fine sand mine. If you're lucky, the chance of cutting out super-quality yin material is very high. Lin Yu moved forward to observe, placing his hand on one of the stones to inspect it. However, he was just going through the motions. He let out an exclamation. Upon seeing this, the stone-cutting demon was filled with anticipation. Buy it, buy it. If this transaction goes through, I'll get promoted to manager. But before he could daydream for long, Lin Yu poured a cold shower over his head. Did Jin Zhenshan teach you how to do business like this? Huh. Gambling with stones is voluntary, and you can't complain if you lose. But the things you're showing me are fake. This isn't following the rules, is it? The demon stood there, listening to these words as if struck by lightning. Fake goods? What do you mean? Lu Qingming asked about the stone-cutting man. Aren't these stones from the area of the Great Wilderness? Seeing that Lin Yu had exposed him, yet the man still refused to back down, he angrily hissed. What nonsense are you talking about? I warn you, defaming the reputation of Hong Yun Jin Yu Hall will have consequences. Lin Yu then channeled spiritual energy into his hand. The truth is clear with just a glance. He directly shattered the stone next to him into pieces, leaving the demons standing there in shock. Impossible! Stones from the Great Wilderness are extremely hard. You need a special saw to cut them. How could he possibly split it with his bare hands? Lin Yu pointed to the pile of stone fragments he had just shattered and said, Look everyone, this isn't pure stone at all. It's fragments in stone powder that were glued back together to form a fake rock. What? The demons, still not believing Lin Yu, stepped forward to pick up the stones and inspect them. Lu Qingming followed suit and Lin Yu said, It's only because of the characteristics of the stone that everyone was deceived and didn't use yin consciousness to examine it carefully, as expected. It's just as I said. When everyone confirmed Lin Yu's words, the demons all shouted in unison, demanding justice. Lin Yu, leading the charge, spoke up. The store dared to mix fake goods with real ones, and the buyer will definitely suffer huge losses. This violates the rules of the industry. The evidence is clear, and everyone here can see it. Once this matter is exposed, your stone shop can forget about continuing to do business. As the crowd loudly called for the shop to be shut down, suddenly a demon, resembling Jin Young Master but older, walked out from inside the store and said aloud, "Apologies, the fake goods at Hong Yun, Jin Yu Hall, are my fault due to poor management." Lin Yu turned towards the voice and silently assessed the newcomer. High-level demon general. Looks like he's the owner here, Jin Zhenshan. Jin Zhenshan cast a contemptuous glance at the stonecutter demon. We took pity on this guy and hired him as a temporary worker. But we didn't expect him to behave so badly. This is all his own doing. At this, the stonecutter demon, now embarrassed, begged, No, Mr. Jin. Everything was because you told me to do it." Seeing that the other guy was about to put all the blame on him, Jin Zhenshan immediately threw a punch at the stone-cutting demon to shut him up, shouting, "Shut up!" The demon screamed, "Ah!" After taking a punch to the face from Jin Zhenshan, the demon collapsed, unconscious, on the floor. Jin Zhenshan then took out a stack of money and handed it to Lin Yu, saying, "All right, this guy has been punished. I guarantee that nothing like this will happen again at Hongyun Jin Yu Hall. I ask that you, Jin Zhenshan, be given some face, and keep this matter a secret. This amount of ghost coins is a compensation for everyone." The demons, upon receiving the money from Jin Zhenshan, were both happy and scared, replying, all right. Their hands trembled as they held the ghost coins, thinking to themselves, if we all agree, we'll end up like that guy. Lin Yu, however, was not like the others and spoke up. "I don't need your money." Jin Zhenshan asked, "Then what do you want as compensation? As long as you agree to keep this secret, everything can be negotiated." Lin Yu said, "I have only 3 demands. First, to prevent you from continuing to deceive people, I want to confiscate all the fake stones and worthless stone shells." Jin Zhenshan replied, "All right." Seeing that this person had fallen for his trap, Lin Yu continued, "Good. Secondly, give me a set of pure stone cutting tools. As for the third request, I want that stone under the table leg. Super quality yin material detected." Ha! Indeed, Lin Yu wanted that stone, but he had to go about it in a roundabout way to make sure Jin Zhenshan didn't get suspicious before he could take the item. With Jin Zhenshan's nature as a cautious schemer, he couldn't help but feel doubtful when he brought the stone to Lin Yu. Why would he want this insignificant stone? With my experience from betting on over 10,000 stones from the great wilderness, even I can't tell if there's any treasure hidden in it. Could he just be trying to deceive me? Lin Yu knew this old fox would definitely be suspicious, so he acted irritated with him. "What are you hesitating for? If you only can give me a stone that's just sitting under the table, then keeping secrets will be hard for you." Seeing Lin Yu's unpleasant expression, Jin Zhenshan angrily threw the stone directly at his face, saying, "Hemph, you've pushed my buttons, haven't you?" Jin Zhenshan was out of luck. But remember this. This will be the last stone that Hongyun Jin Yu Hall gives you. From now on, don't bother coming back. Lin Yu grabbed the stone and turned to leave. Before departing, he added, "I have no interest in the other stones in your gambling den." The demons who were present overheard Lin Yu's words and began to discuss in a panic. What does he mean by that? Has he already taken all the valuable stones here? It seems we won't need to return to Hongyun Jin Yu Hall anymore. Soon after, the other demonic customers also followed Lin Yu and left. Jin Zhenshan, witnessing this, turned pale with anger. He wanted to vent his frustration but couldn't. As for Lin Yu, after leaving Jin Zhenshan's shop with Lu Qingming, the two headed back. On their way, Lin Yu cheerfully clasped his hands in thanks, saying, "Thank you for the information this time. I wouldn't have thought of coming here on my own." Lu Qingming responded cheerfully as well. "It's my duty. But your greatness, I'm afraid your last words may have offended Jin Zhenshan. He's just a high-ranking demon general. Offending him doesn't really matter. Lin Yu replied, since I've got what I needed. He was in high spirits, whistling happily as he walked. In contrast, Lu Qingming was deep in thought. It seemed that the great Emperor Fengdu was very satisfied with today's harvest. Once back in his private room, Lin Yu took out the stone-cutting machine he had taken from Jin Zhenshan's shop and began to cut the stone slab he had taken from him. After the outer structure of the stone was broken, a dark stone resembling a walnut appeared in the core. Lin Yu held the stone in his hand, and immediately, the system displayed a message. Super quality material. Chaos fruit core containing pure neutral yin energy. When combined with other medicinal herbs, for pill refinement, it can enhance the effect by 10 times. He stared at the chaos fruit core, pondering, it needs to be combined with other medicinal herbs. It's a pity, I currently don't have any monsters with contracts skilled in pharmacology. At best, I could have Zhu Xiang brew a pot of nourishing medicine. Time waits for no one. In the coming days, I'll try to purchase a batch of medicinal herbs from the Huangquan Treasure Appreciation Party. Even if I waste some of the medicinal power, I must convert resources into strength before the travel card expires. As for these fakes, who would have thought that my true goal was just this stone? He then summoned Ding Liang from the ghost control space, saying, Ding Liang, come take a look. If we grind the stone from these great wasteland gravestones into powder and mix it into the invisible ghost clothes and faceless ghost face, wouldn't it be possible to create super-quality yin energy to resist the yin consciousness of the Demon King? Upon receiving Lin Yu's order, Ding Liang examined the stone and reminded him, in theory, it could work, but I need time to experiment. Before I succeed in making it, please take care, Master. Lin Yu replied, I leave it to you. Lin Yu said, with this guarantee, even if I face Lilith again, I'll have enough confidence to escape. So this trip to the demon world has one last mission remaining. The reward for the late night banquet is a one-time payout of 20 billion. When Ding Liang finished crafting the invisible ghost clothes and faceless ghost face for Lin Yu, it was also the time for the Huangquan Charity Fair to host the pre-auction exhibition that Lin Yu had been eagerly waiting for in order to complete his mission. The pre-auction exhibition was held on the top floor of the Huangquan Charity Fair. Tonight, there were many guests attending the auction, including Jin Zhenshan and some special invitees. As the auction began, the chief shopkeeper appeared on stage, happily introducing the event to the guests below. Esteemed guests, welcome to the Huangquan Treasure Appreciation Salon. The demons below excitedly shouted. Chief shopkeeper, don't keep us waiting. My wallet is ready. Just bring out the good stuff. One demon, who had the head of a crocodile, but with horns, spoke up. I heard there's a super quality yin energy gathered from the Demon King's kitchen. If it suits my taste, I might pay 3 times the price to buy it right now. The chief shopkeeper smiled brightly, happily introducing the first item for auction. Haha, thank you all for your support. For this banquet, I have prepared 10 top-tier treasures for all of you. Here is the English translation. Now we invite you to admire the first treasure, the Phantom Fire Candle. This is a 3rd-level yin energy, super quality, almost reaching super quality. In its illuminated area, it can block the negative fields of the Demon King and below. Lin Yu wore the invisible ghost clothes that Tian Liang had perfected, looking completely different from before. Many new patterns appeared on the garment, and he wasn't sure if its effectiveness would meet expectations. As he listened to the chief shopkeeper's introduction, he silently thought to himself, although the Phantom Fire Candle is consumable, it is a life-preserving yin energy item, and its value is certainly above 5 million. During the auction, it might even sell for up to 10 million. The chief shopkeeper continued her introduction on the auction stage. As usual, to avoid disrupting the atmosphere and to protect your privacy, the evaluation game will be conducted in secrecy. Please write down your name and predicted price on paper and hand it to the staff. The guests below began writing their predicted prices on paper. Lin Yu did the same, taking out the Ming Hun Hua Bai to write. As he thought to himself before putting pen to paper, if I write 20 billion directly, the task will be completed. But with the cleverness of the chief shopkeeper, if I offer an unreasonably high price, it will only make her suspicious of my intentions. This Huangquan Charity Fair is crucial for me right now. I need her trust to ensure long-term cooperation in the future. After all, there are 10 treasures. I'll take my time and proceed slowly. Finally, you wrote the price you predicted on the paper. When the demonic attendant came to collect the papers and held Lin Yu's sheet, it panicked upon seeing the number Lin Yu had written, 50 million ghost coins. And this is just the first treasure. After collecting all the predictions from the guests, the demonic attendant brought them to the chief shopkeeper and whispered the price Lin Yu had written. The chief shopkeeper silently evaluated, Great Emperor Fengdu, truly a bold move. Just minutes after tallying the predictions of the guests, the chief shopkeeper spoke. Now I will announce the result of the Phantom Fire Candle's prediction. The calculated value of this yin energy item is 8.2 million. A demon in the crowd shouted excitedly, I was right, when it comes to the final auction, you only need to spend less than 6 million to get it at a 30% discount. Before the excitement could settle, the chief shopkeeper continued. But this Phantom Fire Candle has just been purchased by a distinguished guest at a price 3 times higher. After the intermission, we will arrange for the honored guest to verify and pay to take the treasure away. Hearing this, the demon who had hoped to buy it was crushed for missing the opportunity. Other demons were equally surprised. It's just started, and someone has already bought it outright. They probably aren't someone to be trifled with. The demon with the crocodile appearance seemed to be a special guest and spoke quite casually. Ha! Why so tense? This guy's in a rush, but when the main dishes appear later, he won't have the ability to compete with us anymore. The system then sent out a notification. Mission number 11 for 100. Mission content. Spend 100 times the average value of a customer's bill, accumulating 20 billion ghost coins. The initial average customer price for the consumption location. Mission progress. 50,220 billion ghost coins. Reward. Forced to accept ghost contract. Lin Yu didn't respond, but muttered to himself. You'll probably be disappointed. On the auction platform, the chief shopkeeper continued to introduce the next items. Next, the second treasure, priced at 800 million ghost coins. The third, 1 billion ghost coins. The fourth, 1.5 billion ghost coins. The fifth, 2 billion ghost coins. Of course, Lin Yu won all these items. Although the chief shopkeeper didn't announce the buyer's reputation, everyone here knew that all the high bids had been made by the same person. They were discussing excitedly while Lin Yu calmly drank his tea. What's going on? 5 consecutive items, all bought for high prices. Who's this generous person? It must be a coincidence. No way one person could buy everything. In fact, this banquet has attracted no small number of wealthy and powerful people. Before this, there was someone who threw 2 million to pay a fine for hitting someone. After that, it was said that someone at Hongyun Jinyu Hall spent 1,000 gold to challenge more than 10 rocks, each of which emitted high-level energy. The demon sitting behind Jin Zhenshan curiously asked him, Master Jin, these 2 things seem to be related to your family. Who are they? Could you show us so we can be prepared? Are the 2 wealthy people here? The person who gambled on the stones might not be here, or perhaps he is here, but disguised. However, the one who hit my son is that person. Jin Zhenshan pointed at Lin Yu, clearly uncomfortable. When Lin Yu noticed others were looking at him, he turned toward the direction Jin Zhenshan was looking. But he ignored him, standing up and leaving to collect his auction items during the break. Jin Zhenshan felt irritated by this. Mom, is he going to settle things now? Probably. These 2 people must have thought it was a good opportunity to steal something. So they put on a dangerous expression and stood up to follow Lin Yu. Ghost coins, protected by the rules of the demon world, couldn't be stolen. But yin energy and items were different when Lin Yu went to the auction room of the Huang Quan Society to collect his items. He took out a stack of money and handed it to the chief shopkeeper. This was the payment for the first 5 treasures. Receiving the stack of money, Lin Yu happily said, Don't laugh. This is the first time I've seen such a large amount of ghost money. It seems you really want to spend all 20 billion. Although you said there's no need for a discount, we will still refund according to the ratio that King Ming promised you earlier. Hearing this, Lin Yu was slightly startled. It seemed like she misunderstood him as a commission-based buyer from the organization. However, he still cheerfully replied, All right then, I won't be polite. Yes. The agreement was clear. Once the full payment was received, the chief shopkeeper handed over all 5 treasures to Lin Yu. He gently stored the 5 treasures in the ghostly space within his mind, quietly contemplating. This was good. With the fabricated motive and evidence, she would cooperate more trustingly in the future. At that moment, the system displayed a notification. The progress of his 11th mission was 5.3 billion out of 20 billion ghost coins. After leaving and returning to the auction room, Lu Qingming was very considerate, escorting Lin Yu. "Please follow this way, great Emperor Fengdu." As they walked, Lin Yu was quietly calculating in his mind. There was still a deficit of 15 billion. But the remaining treasures would only get better, and their prices would rise accordingly. Let's continue. When Lin Yu returned to his seat in the room, Jin Zhenshan, upon seeing him, couldn't help but feel irritated, as he hadn't had the opportunity to act on him earlier. When all the guests had returned to their seats, it was then that the chief shopkeeper introduced the sixth treasure on the podium. "Next, let me introduce the sixth treasure, super quality level 1, the Shoal Demon Cauldron." A demon below exclaimed in surprise, "Amazing! Is it just a pot?" Seeing that the guests didn't seem too excited about this item, the chief shopkeeper quickly shifted the mood and began to explain the cauldron's uses. Don't be fooled by the simple appearance of this treasure. It is in its simplicity that its secret lies. The Shoal Demon Cauldron can refine the power of negative forces and harmonize the attributes of all things. Therefore, it's not only a cooking utensil, but also a furnace for refining pills and semi-forging. Listening to the chief shopkeeper's explanation, Lin Yu was satisfied and thought it would be suitable for both Zhu Xiang and Ding Liang. The one with the crocodile head and horn on his head also considered buying it for himself. As he wrote down his predicted price on paper, he muttered to himself, "Haha, the Demon King's kitchen tools have finally arrived, just as I've been waiting for. The value of this cauldron must be around 30 million, but I'll offer 100 million. No one will be able to compete with me." This time, when the staff came to collect the papers, Lin Yu, who was also the demon with the fish head, happened to be standing next to him, and they both handed their papers to the staff at the same time. After gathering all the customers' estimated prices, when the chief shopkeeper saw the paper that Lin Yu had written, he could only feel helpless. Although two people were willing to pay 3 times the price, the victory still went to Lin Yu. Then she cheerfully announced, "Now I will announce the internal price of the super quality yin energy, the Shoal Demon Cauldron, which is 36 million. The demon at this moment was stunned, as if struck by a thunderbolt, and said, "What? 3 times 36 million is 108 million. Did I offer too little? How could this be?" This precious item was bought by a distinguished guest at a price higher than 3 times that. At this point, the demon could no longer contain himself, stood up, and shouted, causing the smaller demons around him to panic. "Impossible! No one needs this demon mansion more than I do. How could someone offer a higher price than me? Huang Quan Charity Fair, are you not deceiving us? Are you deliberately inflating the price?" As he spoke loudly, he couldn't control his powerful yin energy, causing the nearby demons to scramble and move away. Meanwhile, Lin Yu remained calmly seated in her spot, silently evaluating. Is this person so powerful that he's a demon marshal? The chief shopkeeper, seeing this scene, slammed his hand down on the table angrily and said, "Humph! My distinguished guest can offer any price they like, but once something is said, it cannot be taken back. If you keep causing trouble, don't blame me for kicking you out of here." Lin Yu sat in the middle, quietly observing the scene, silently appraising the chief shopkeeper. The chief shopkeeper released a stronger yin energy to suppress the demon in front of him. The shopkeeper, the prince's wife, was indeed a skilled tactician. Seeing that he had made a misstep, the demon quickly deflated and apologized meekly. "I apologize for my mistake, but the Soul Demon Cauldron is very important to me. I am willing to offer a higher price. Huang Quan Charity Fair does not interfere with goods that have already been sold. Please, do not cause further disruption." The auction continued. The 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th treasures went one after another. Then, all the remaining treasures were acquired by Lin Yu, who felt a sense of joy inside, truly worthy of the super quality yin energy. This 20 billion was well spent. Meanwhile, other demons were disheartened, having failed to acquire anything. "So, are we really only here to spectate? We won't take anything." The chief shopkeeper, with his years of experience, spoke up to reassure them. "Please rest assured, esteemed guests, the Huang Quan Charity Fair is still gathering treasures. In the final auction, there will be super quality yin energy items, ensuring that no one leaves empty-handed. Today's gathering is also an opportunity for everyone to prepare goods and funds ahead of the final auction. The remaining time can be spent freely negotiating and trading here, with no fees charged by the guild. When the auction ended, the demon with the crocodile head stood up and asked the room, "Who bought the Soul Demon Cauldron?" "Ah, Demon Marshal, I am willing to pay an additional 3 times the price to buy back the Soul Demon Cauldron." When no one responded, this demon began using force to grab the collars of several other demons and question them, causing them to panic and reply, "Not me. Don't look at me. It wasn't me. It wasn't me." Jin Zhenshan stepped forward and spoke, "I have a guess. Before the auction, when we were dining together, everyone knew you were looking for a piece of yin energy that was vital to you. In fact, the news about the sale of the Soul Demon Cauldron was likely provided to you by someone who attended that gathering. No one would dare to disregard the Demon Marshal. But those who arrived late and missed the gathering could very well be unfamiliar faces." As he spoke, he looked towards Lin Yu, implying that Lin Yu was the one who bought the treasure, causing the demon to also glance in Lin Yu's direction. Understanding the hint, the demon walked over to Lin Yu and greeted him, "Are you human?" Lin Yu responded, "What's the matter? Stop pretending. On the territory of the rice wine shopkeeper, I don't want trouble. If you know what's good for you and hand over the treasure, I'll offer you a price you'll be satisfied with." Lin Yu sighed and continued, "Someone willing to pay 3 times the price for this yin energy clearly wouldn't care about compensating with money, right? Haha, I know you probably aren't lacking in money, but in my hands, I have a treasure you can't refuse. Look at her." The old man immediately dragged the slave, bound by chains, and brought her in front of Lin Yu. Seeing the demon girl crouched down, Lin Yu hesitated slightly. The energy from this girl felt strangely familiar. But since the yin energy from this demon was weak, Lin Yu didn't pay much attention to it. The old man started to pitch. "This girl, though she only has the strength of a powerful demon, carries a source of pure yin power in her bloodline, even stronger than the demon kings. Initially, I planned to either consume her as food or use her body to concoct a tonic. Though it would be a bit of a waste, her value is at least equivalent to 3 billion ghost coins. You're a demon controller, and if you turn her into your demon slave, her value would undoubtedly soar. What do you say? Taking her with you might be more interesting than buying a black cauldron, don't you think?" Despite the old man's enthusiastic pitch, Lin Yu responded with a calm expression. Not interested. In his mind, the most important thing right now was to spend enough to reach 20 billion at the Huangquan Charity Fair in order to receive the mandatory demon control contract. He continued walking, ignoring the old man. Seeing this, the old man still kept trying to hold on. "It's impossible. Don't ordinary humans have compassion and appreciation for beauty? Ah, I almost forgot, you haven't seen her face yet." When the old man removed the hood of the demon, his face flushed and his cheeks turned red, looking somewhat shy. "Wait, take a look again. Well, is she beautiful enough?" Lin Yu turned around to look, and oh my, his face darkened, as if his mind had been struck by a thunderbolt. Lilith, how could it be her? The old man immediately pushed Lilith toward Lin Yu. When Lilith's face was right in front of his, she put on a pitiful expression, tears streaming down her face as she spoke. "Father, I've finally found you." This made Lin Yu feel as though he was sinking into the ground. Hearing Lilith's words, his heart trembled, and he blurted out, "Ha!" He silently thought to himself, "What kind of situation is this?" Seeing this scene, the old man stepped forward and asked, "Ha, do you know him?" Lilith quickly replied in fear, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. "No, I don't know him." However, Lin Yu found Lilith's behavior hard to understand and thought to himself, "The Demon King, the proud ancestor of the vampires, surely wouldn't degrade herself to deceive me, right? Could it be that she really has forgotten me?" The old man seemed to often resort to violence with Lilith, so when he didn't get the answer he wanted, he immediately proceeded to punish her. "Haha, little girl, it's best if you obediently confess. Lying will get you punished." When his hand, full of power, approached Lilith's face, she just stood still, not daring to resist. Seeing this, Lin Yu immediately reached out to protect her. "If you want to give her to me, at least make sure she's still in one piece. Then what are you planning to pay for her? Let me ask you first, where did you find her? After all, her bloodline is not ordinary, If her origin is not clean, I don't want to get into trouble. I found her by the lower bank of the Rushu River. At that time, she was lying unconscious on the riverbank, badly injured. I've already interrogated her thoroughly, but she remembers nothing. Hearing the old man's words, Lin Yu looked at Lilith with a pitiful expression, thinking to himself, it seemed that even the Demon King, when swallowed by the small world of the great void ape, had to pay a heavy price to escape. Seeing an opportunity to sell the soul demon cauldron, the old man happily said, "So, what do you think? A memoryless orphan, who wouldn't be able to be saved even if she die out there. If you don't buy her, I'll cook her up." The analysis of the current situation was quite favorable for Lin Yu. He considered the opportunity that could not be missed, thinking that perhaps he could take advantage of this moment to use the demon control contract to take control of Lilith and eliminate all potential threats once and for all. Lin Yu replied to the old man, "I'll offer you 3 billion ghost coins. Sell her to me." Upon hearing the price Lin Yu offered for Lilith, the old man began to weigh the pros and cons. While he desired the soul demon cauldron, ghost coins were still the most valuable currency in the demon world. With 3 billion ghost coins, there would be more choices, and who knew? He might even be able to purchase something even more valuable than the black cauldron. After a moment of contemplation, the old man happily concluded, "All right." Suddenly, Jin Zhenshan, who had been observing from the side, stepped forward and said, "Wait a moment, old man. Great Emperor Fengdu, you have always had a keen eye when it comes to placing bets on gems. This girl surely holds some special value." From Jin Zhenshan's words, Lin Yu understood his intent and thought to himself, what kind of scheme is this Jin Zhenshan trying to pull? He then turned to the old man and said, "Haha, I'm also a little interested in this girl. Old demon, how about I raise the price to 3 billion, 3 million? Will you sell her to me?" Knowing that Jin Zhenshan's interference had no good intentions, Lin Yu decided to increase the price by 3 billion, 3 million. "It seems you really like this girl. I'll offer 3 billion, 600 million. The two sides continued to raise the price relentlessly. 3.8 billion, 4 billion. He stood still as he heard the numbers climbing up one after another, secretly feeling delighted. He never expected that the fishermen would gain such a profit. Finally, Lin Yu closed the deal at 5 billion, along with the Shoal Demon Cauldron. Hearing the figure of 5 billion, Jin Zhenshan's face darkened, and he dared not raise the price any further. Seeing this expression on Jin Zhenshan, he assessed the situation and concluded that Jin Zhenshan had reached his limit. He said joyfully and excitedly, "Lin Yu." "All right then." Before he could finish his sentence, Jin Zhenshan quickly pulled him back and said, "Wait, Ghost Marshal Totai. I also have a treasure that I can offer as a bonus." The two turned their backs, whispering to each other. He then whispered into his ear, "Ghost Marshal Totai, I've had dealings with this person before, and he buys things without caring about the price. Why don't you take this opportunity to drive the price higher? Wouldn't that be profitable for you? Do you have a grudge against him?" The old man asked. "Yes. He hit my son and caused trouble at my gambling den. Now, of course, I can't let him off." "Haha, all right. Then you help me push the price up, and once it's done, I'll share 2 parts of the profit with you." After discussing among themselves, the old man turned back to speak to Lin Yu. "Boss Jin is also willing to invest 5 billion and add a super quality yin weapon as well. Human, if you want to buy her, you must continue to raise the price." Although he knew he was being played earlier, he still tried to endure. But once it crossed his limit, he became enraged. His fists clenched tightly, and he said nothing. Master Lin Yu remained silent, while Jin Zhenshan became even more emboldened and said, "So what now? Great Emperor Fengdu, aren't you a little too arrogant? That little girl even calls you father. Aren't you going to take responsibility? Couldn't it be that you've run out of money and can't make a bid anymore?" Lin Yu replied coldly to Jin Zhenshan, "I have money, but don't treat others like fools. If you intentionally raise the price, you'll have to bear the consequences. I know the reason you haven't taken her is simply because you're not strong enough to deal with her. She really is a hot potato. If she ever remembers, your day of death will come." With that, Lin Yu turned and walked away without hesitation. The old man felt a bit uneasy after hearing these words. Could it be that he really knows the girl's true identity? He quickly shouted towards Lin Yu, "Wait, don't go. I can still sell it to you, can't I?" Lin Yu smiled and responded calmly, haha, it's too late now. With that, Lin Yu turned and left for the Huangquan Charity Fair's goods reception room without looking back. The old man, frustrated from losing a good deal, kicked Jin Zhenshan. Jin Zhenshan, it's all your fault. My 5 billion ghost coins, my shoal demon cauldron, you've ruined everything. Although he was kicked by the old man, Jin Zhenshan, despite the pain, still tried to use his words to stir up trouble between the old man and Lin Yu. Master Demon, you've already given up so quickly. This shows that he wasn't sincere in wanting to trade with you. While the small demon trade might have failed, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Mom, think about it, with such a huge capital, surely he didn't just come for the shoal demon cauldron. After he leaves the Huangquan Charity Fair's territory, we could still make a no-investment deal. Switching to the Huangquan Charity Fair's treasure exchange room, when Lin Yu handed over the remaining ghost coins to the chief shopkeeper to receive the items he had won at the auction, the chief shopkeeper held the money in her hands, still in a daze at the large sum of ghost coins she had never held before. Seeing this, Lu Qingming happily spoke to break the awkwardness. Great Emperor Fengdu, the 5 treasures are here. Please accept them. Great Emperor Fengdu. The contract was clear, and the system immediately displayed a notification that the task was complete. Congratulations, host. You have completed Task 11, spending more than 100 times the value. Task details. Spend 100 times the average value at the consumption location, accumulating 20 billion ghost coins. Task completion progress. 20 billion out of 20 billion ghost coins. Task reward. Compulsory demon contract. Quantity 1. Then, the system displayed a notification about a new task for the host. Task 13. Money is only for fun. Task details. Do not purchase any physical products. Only use the money for entertainment, accumulating 30 billion ghost coins. Task progress. Not exceeding 30 billion ghost coins. Task reward. 3 high-level item duplication cards. Upon seeing the details of the new task, Lin Yu felt disappointed. The system was becoming more and more unreasonable. This new task seemed impossible to complete. But fortunately, the compulsory demon contract was now in his hands. The system immediately displayed the information for the compulsory demon contract in front of him. Within 3 days, he could forcefully control any monster, which was undoubtedly his trump card that could turn the situation around. While Lin Yu was still looking at the information of the compulsory demon contract, the chief shopkeeper handed in some ghost coins and said, "And here are 4,400,000,000 ghost coins refunded to you." He happily took the money from the chief shopkeeper, but then turned to Lu Qingming and said, "Please keep this money with you. When you receive the super quality treasures, there's no need to discuss it with me. Just buy them directly from me." Naturally receiving ghost coins in advance, Lu Qingming happily responded, "Thank you for the trust, great Emperor Fengdu." The chief shopkeeper also spoke up. "Thanks to the favor of great Emperor Fengdu, King Ming has been promoted to a gold-level manager, and the King Ming Guild now has access to high-end goods. Additionally, I plan to make her your exclusive partner. Is that all right?" Of course, having received Lin Yu's trust, Lu Qingming expressed her gratitude. King Ming will be available for orders at any time, 12 hours a day. If great Emperor Fengdu has any requests in the future, please feel free to contact me at any time. Seeing this, Lin Yu thought to himself, although there was no monster contract, the manager of the 6th branch had already shown her loyalty. This was the power of wealth. After receiving all the treasures, Lin Yu clasped his hands in thanks. "Since everything is complete, I shall take my leave." The chief shopkeeper, aware of the tension between Lin Yu and herself, asked with concern, "Great Emperor Fengdu, are you sure it's safe for you to leave just like this? In the demon world, possessing precious gems is akin to inviting disaster. While they can't steal your ghost coins, you are carrying many valuable treasures. Please be cautious." After that, Lin Yu left the Huangquan Charity Fair without looking back. When leaving Magic Treasure City, in a desolate forest under the dark night, he stopped. Realizing that the old man and Jin Zhenshan had brought along several demons to approach him, he spoke with confidence. "Apologies, great Emperor Fengdu. I have an interest in the shoal demon cauldron, and you, a mere 5th-level demon controller, are not worthy of it. If you do not wish to negotiate, then I will have no choice but to act decisively." Lin Yu also replied confidently, activating his spiritual power and muttering. This battle is exactly what I've been waiting for. When the two sides confronted each other, Jin Zhenshan arrogantly spoke. Great Emperor Fengdu, you certainly have guts, knowing full well that we would not easily let you off, yet you still dare to leave the city alone. Lin Yu replied confidently to Jin Zhenshan. I've heard that the monsters of Magic Treasure City are all greedy, only caring about profit. It seems like you also want to share, don't you? The demon from the auction was also present here, and he responded to Lin Yu. Of course, it would be foolish not to earn money when it's there for the taking. We've checked, and no one else has bid that high. You didn't just buy the Shoal Demon Cauldron. We also know that you have deep ties with the Huangquan Charity Fair, but even a prince wouldn't dare offend Magic Treasure City on his own. The greedy demons behind also spoke up. As long as we unite, when we take all your wealth, we can share a portion of the profit. No matter how many super quality yin energy artifacts you buy, it's all just making wedding clothes for us. Lin Yu took out a deck of demonic scheming cards, tossing them forward to create a demon world space, then laughed loudly. Haha, you already know I have super quality artifacts, and yet you still dare to interfere. Truly, you have no sense of self-preservation. The demons arrogantly laughed back, clearly enjoying the situation. Haha, the wind blows gently across our faces, ha. A 5th-level demon controller daring to open a demon world? Do you think our master and his minions are weak? In response to their mockery, Lin Yu took out the Ming Hun Ha Bai and the super-quality long spear, confidently countering. 3 layers of demon worlds stacked on top of each other. At this point, Lin Yu's demon world grew 3 times stronger, causing the arrogant demons who had been so confident just moments ago to start struggling. Their faces turned dark, sweat pouring down like rain. The old man glanced back, observing the situation of the demons behind him, silently assessing. Not bad. This kid does have some ability. But does he really think he's invincible just because of a few super-quality yin energy artifacts? He then used his spiritual energy to create a protective layer of soul energy, resembling a large shield that covered all his subordinates behind him, before shouting loudly at Lin Yu. You've greatly underestimated the power of a demon marshal. At this moment, Lin Yu also displayed his wealth. He took out the yin weapons he had bought from the auction house to further strengthen his demon world. Haha, I advise you not to underestimate the power of money. The demons, and even Jin Zhenshan, were stunned by the display of Lin Yu's extravagance. What? 5 items? So you've bought all the super-quality yin energy at the auction? At that moment, greed surged within him. He drew out a long spear, laughing maniacally as he aimed it at Lin Yu. How surprising, what a pleasant surprise. If I kill you, I'll have 8 pieces of super-quality yin energy. Lin Yu stepped back a few paces, holding his spear horizontally. He summoned Zhu Xiang from the demon realm. Zhu Xiang, hold him off. Zhu Xiang appeared, wielding a black claw to block the attack, and spoke to Lin Yu. Master, the gap between a demon marshal and a mid-level demon general is too vast. I fear I won't last long. The attack sent powerful waves of yin energy, knocking the surrounding demons and Lin Yu back. Lin Yu stomped hard on the ground to stop himself, gripping his spear tightly and channeling his spiritual energy into the weapon, preparing to counterattack. He also reassured Zhu Xiang. I will finish this quickly. Lin Yu darted forward like an arrow, leaving no trace behind, only leaving behind trails of spear strikes like lightning, cutting through the demons one by one, causing them to fall with a single blow. When the tip of his spear stopped right in front of Jin Zhenshan, who was struggling to hold 2 wooden sticks, using them as makeshift shields, he didn't forget to taunt Lin Yu. Hemph, Great Emperor Fengdu, your opponent is me. As Gu tried to show his strength, Jin Zhenshan gritted his teeth, trying to push back Lin Yu's spear. Then, the 2 of them leaped forward again to continue their battle, both still exchanging sharp words and actions. Lin Yu spoke first. You truly are a stubborn soul. Great Emperor Fengdu, it's too late to regret now. You dared to strike my son, didn't care about my dignity. So you should have thought of this day. You are the one who should regret. After the 2 fought evenly for a while, forcing both sides to take a brief pause, Lin Yu snapped his fingers, causing the pouch at Jin Zhenshan's side to suddenly burst with spiritual energy. He looked back in confusion, unable to comprehend what was happening. Before he could finish his sentence, a loud explosion sounded, causing him pain. But he still didn't understand what had just occurred, staring as the ghost coins turned into fragments, driving him mad. My money, why is it exploding? While he was still dazed, Lin Yu stepped forward, grabbing Jin Shan by the collar, and said, Traitor, did you think my favor was so easy to gain? Hearing these words, Jin Shan was stunned and said, So it was you who was betting on stones with that green-haired stall owner during the day. Where is the girl I found now? Jin Shan tried to turn his face away, deliberately remaining silent and not responding to Lin Yu's question. Even if you don't say anything, I'll know anyway. Lin Yu then called in Ning to examine Jin Shan's memories. After a few minutes, and Ning replied to Lin Yu, The Lord, Lilith is imprisoned in the underground storage of Hongyun Jin Yu Hall. The Lord, do you really intend to rescue Lilith? Lin Yu handed Jin Shan over to the security personnel and immediately rushed off. Seeing Lin Yu dash away, the old man was slightly confused and turned his head. He wanted to run over and grab Lin Yu by the head but was stopped by Zhu Xiang, who held him back to buy more time for Lin Yu to act. On the way to the spirit prison, Lin Yu couldn't stop thinking. If she stayed with Jin Shan, he wondered what might happen. If trouble came up, it would cause even more complications for him. He had to take control of the situation. Hongyun Jin Yu Hall was a rare opportunity. If he could control Lei while she had lost her memory and her rank had dropped, it would be a decisive advantage. Upon arrival, he gently landed, walking inside. When he reached the door, he kicked it open with his foot and stepped in. The demons inside were quite surprised. Who's there? One of the demons, seemingly taking the place of the stone-cutting demon that had been forced by Lin Yu to sell salt with Jin Shan, loudly reached out to grab the boy, saying, daring to break into the Master Jin's domain. You really don't want to live, do you? But before even a hair on Lin Yu's body could be touched, his spiritual force sent the demon flying back, crashing against the walls. Seeing this, the other demons immediately drew their weapons. Lin Yu, however, simply said, All of you, come at once. At this moment, the security within the demon's domain spoke up. I am here to guide the Lord. From Jin Shan's memories, Lin Yu knew Lilith was here. Knowing the location, he pulled out his super-quality spear and swiftly cleared the demons in his path, sending them off to meet their ancestors. He made his way to a secret tunnel, leading to the room where Lilith was being held. Inside, Lilith was curled up in a corner of the wall, surrounded by several gambling stones, trembling and crying, calling out, Daddy, Mommy. The small dark space reminded her of the painful memories from her childhood, which she had been forced into blood slavery by scum. Save Lilith. Little girl, your parents have been dead for a long time. There is no one left in this world who cares for you. No one will come to save you. Just obediently stay here and be our blood slave. Lilith said, who will save Lilith? As the memories slowly merged with Lilith's mind, she felt the pain of the colorful tubes piercing her body. She screamed in agony. If anyone can save me, I am willing to offer my soul. I am ready. I am ready. Suddenly, there was an explosion that snapped Lilith back to reality, and she looked toward the door. A figure was slowly approaching her. Lin Yu walked up to Lilith and knelt down, extending his hand toward her, saying, Lilith, come with me. Okay. Lilith immediately reached out and grasped Lin Yu's hand. Hoorah! This part really feels like a hero coming to rescue the damsel in distress. But I wonder, what would Lilith feel when she remembers everything? Eager to hear Lilith respond to Lin Yu like a father, Father, you finally come to save me. Young Lin Yu, who had never even smelled a woman's scent, was now being called father by an old woman. Feeling somewhat embarrassed and awkward, he spoke in stiff words. I'm not your father. Thanks to the drop of Lilith's blood that Lin Yu had absorbed, Lilith always felt a blood connection with him. But I can clearly feel that we share the same blood. How can you not be my father? Is it because you don't want to be my father? Caught in this awkward situation, Lin Yu regained his composure and began to analyze the situation. Even though she had lost her memories, she still stubbornly held on to this blood relationship. Perhaps this was her instinct, or it was just the way things were meant to be. He quickly responded to Aunt Talai, happily answering her, while gently patting her head like an older brother would pat his younger sister. Actually, Lilith, I'm your older brother. Hearing these words made Lilith extremely happy, her large eyes staring at Lin Yu. So that's how it is. Older brother, thank you for coming to save me. Hoo-hoo, that giant demon was so scary. Not only did he torture me, but he also said he would eat me and lock me up in this dark place. Don't be afraid, little sister. It's all over now. I'll take you out of here. Then the two of them left the room where Lilith had been imprisoned. As they exited, they noticed that Jin Shan's dungeon was hiding a lot of valuable items concealed in the stone doors. Lin Yu chuckled happily. Given the situation with Jin Shan, if I don't take the opportunity to grab a few things, I'd really be ungrateful. He collected all the valuable stones into his demon guarding space. Collect. When Lin Yu had gathered almost all the precious stones, Jin Shan and Ghost Marshal Tao Tai arrived. Seeing Jin Shan, Lin Yu quickly shouted, rushing toward him. Stop right there, Great Emperor Fengdu, you've really gone too far. Return the primal stone to me. The old man, running behind, also shouted loudly to add, and my woman too, quickly give her back to me. Hearing the two demons arrive and claim that he was stealing from them, Lin Yu put on an innocent expression after neatly collecting all the precious stones from Jin Shan. Your woman. Ha, I already told you. She's not someone you can touch. The old man was immediately furious, roaring as he pointed at Lin Yu's face. Are you expecting me to thank you for helping me deal with this trouble? Lilith was still hiding behind Lin Yu, secretly smiling at his demeanor. No need to be polite. Feeling disrespected, Ghost Marshal Tao Tai immediately took action. He drew his spear and charged at Lin Yu. You go die. Knowing the old man was a demon marshal, Lin Yu couldn't afford to underestimate him, and immediately became serious. He summoned En Ning and Zhu Xiang to assist and began formulating a plan in his mind. Currently, Light's strength was at the powerful demon level. Despite having the body of a demon king, there was no real danger. But to avoid any surprises, it was better to focus on defense first. En Ning, protect her. At that moment, Zhu Xiang stood in front of Lin Yu, drawing out his black claw weapon to block the old man's attack. The vast difference in strength levels meant that even with the help of the yin weapon of super quality, Zhu Xiang still had to exert all his effort just to withstand the assault. Lin Yu stood behind, and although Zhu Xiang was the one enduring the full brunt of the attack, its aftermath made Lin Yu acknowledge Zhu Xiang's remarkable resilience. Zhu Xiang truly lived up to his title of Wai Shui, clearly on a different level from the demon general. The old man laughed triumphantly, speaking to Lin Yu. Ha ha ha, this is the gap between us. Even if your summoned creature once had the power of a demon marshal, and with the addition of your high-grade yin material tools, it still can't match me now. Just one moment, and I could tear you into 8 pieces. Lin Yu, still confident, retorted. It seems you've completely underestimated me. Stop talking nonsense. With your frail body as a 5th-level demon controller, no matter how many yin material tools you have, it won't change a thing. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yu charged toward the old man once again. This time, Lin Yu did not hold back, engaging him directly. He gathered his spiritual energy, summoned his ghost coins talismans, and said, Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Ghost coins curse. With those words, the ghost coins talismans flew toward the old man, causing him to pause in confusion, his step faltering. Ghost coins. What does this mean? Are you offering money to beg for your life? But Lin Yu immediately uttered one word. Explode. Simultaneously, the ghost coins burst into flames, creating a massive explosion around him. He seemed to go mad as he failed to form a protective layer around himself in time, taking the full force of the explosion. However, with the power of the demon marshal, he continued charging towards Lin Yu, all while cursing nonstop. Asterisk cough, cough asterisk. This move of his is as strong as a typical demon marshal strike. I don't believe you can pull off another one. In response to his taunt, Lin Yu continued summoning more ghost coins to fly toward him. Seeing this, the old man constantly tilted his body, dodging the explosions from the ghost coins. The battle between Lin Yu and the old man grew increasingly intense. Lin Yu kept flinging the ghost coins at him, while the old man tried to counterattack and dodge. Jin Shan, who had been watching the fight from the sidelines, cursed inwardly. How is this possible? If he has an endless supply of ghost coins from the underworld, Doesn't that mean his power is equivalent to a real demon marshal? Damn, I've really stepped into a hornet's nest this time. Seeing the situation turning against him, Jin Zhenshan tried to escape, but Zhu Qian noticed his intentions and swiftly launched an attack to block his path. In an instant, Zhu Qian appeared before Jin Zhenshan, wielding his large black frying pan. Trying to run. Did you think I'd forgotten about you? Jin Zhenshan quickly stopped, his body drenched in sweat, and politely clasped his hands as he replied to Lai Zhuxian. Wait, brother, it's all just a misunderstanding. You could take the yin material or tools, and we no longer need the girl. If there's anything, just say it. Please, out of respect, let's settle this peacefully. However, as soon as Yu Qiang heard this, he slapped a paw straight into Jin Zhenshan's face, sending him flying into the air. Coincidentally, the trajectory of Jin Zhenshan's flight collided with the old man's, causing both of them to crash into the wall, creating a large dent, before falling heavily to the ground. The old man was dazed from the blow to his head. As he was the one who had initiated the conflict, stars were still circling above his head, with a bit of red syrup dripping from his mouth. Meanwhile, Jin Zhenshan, sitting by the side, was nervously watching Lin Yu approach. Lin Yu was holding a stack of ghost coins in his hand. Slowly, Lin Yu walked toward them, raising the stack of ghost coins with a smile. The old man, now regaining his senses, saw this and quickly spoke up. Great Emperor Fengdu, we surrender. Do you really want to exterminate us? I never intended to provoke you. It is you who couldn't control your greed, repeatedly pushing things to the brink. Now in this situation, I am not the type to leave the grass unrooted. Surprisingly, at this moment, Jin Zhenshan showed no fear at all. He displayed a dangerous expression and spoke toward Lin Yu. Hemph, Great Emperor Fengdu, don't forget this is Magic Treasure City, and the Hongyan Jin Yu Hall is my territory. So what if I've severed all ties? I warn you, don't underestimate the hidden power of the Jin family. Then let me see what hidden power you have. Lin Yu immediately threw the ghost coins directly at the two of them. Seeing this, both of them tensed up. Jin Zhenshan immediately shouted loudly, Father, save me. Suddenly, a crushing force descended upon Lin Yu, and the ghost coins were destroyed, burning to ashes. Then, a loud boom came from the basement, and a black wooden coffin, wrapped in black chains, fell straight down from the ceiling between Lin Yu and the two of them. As the coffin landed on the basement floor, Lin Yu quickly observed and assessed the sealing technique. This tombstone stone can be used like this. At this moment, the iron chains wrapped around the coffin automatically fell off, and the lid of the coffin was forced open by a large surge of spiritual energy. An old ghostly man with long white hair and glowing eyes sat up from the coffin and spoke. Who dares to invade the Jin house and disturb my sleep? Zhu Xiang saw the old man and immediately informed Lin Yu, mid-level demon marshal. The moment Jin Zhenshan saw his father appear, he laughed maniacally. Haha, Great Emperor Fengdu, this time you're definitely dead. And Ning observed her master and silently assessed. The master doesn't seem worried at all. At that moment, Lin Yu turned to look at Lilith and said, Lilith, the situation is critical. I have a yin material teleportation device, but it can only carry me and my summoned creature. You won't abandon me, right? Of course not. I will definitely protect you. Lin Yu meant that Lilith had made a pact with him, but she understood it differently. He was clear, and Lilith understood. She would never put her brother in an awkward position. What about a mid-level demon marshal? Let me protect you, big brother. Lilith then used her spiritual power to surround herself, slowly rising into the air and positioning herself in front of Lin Yu. Seeing this, Lin Yu didn't know how to make her understand his point anymore. Ha! This is hilarious. Lin Yu was planning to escape, but his great-aunt Lilith confidently faced the enemy, determined to protect her adoptive brother. Lin Yu spoke up. Lilith, don't worry, I'll defeat that old demon. With that, Aunt Lilith rushed quickly towards the old demon sitting in the ceremonial coffin. The old demon, seeing the girl charging toward him, slowly stood up, stepped out of the coffin, and laughed loudly. Haha, I didn't expect that after just 100 years of sleep, no one remembers my legendary reputation. Jin Shi Kai, daring to cause trouble in the territory of the Kim family. Do you really think I'm dead? Lai only snorted coldly in response to Jin Shi Kai, and swung a frying pan at him. Humph. Whether it's gold or silver, I've never heard of it. Let us go, both of us. The two clashed evenly, their forces radiating outwards with such intensity that it felt like the entire underground chamber was about to collapse. Just after a few minutes, the old man was pushed back a few steps. He secretly assessed Lilith's strength. This power, it's so strong. I didn't expect her strength to have reached the level of a mid-tier demon marshal. The two continued to throw themselves into the battle. Watching from the sidelines, even the old man couldn't help but break a sweat, marveling at Lilith's power. So it was true what great Emperor Fengdu said. I've indeed picked up a bomb that could explode at any moment. Seeing this, Lin Yu summoned a yin weapon super quality magical item. The serpent sword he had bought at the auction, and muttered to himself, "Fighting like this, I wonder what will happen next." He then threw the sword toward Lilith and shouted, "Lilith, catch it." Hearing Lin Yu's call, Lilith turned around, caught the sword, and holding it in her hands, smiled brightly and said, "This sword suits me perfectly. Thank you." With the yin weapon of super quality in her hands, the elder lady to lie became as powerful as a tiger with wings. She immediately swung her sword in a powerful arc toward the old man Jin Shi Kai, forcing him to raise both hands to defend himself. Jin Zhenshan, standing on the sidelines, couldn't stop cheering for his father. "Father, you must keep going." After struggling to block the attack, Jin Shi Kai was also enraged. He summoned his own yin weapon for battle, which looked like an oddly shaped knife. "Little girl, I really underestimated you, but this is where it ends." He didn't forget to shout loudly. His fate talent collapsed the earth and strengthened the metal. It seemed that this yin weapon was quite powerful. When it struck down, it caused Lilith to bleed and get injured. Lin Yu, witnessing this, silently evaluated the situation. Lilith, how could the Demon King's body be injured? Just as he was about to rush over to help her, to his surprise, her blood suddenly flew up, leaving him frozen in place. Blood? What's going on? Unexpectedly, droplets of blood rising from Lilith's forehead began to float. At that moment, it seemed like she remembered something. Wait, blood. I think I remember now. My fake talent, the fear of blood. The droplets of blood were then gathered in her hand, gradually forming into a blood flower. As the flower took shape, thorny blood vines began to sprout around Lilith and toward Jin Shi Kai. Seeing this scene, the old man Jin Shi Kai was puzzled and anxious. "It can't be. How do you have such terrifying talent? You, who exactly are you?" But in response, Lilith raised her sword and slashed a strike towards Jin Shi Kai. "Anyone who stands in my way, die." The sword strike cleaved Jin Shi Kai's body in two before vanishing. Jin Zhenshan, seeing his father killed, screamed in anguish, "Father!" The old man was quicker on his feet, and taking the opportunity before it was his turn, turned and fled. Jin Zhenshan, feeling abandoned, quickly called out to him, "No, you must help. Only you can stop her now. Save me." "No, I can't. You bastard, if it weren't for you inciting this, I would have spent the 3 billion credits on goods already. Her wrath should have been something you endured." As he continued to argue, Lilith moved swiftly, slashing her sword through Jin Zhenshan's back, causing him to utter his final words before following his father. "It's over. The Jin family is finished." After dealing with the two, Jin Zhenshan and his father, Lin Yu approached Lilith to check on her. "Are you okay?" But as soon as he spoke, Lin Yu saw Lilith collapse to the ground. Without hesitation, he rushed over to catch her. In Lin Yu's embrace, Aunt Lilith weakly spoke in response. "Brother, I'm so thirsty. Blood, I want to drink your blood." "Oh no, I can't harm you." Seeing that Lilith was extremely weak, Lin Yu rolled up his sleeve and made a silent gamble. Fortune lies in danger, just a gamble. "Lilith, come here, drink as much as you want." Ah! Upon seeing this, Lilith bit into Lin Yu's wrist and began drinking his blood. It was the first time a girl had bitten him, let alone sucked his blood, which made Lin Yu feel a little uncomfortable. He gritted his teeth and endured it, silently sensing his body. She might even end up sucking the blood of his ancestors that she had absorbed before. Humph, that's not right. It doesn't seem like she's just drinking blood. Something else is mixing into my body. At this moment, the system's notifications kept popping up. Spiritual +10. Yin consciousness +10. Spiritual +10. Yin consciousness +10. Spiritual plus 10. Yin consciousness plus 10. Spiritual plus 10. Yin consciousness plus 10. Not only had the blood of his ancestors not been drained, but instead it had increased. Was this a blessing or a curse? After drinking enough blood, Lilith stopped, but just a moment later, she fainted, her mouth murmuring continuously. Mom, Dad. In the dream, when Lilith fainted, she dreamt of when she was a child, standing by the bedside as her mother cried. Mom, her mother, lying on the bed, struggled to speak. My dear, your father and I can't be with you anymore. You have to learn to be strong and take care of yourself well. I hope that one day you'll find someone you can rely on for the rest of your life. Then that image vanished. Lilith slowly opened her eyes. Mem, you're awake. How do you feel? Recalling what had just happened, Lai quickly stood up, moved away from Lin Yu, and awkwardly said, I didn't expect that I had drunk your blood earlier. I'm sorry. It was just a little bit of blood, it's fine. But I'm a bit worried. Suddenly your strength increased and you fainted. What exactly happened? I don't know either. When I fainted, I remembered some things from my childhood. I remembered my parents and also remembered. Indeed, when the injury heals, will her memories gradually return? Brother, can you become the person I can rely on? Suddenly receiving this question, Lin Yu didn't know how to respond, so he asked, And Ning, what does she mean by that? Master, my strength is still not enough to fully understand the Demon King's thoughts. But my intuition tells me that she currently trusts and relies on you a great deal. Unfortunately, sooner or later she will remember everything and discover my deceit. However, before that, Lin Yu replied cheerfully to Lilith. Of course. Upon receiving Lin Yu's consent, Lilith happily rushed over to embrace his waist. That's amazing, darling. I want to stay by your side forever. Oh my God, even the author thought of this difficult plot twist. I wonder what will happen when the old lady remembers everything. Lilith then stood opposite Lin Yu, smiling faintly, while Lin Yu whispered to himself, deep in thought. Now, in the demon world, there were only a little over 3 days left on the travel card. Lin Yu then asked Lilith, Next, I want to go to Mingyu City. Lilith, will you come with me? Yes. Lin Yu then took her hand and led her away, silently thinking to himself, Asterisk this time, I want to spend time nurturing my relationship with this little sister Asterisk.